But it was 5 goals on 26 shots as the Wings fall 5-0 to the Islanders in a very underwhelming performance. They entered the night having won 3 of their last 4 games, but regressed. The Islanders have now won 6 of their last 7. The Wings will face Columbus at home tomorrow at 1 o'clock before heading on the road on Monday to face New Jersey. We had an upset in Thursday night football. The Texans shocked the Bills 23-16 as the Houston defense sacks Josh Allen a career-high 8 times. The Bills are now 7-4 this year. They have turned the ball over 3 or more times in 3 consecutive games. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Friday. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Brendan Shabath on the updates.
Good morning.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Congratulations.
Woo-hoo!
We've all made it. You've made it to Friday. Excited about that.
0 sleeps till the weekend.
Yes, exactly. And I get a night alone in a hotel room tonight because we'll be in Maryland, and I can't wait to go to sleep, not be woken up by anyone, and just have a quiet evening.
Rare.
It is rare. It is rare. So it happens about, 4 to 6 times a year because those are the away games that we have.
John gets to sleep in all the way till 4:15 a.m.
Yes, undisturbed, and might even stretch it to 4:30 if I just sit there.
Really
and,
let yourself go.
Let myself go. Yep.
When do you fly? Later today?
Later today. I don't know. Wheels up at about. We usually like to get to the hotel about 6, so it's usually wheels up around 4:30. But it'll be. I always forget because we fly to BWI and we'll go down to College Park from there. The amount of traffic on a Friday afternoon, the amount of traffic every single day in the Baltimore, Washington area is absolutely insane. Even we'll have a police escort, but it will still take us forever to get to the hotel.
You get some crab?
Some crab? So I don't know if you're walking me into this.
I didn't intend to.
But the hotel that I used to stay at for 10 years, Greenbelt Marriott. It's not, I don't think it's a Marriott anymore. It was the hotel that we stayed in for the Washington football team. And we originally stayed there when I went back to Michigan. And in the restaurant, in the bottom of that, their specialty was crab balls. So everyone else has crab cakes. They had crab balls. And so the joke every single time, the joke every single time for a decade, the joke. And every time I go back is I had no idea they were that big. Little crabs.
Congratulations to Mrs. Crab.
Right. So, welcome to all the jokes that you're going to hear this weekend if you're traveling to Maryland.
We will pick that game coming up at 6:35. It'll be part of the picks.
And speaking of food,
Yeah.
I guess I'm just going to hijack this
Yeah,
for a
go ahead,
segment.
dude.
They have.
Hey, this is better than talking about the
at
Red Wings.
The stadium, yeah, I know they didn't score at all.
Like they got crabs.
Yeah. The food at the stadium in College Park, they have a specialty item there, and it's called the Chessie. And every 2 years when we go there, well, it's kind of been every 2 years. I know it'll change because of the Big Ten schedule, but we always do a highlight on it because it's served in about a medium-sized pizza box.
Okay.
It's a gigantic hot pretzel, and on top of it, they put crab meat, and it's crab meat, cream cheese, Old Bay seasoning, cheddar cheese. It is absolutely wonderful. It feels like it weighs about 10 pounds, and it's ridiculous. I'll send you guys a picture, and I'll post it on our social media as well over the weekend. But it's called the Chessie, and it is wonderful.
Do you have to eat that with the fork?
You should.
Yeah. Usually a hot pretzel's hand food.
Yeah, well,
typically.
so the pretzel it's very large, thick,
Girth?
and so it's strong enough to hold on to all of the crab meat and the mixture that's on top. So I don't generally use a fork and knife. There are others that come in there that are worried about, getting food all over them. I don't really care. And so, yeah, it's finger food for me. But
Heather, do you eat seafood?
I do.
Okay, so you'd have some of this?
Yes.
oh, it's wonderful.
Totally would. And the crab balls. I'd have those too.
Thanks, TJ.
It's you know what? It's a great food weekend.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, and
roll it in the
I'll
next
hit a
week.
couple of the hot spots that I used to hit when I was downtown, for a decade, and catch up with some old friends, and so I'm actually looking forward to this trip. Plus a full night of sleep.
Sounds great.
I'm just happy we got to spend 5 minutes on that instead of the hockey game last night. Let's just briefly touch on that, then we'll spend most of the show on the Lions, and then our usual fun, the picks, the cookie jar, all that fun stuff.
Okay, they lost. All right, what's next?
Next.
Do you want me to replay McClellan?
Score. And that was midway through the game. They still had to play another period and a half before giving up the 5th goal of the game. Just a quick thing. Gibson. Stinks.
So far.
Like, this was the big offseason addition. He's got a save percentage in the 800s, came in at 875, 44th among NHL goalies. I get it. Some of those are high danger. Some of those are tipped. Does he ever make a big save? Few and far between is what I would tell you. I've seen him make a big save or two. Not nearly enough. You want to say it's the defense in front of him? That was my point the whole offseason, but he has certainly not been it. He's been a dud since they brought him over. And he's not the sole reason they lost because, John, if you don't score, you can't win.
Correct.
But when your goalie doesn't make any big saves and your defense in front of him is porous,
Right. Well,
it's going to be a long night.
He could have made 4 big saves
Kept him in it.
and still would have lost.
Yeah.
Reminds me, his acquisition so far reminds me when the Tigers got Jordan Zimmerman.
At least it's not a 5-year commitment.
Right, exactly. But just you're buying into something that probably was a mirage to a degree.
Yeah, he played well for like 20 games last year.
Yeah. They've had so many games like this already, and McClellan's like, I don't know what to say at this point.
Yeah, that was do we have that audio, by the way? McClellan saying that there's no answer. Well, we could play that for people as the morning rolls on. Again, I don't want to do too much Red Wing talk on a football Friday.
It's just that, he says that because he can't light into him again. We had, 2 or 3 times this year he blew up on the team already.
You can't do it after
that.
every loss.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that'll be an indictment on the players because Todd's pressing all the buttons he can. Can't go out there and play for him.
Hey, they're still in first place.
And that's the thing. They're in first place, and we're going to have Red Wing tickets to give away on today's show for the Centennial season. Every home game will be giving away tickets. So the way it's going to go is tickets today, tickets on Monday of next week. Mm-hmm. And because it's a short week, we're also going to give away Red Wing tickets on Tuesday of next week. So the next 3 shows, we're giving away Red Wing tickets.
It's not even the Christmas season yet, and we're just giving away. You get tickets. You get tickets. You get tickets.
And next Wednesday, you get Lions tickets.
Lions tickets.
Perfect.
Tickets.
All right, John. Lions. Let's just move on from our hockey team.
Oh, thank you.
Just win or need to see more? Your thoughts on the Giants game?
Well, it really just comes down to the win. And so when I give you the player's perspective, yes, all I want to know is that they can go out there and beat not a good team, but a very dangerous team. And I say dangerous because of the way that they have played throughout the course of the season. Obviously, they're a 2-win team, and they may be the most dangerous 2-win team that's out there simply because they do have a good defensive front.
Yeah.
And what have we learned about our offensive line? They struggle against good defensive fronts, except for when they played against the Browns. I do think that the Browns have a good defensive front. And so that's kind of one that we always gloss over a little bit, but they should have beat the Broncos, the Giants. And that was in Denver. They had them on the ropes. Part of why Brian Daboll was relieved of duty is because they
blew it.
4 double-digit leads. This one against the Broncos was in the 4th quarter, and they couldn't come home with a win. And so, he's relieved of duty, but they also beat the Eagles. And there's been other games. I mean, you think about what they did against the Packers. Like, they honestly should have won that game against the Packers. So they're a dangerous team. They're one that that the Lions cannot take for granted. Just, hey, we show up, we win. Now, there are some things that we kind of all realize that are in the Lions' favor. That is Dan Campbell's teams after a loss. They generally rebound. And so I'm saying all that to say just get a win. And I don't even know if there's something that I can see against this team that will make me feel any better. It's like beatdown of Washington.
Yep.
What does that mean? Here's where I think you can get something out of it. Talked about the defensive front. Mm-hmm. Whether it's Graham and whoever the guards are next to him, I want to see a higher level of execution. Doesn't mean that they're going to win every single block. I just want to see a higher level of execution regarding technique, balance. Hey, if you're on the ground, get up off the ground. It's going to happen. But going up against Dexter Lawrence, Robertson Harris, Brian Burns, like there are some good players up front. Abdul Carter's been kind of a huge disappointment.
From a sack total standpoint. But like with Hutch, you got to factor in the pressures.
Right.
And he's been a pressure machine off the edge. Like the sacks are going to come for him.
Eventually.
I know our brother stationed out in New York likes to yell and scream about how he doesn't have enough sacks. Like I would be very cautious at downplaying the season that he's having because he's going to come. I won't be surprised if could be this week, but he's going to have a game where he has a multi-sack day before the season's over.
Sure. There are some things when I watch his game, there's some things where I do believe he could have more sacks. And it's kind of like watching Hutch early. He plays with a high motor. He plays, but he over pursues sometimes. He doesn't break down on a quarterback sometimes. There's just some things I would expecting him to be better as a rookie.
Here's my thought. The front, they get to the quarterback or could get to the quarterback, and that concerns you as a Lions fan. At the same time, John, this same front that you might have concerns about when you drop back to pass, it's one of the worst fronts at stopping the run in the NFL. 5.5 yards a carry allowed. 15 touchdowns in 11 games. It's the second most rushing touchdowns allowed. So if you're the Lions, the formula is very simple. You're back home, dictate, fire out of your stance, run the football, take care of business. And John, the thing I need to see, stay relatively healthy. You got a short turnaround when you play on Thanksgiving Day against the Green Bay Packers, and that game is way more important. 248-539-9797. Just win, or do you need to see more? It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So you're going to get someone with attention to detail who gets results. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law right now. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Don't have an answer. Todd McClellan, 5-0 loss last night for the Red Wings. Tech says, I think yesterday's game told us don't take them seriously until they prove it. That was embarrassing. Let's get to Mike in St. Clair Shores. Mike, good morning.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good morning.
I think Gibson, and this is kind of old schoolish, Gibson looks like Tim Shovelday in the playoffs bad. That's how bad he is.
You're taking us back to the 90s.
Yeah, he just cannot, and that was the playoffs, and he was good during the season, but this guy he's not good at all.
Well, and I tried to warn people, like Gibson's not a bad goalie. He's also not a special goalie. And if you don't play well in front of him, it's going to snowball. And they gave up some high-quality chances. There were some deflected shots. And at the end of the day, he didn't make any big saves.
No.
He hasn't really made many saves, period, this season. I mean, a huge undercurrent of last night on social media was, where's Kosa? Kosa's not a rookie anymore. He's not 18, 19 years old. I mean, he's a guy who's played a couple professional years down at the AHL, and he's playing reasonably well now. That's only going to grow louder. Gibson can't make the big save.
Yeah.
On the Lions front, 7 days from now, we're going to be talking about this team either being a Super Bowl contender or not making the playoffs at all. It's going to go one way or the other.
How long from now? 10 days from now?
Well, he says 7. I'm assuming they mean at the end of...
After the Green Bay game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this could be a very telling. We won't learn a lot against the Giants just because they're a 2-9 team. But this is the second matchup. What are they doing differently? Now, some of it will be just simply because it's home, but you've got to find a way to block up a good front in the Green Bay Packers. And it can't be a 13-9 win. Like, it needs to be a statement offensively.
Against Green Bay?
Yeah, and we'll talk about that.
Not,
when we get
not
to
necessarily. I know next
okay,
week's
yes,
next week.
It's about the win. But
Yeah, well, specifically because of the shift that we've talked about. If this team's going to lean on their defense and they win ugly, it's 16-13, and they win because their front is leading away, that represents the shift we wanted to see if they're going to have a chance to win multiple playoff games.
Okay, but then the next step is, hey, you can perform offensively against a good defense. And so, I mean, yeah, maybe they never get there, but
Well, that's the fear.
I would really like to see the next step offensively for this team against Green Bay.
That's what this text says. It's a great test, just spotlighting the upcoming game for our O-line against their D-line.
Yep.
Start to try to build some kind of consistency up front. John, you went through the roster, the guys on their defensive line. They're all guys that can win one-on-one and get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
So if you ask Goff to drop back 30 times in this game, first of all, I don't think you should be doing that. But if you do, you're going to really find out what you're made of.
Right. But on the flip side, because they are such a bad run defense,
Yeah, just lean on them.
like, I mean, they could go Michigan versus Penn State and just never throw the ball in the second half.
Jared Goff working on his handoffs.
Yes. Yeah, put the gloves back on. All you're going to do is hand it off.
So, I mean, that's kind of the problem with this. We all expect them to bounce back. That's what they do. It's a 2-9 team. How much can you really glean from this? The answer is probably very little.
Yeah.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Here's a stat for you. Dan Campbell football teams following a loss, not only are they 13-0 in their last 13 games, they've covered the spread every single time.
Oh.
So they've just put the hammer down following a loss.
Are you giving away your pick?
Maybe. You going to steal it? You could use some help.
Take shots all you want.
Actually, are you in last? No, yeah, you're still in last.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Hey, take the shots all you want.
I
You can
truly
take them for
didn't know.
you can take them for 15 minutes. I usually take shots at you for 3.5 hours. So
I got one segment a week where I can,
I'll make up.
Where I can be the winner here. And by the way, guys, I'm not doing great at these picks. I'm 500. It's really just a
yeah. I know.
it's
I
an
mean,
issue
well,
with everybody
yeah.
else.
To put it in I guess more of a layman's terms, you give me the noogie for 15 minutes. I give you the wedgie for 3.5 hours. So.
Swirlies and more coming up at 6:30. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Oakland University is closing for 10 days to repair a hot water pipe system. So that means basically everything is closing. Classes will be over, for the 10-day period starting today through November 30th. Most university offices will be closed. Students in specific dorms will also be temporarily displaced.
Where is this?
So that's fun. Oakland.
Oakland. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
The rec center closed. Also, 10 performances of A Christmas Carol at Meadowbrook Theater will be canceled. That was a staple in my childhood.
Oh.
Every Christmas season, we would go and watch A Christmas Carol at Meadowbrook Theater. So
Are
those
you
are
passing
canceled.
that on to your kids?
I'd like to. I was just talking to Colin about it. I don't think Brooks could sit still long enough yet. I don't think he's ready. I think Emily could. I think they need to be a little older, and then we'll do
years.
it and get all dressed up nice and go do it. So the hope was actually to wait until the end of the semester, but apparently the fix needed to be made sooner.
No.
So there it is. A Michigan lawmaker is taking action to keep weight loss products out of teens' hands. So there's this state representative, Aaron Burns, who introduced a bill that would prohibit the sale of diet pills, also muscle building supplements to teens. So the bill would require ID confirmation if they went to a store to buy these pills over the counter. Also online too. Similar laws have already been passed in New York, and they're being considered in nearly a dozen other states. And there is some recent data. There's a study that shows almost 1 in 10 adolescents worldwide use unapproved weight loss products. And there was an increase last year among 12 to 25-year-olds as well. So
It makes all the sense in the world
does.
because they do
Yes.
this with cold medicine.
Yeah.
I mean, every time I go to get something, hey, I've got to run to the store, get something for Lisa. And
Show
I'm
your
like,
ID.
yeah, come on. I'm clearly over 21.
or if you do the self-scan, which is
Yeah.
what I typically
Yes,
do,
me
it's like,
too.
yeah, just because somebody has to come over then and let me,
Right.
I'm like, oh my gosh, or type in their number because they know that I'm.
Yeah, and you always get that one guy, and I may have all 5 kids with me. And he's like, well, I need to see your ID. I'm like, well, these are my children. I've got a couple of them are almost 21. Like, I would have had to have kids when I was 12.
They're doing their job, just doing their job. The manhunt for that murder suspect that was last seen in Redford continued on Thursday. So the suspect was last seen on foot in the area of Beach Daily and Ross Drive. He's described by police as wearing all black and possibly wearing a black face mask. He is considered dangerous, so of course the community is still on edge. A photo of the man has been released. They know obviously who he is, so anyone who sees him is urged not to approach him, but of course to call 911 instead. This is pretty cool. The Henry Ford is offering free admission on the 70th anniversary of Rosa Parks' arrest.
Oh, there we go.
So December 1st, you can go and get in for free and actually see the actual bus where she refused to give up her seat. So that's pretty cool. It's going to be offered from 9:30 to 5 p.m. on Monday, December 1st. Obviously, there's much more to see there as well, but you can also learn about the Montgomery bus boycott and other artifacts connected to Rosa Parks in a special with Liberty and Justice for All exhibit.
Yeah, they've got, I mean, it's an extensive exhibit, not just the bus, but everything around it is really well done and very educational.
Yes. Snowbirds, rejoice. Frontier Airlines just announced new nonstop flights from Detroit Metro Airport to Fort Lauderdale for only $29. For a limited time, that's not going to be there forever, the price. They're also going to then launch nonstop services to airports in Houston, Miami, Charlotte, and Cancun. And the Florida and Houston flights will run 3 times a week. The Charlotte flights will run twice a week, and the Cancun flight will run once a week. And the flight to Cancun, $110.
Is this one of those where you buy the ticket for $29, and then when you show up, it's $100 for the seatbelt, it's $15 for a glass of water?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. That sounds more like Spirit. I won't
yes,
lie.
yes.
I'm not sure. I haven't flown Frontier in
Yeah.
a long time, but pretty cool. I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
yeah.
$15 for a glass of water when you paid $29 for the flight. You can
Sure.
handle that.
Yeah. Or just go thirsty.
Yeah, I guess.
Stay thirsty, my friend.
Let's see. Jelly Roll finally showed fans something nobody has seen in about a decade.
I saw this.
He showed off his face without a beard.
He looks good.
He looks great.
Yeah.
So obviously his wife teased this, I think like last week, right? When he was shaving his face,
Yeah.
and she kind of didn't give ringing endorsements, but she didn't want to say anything because he wasn't ready to unveil his face to the public. But he said that he kept the beard for years because of his weight. And now that he's dropped about 200 pounds, he said he was ready to lose the scruff too. And he does. He looks really good.
He does look. I do think he looks better minus the beard than he did with it.
He joked that without the beard, he looked like a Ninja Turtle.
Oh, I don't necessarily see that comparison, but hey, he's the one looking in the mirror.
Yep.
He
Yeah.
looks like
Which
a
one?
completely different
Right,
person.
yeah.
He
Yeah,
does.
is there Leonardo?
Donatello,
Donatello,
Michelangelo, Raphael.
She nailed it.
Wow. I had no
April?
idea you were a Ninja Turtle fan.
I was a Ninja Turtle fan growing up.
Who's the little rat?
Splinter.
Splinter. Yes.
Who's the little rat?
Splinter.
Or was it Shredder?
It's Shredder, right?
No, Shredder was the villain.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Who was
Okay.
the rat? Was
Splinter
the
then, right?
master? Yeah.
We're looking to Greg for confirmation.
Yes.
Yes.
It's all good. Also a Ninja Turtle fandom, though, when in my youth.
Yes.
Yeah. Not surprised.
I was a little surprised with Heather. Turtle power. All right, coming up next, the picks, 97.1.
Hey Detroit, Heather here. Verizon wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only do they let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. Plus, when you mention hearing this radio ad, Verizon will give you up to $50 towards the purchase of a qualifying accessory just for bringing in your phone bill for review. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store today for a better deal. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Excludes taxes, fees, surcharges, additional plan discounts or promotions, third party services. Void if any lines canceled or moved to ineligible plan. Plan perks, taxes, fees, and surcharges subject to change. Purchase credit limited to 50 redemptions per store, 1 per customer, first come, first served basis. Apple products excluded. Any difference between credit and cost of accessory not redeemable for cash or otherwise. Additional terms apply. See www.com. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-Verizon/
The picks roll on. Week 13 is here.
Yes.
Picks are brought to you by Shaner Roofing. A recap. I'm in first. Nobody's close. Heather's 4 games back. Congrats, second place.
That's kind of close. Closer.
Tom is 5 games back. Greg 6, and John is 8 games out of first.
Yep.
We only picked 7 games. Got some work to do. Greg, let's get to it.
We're going to start with the biggest game of the week in college football. USC travels up I-5, taking on the Oregon Ducks in Eugene. Oregon's favored by 9.5, Jim.
It's a big spread, but I think the deeper you dig, you get it. Oregon, #1 pass efficiency defense. That's a great matchup against a passing offense. USC has struggled to get to the quarterback, and they've been run on in both their big road games. Quack, quack. Give me the Ducks.
I'm going to go USC, and it's not because of Oregon's defense. It's because their offense just isn't as explosive as it has been. I don't know that. I think Oregon does win this game ultimately, but look at what they did against Indiana. They just struggle to score enough points to cover. So I'll take USC.
Growing up, my favorite show was Home Alone. Home Alone. Well, that was one of them, but also Full House. Lori Loughlin's daughter was involved in that whole college admission scandal at USC. So I'm going to go with Oregon.
Makes sense.
Makes total sense.
You glad that's on your side, John?
Oh, my goodness. No, she went with Oregon.
Oh, whoops, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad she's on my side. Yeah.
This is a more balanced USC team, and Jaden Mayava can go toe-to-toe with Dante Moore. Fight on, USC.
Well, I'll break the tie here. I'm going to go Ducks. I think they need to impress. They look a little vulnerable. Some people think they're over-ranked right now. A couple numbers here. Oregon's 3rd in defense, total defense in the country. USC's 47th. That's a very significant difference. Meanwhile, offensively, Oregon's 11th, while USC is 6th. That's not that far away. Give me the Ducks.
To Iowa City, Michigan State travels to Iowa. Hawkeyes are favored by 16.5 points, John.
There's really not much to say here. I think Michigan State they have nothing going for them. They are going to end up with no wins in the Big Ten. I don't think they beat Iowa, and I don't think they cover this, even though there's always that risk of the backdoor cover. Iowa, the defense, it's just, they're at home, Kinnick Stadium. I'm going, everything says Iowa, and I think Iowa big.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Turning on your people.
I am. Well, they just suck. Do they suck this bad? I think so. I'm going to go with Iowa, too.
Iowa just hammer away, make it kind of close, and then just pile on the points late. Give me the Hawkeyes.
All right, well, I might be on an island here. I'm going Michigan State. I'm never taking Iowa as a 16.5 point favorite against another Big Ten team. It's just that simple. Their offense still struggles, and it's not about them winning the game and controlling the game, but it's just, I mean, they score 24 points. Michigan State doesn't need to do much.
As a wise man once said, I'll join you. Michigan State.
Michigan travels to Maryland, eating up those crab balls, favored by 13.5 points, Heather.
I'll take those crab balls. I'll go with Maryland.
Michigan should blow out Maryland, but they continue to make critical mistakes to keep teams in games. I will take Maryland.
Yeah, Michigan on the road, not all that great this year. And this is just, again, a big total. I'm going to take the crab balls here.
Yeah, man, this is a look-ahead spot, right? Ohio State's looming the week after, classic trap game. Maryland forces a ton of turnovers, too. So for a freshman quarterback, Bryce Underwood going on the road, I like the Turtles. Turtle power.
So last year, what did Michigan do? They were home against Northwestern and absolutely boat raced them 50-6 going into that Ohio State game. This year's offense better. Defense probably not as good. It's still the better side of the ball for Michigan. But when you look at Maryland and their defense, and I'm not sure how they've lost 6 in a row, their defense has 18 interceptions on the season. That's nearly 2 per game. It's just shy of 2 per game. Michigan's propensity to turn the ball over in the last 5 games has been remarkable. I think Michigan wins this. I don't think it's a look ahead. They haven't had the look ahead, but I'm going to take Maryland. I think it's a clean sweep.
To the NFL, Steelers travel to Chicago, take on the Bears. Bears are favored by 2.5 points. I own you. I will always own you. That are the words of Aaron Rodgers. I will take the Steelers.
Yeah, we don't know if Rodgers is going to play for sure. Same with Jaylen Warren. They were both limited yesterday, so they're trending towards playing. This is the toughest game on the board for me. I'm going to go with Greg. That just Aaron Rodgers has always played great at Chicago. I think he always gets a little extra juice out of that, and that'll apply. I'm going to take the Steelers here.
This is the fraud bowl. I don't believe in either of these football teams. Give me some points, and sure, it's a fun narrative. Give me the Steelers.
I don't DK Metcalf. Like, that might be one of the worst acquisitions, just because he's still a great player, but hasn't done anything great this year. Aaron Rodgers, he's got a boo-boo on his left hand. I don't know that it necessarily affects him in this game. I don't think it has to affect him. I think he's old, and I think the Bears come away with the win.
Decrepit, I think, was the other adjective you were looking for.
Yeah. Heather?
I'll take the Bears.
Colts travel to Arrowhead Field. Chiefs are favored by 3.5 points, Tom.
Huge spot for the Chiefs. They got a short week coming up because they go to Dallas on Thanksgiving. This is what I'm going to coin as a Spags special. They will completely sell out to stop Jonathan Taylor and make Daniel Jones beat him. He's going to show different looks, and Daniel Jones is going to be able to handle it. I think the Chiefs roll here.
Chiefs have not given up an explosive run in 6 weeks, and I trust Spags to heat up Daniel Jones. In both Colts losses, he turned into a turnover machine. This is a similar spot to the Lions game when the Chiefs had to win. They're at home. They will win and cover. Give me the Chiefs.
Wow. I mean, we all try and prevent explosive runs. No one wants that. I'm going to go
a little Pepto.
I'm going to go with the Chiefs just because it's a must-win game, and I think, Gov, you're right. I think they sell out to stop the run, and Daniel Jones has been remarkable this year. It's unbelievable what he's been doing, but I'm going to go with the Chiefs in this must-win game.
I'm going to go with the Colts. I know nothing about them or Daniel Jones, but I do like his nicknames, Danny
Daniel
Dimes and Indiana Jones. So I'm going to go with the Colts.
Everybody just keeps waiting on the Chiefs, don't they? Give me the Colts and those horsies. Eagles travel to Dallas, take on the Cowboys. Eagles are favored by 3.5 points, Jim.
Might be my favorite play of the week. Division dog north of the field goal. Offense that can score. Eagles have played with their food. Give me Dallas.
Oh, this one's tough because, with the additions that they've made up front and the struggles the Eagles have had on the offensive line, the additions the Cowboys have made, I don't know. This is a great line. I'm still going to go with the Eagles, though. I think they just find a way to simply win by 4.
Yeah, I'm going with the Eagles as well.
Cowboys got a big, emotional win on Monday night against the Raiders. Now they have to play the rest of the season. Eagles.
The Eagles got an emotional win on Sunday night. I would say they're a bigger letdown candidate, right?
Yeah, except they've done it before and know how to handle it.
All right, I'm going to admit something here. I am unprepared to make this pick. I copied your picks in yesterday's email, and I already kind of wrote down what I was going to do, and you had Rams-Bucks, and for some reason you took that off the board to pick this game, so you must have some sort of advantage. So who did you take?
I took the Cowboys.
I'll take the Cowboys, too.
You can take the Rams if
Look
you
what
want.
he does. Did you notice a change?
Honestly, I don't read his emails.
I didn't notice.
I know Greg updated this morning. I just had already prepared my sheet, and I was like, okay, we're going here. I know the spreads change and stuff, but you did this last year, too. You put this Cowboys-Panthers game on the sheet last year. It made no sense.
It's 1 seed Eagles, of course. It's a big, important game in the NFC playoff race.
Greg's picking the games next week.
Go ahead.
No, I don't want that on me. A Giant, get ready for 6 college games, by the way. Giants at the Lions. Lions are favored by 10.5 points coming off their loss to the Eagles, John.
Lions after a loss. It's Dan Campbell. It's a win. It's a bad team. I do think that they'll find it's at home. It's inside. It's everything is in the Lions' favor. I'll go ahead with the Lions.
I agree with what you just said. I'll take the Lions.
You're welcome.
Giants have a good front. That's a matchup in their favor. How about the rest of the field? Give me the Lions.
Probably going to be a clean sweep here. I think I know what Jim's doing. Yeah, I'm going Lions here. This is a bad omen for them. But look, I hear this front with the Giants all the time. Here's the bottom line with their defense. They're 31st in points allowed in the NFL. They're 31st in rushing yards allowed. The Lions need to get right and run the ball. This might be a David Montgomery game. You might want to play him in fantasy. Give me the Lions all day.
I also think it's a spot to get St. Brown back in sync with Jared Goff. I think he could have a very big day today or on Sunday. But I also agree, you just run the ball here. 5.5 yards allowed by the Giants front. It's the worst in the NFL. The Lions 13-0 against the spread following a loss. Not just winning, but covering. Give me the Lions. Those are the picks brought to you by Shaner Roofing. It's 97.1.
There's nothing like Michigan, the pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Not great. Boot off the ice, 5-0 loss. We'll give away some Red Wing tickets. Boy, love that segue. In the 7 o'clock hour of the show today. Hey, they still are technically in first place in the Atlantic Conference, or Division, and fighting for a top spot in the conference right now. In the 7 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win a pair of Red Wing tickets to see them this Saturday, November 22nd, when they face the Columbus Blue Jackets. For tickets and game info, visit NHL.com/Red Wings. In the 7 o'clock hour, when you hear Mickey Redmond say, "Holy mackerel," you call in, you win those tickets. Tom, next week you can pick all 7 games. I don't need this controversy on the picks. It's on you, bud.
Why did you change it? I'm just curious. There's definitely a reason behind it. I don't know why we wouldn't pick Rams Bucks.
It's one of those just mysteries, you know?
Yeah, I guess it's one of life's great mysteries.
Unknown. You know, you and I picked every game the same this week.
Did we?
Yeah.
Great. Well, I can't catch up.
Oh, well, that was true.
One of your
Regardless.
one of your gambling lackeys tip you off on doing this?
We did cash the ticket yesterday, and I really found myself in love with the Cowboy pick, so big NFC game found its way onto the board.
Hey, if you're the one that is putting the work in to put the picks together, you do what you want.
But I don't want there to be any controversy, Tom. We got a short week next week. You put together all 7 games. It's all you, bud.
I got enough to do next week. By the way, John, do you prefer lackeys or cronies?
Lackeys or cronies?
In terms of his...
I think what's worse? Lackeys or cronies?
I think lackeys are worse.
I think lackeys are worse.
Cronies sounds worse. Like that's more mischievous.
Cronies? No,
More
I think
nefarious is the adjective.
Look at us, vocab
yeah,
today.
I don't know. Cronies just seem like, okay, I'm just going to do whatever you do. I'm just going to copy you and support you. Lackeys are just like mindless.
So I typically start to put the picks together on Monday.
Yeah.
But subject to change. Like I'm being penalized for sending an email 2-3 days early. If I just sent it last night, no one has any questions or concerns. And we're all picking the same game, so it really doesn't matter.
I know.
Anyway.
I'm just needling.
We can move on. We got a big show to do today.
What I did point out is John doesn't read your emails.
Yes. Well,
I mean,
some days that's mutual.
And people wonder why I disagree with all of his takes. Like, do I need to do it at 8 o'clock at night as
You don't
well?
need to prep. You already know what's going on.
You just need to do it one time.
Yeah, opposite what he said.
Okay, so we got Wings tickets to give away in the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to talk a bunch about the Lions today. One person who needs to step up down the stretch for the Detroit Lions, beyond just this week against the Giants. John, they're going to play the Packers and the Rams, and there's a lot that needs to be done for a team that's currently outside the playoffs. Who's the one player that needs to step up the most? Build off of something we did yesterday in the Thursday touchdown.
So I'm going to give you. Can I give you 2 answers?
No.
One one directly answering it, and then one that I would like to see more of. Can I do that, please? I'm going to give you to directly answer the question. It is Graham Glasgow.
Okay.
Same thing I said yesterday, and it's for him to be consistent in the middle, because I do think in terms of, hey, being able to call out blitzes, being able to shift and do all that stuff mentally, he's the guy for the job. But when it comes to physically executing, I want to see him raise his level of play and just be consistent throughout the rest, because if he is consistent and you've got Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker, now all of a sudden, hey, you sandwich in there. That's what I was talking about at the beginning of the season. Now, I didn't think Graham would be subpar like he's been to this point. And I don't want to completely throw him under the bus because it's not all been bad, but it needs to be a level of consistency. And then you put in Awosika or, Ratledge on the right side. When you think, and Mahogany, if he's able to come back, like you can put those guys in between 3 veterans playing at a consistent level. Now your tackles are going to be playing a little bit higher level than your center, but now all of a sudden it gives those guys a little bit of a confidence. It gives those guys a little bit of a cushion, room for error at the guard position if you can make up for it at tackle and center. So it's him, and the guy that I think could really help this offense and help them on third downs, convert and help them in a lot of different ways is Isaac Tisla.
Sure. We've been
And so
hearing about it.
that's why I wanted to squeeze in the extra answer there.
Well, look, we're going to talk about this more than 5 minutes. More than one name's going to come up. But if I may, I will read directly from a John Jansen email. Who is the player the Lions need most to be better for them to win the division and make a run in the playoffs?
Right, so I gave you the one that, the player. I gave you the player, and then I gave you the one that I want to see more of that I think can really help you. So, hey, 248-539-9797, jump in the mix. Who is the guy, and feel free to add in a 1A, 1B.
Sure, go ahead and name the whole roster when you call in.
I didn't name the whole roster.
I'm going to go with Lee McNeil because I think the shift has to be to their defense. Thing we didn't really talk about this week, they played him a little bit as the heavy edge last week.
Yeah.
Because they have a lot of guys in the interior they like, but if he's moving along the defensive front, certain weeks he's going to be asked to do different things. If he continues to get his feet under him, he had a big game against the Bucs, need to see more of that. If Aleem McNeil truly comes into his own in the second half of the season, you will affect the quarterback. You will win with defense. You'll get your offense extra possessions and extra chances, which they need because they're not getting it done up front on the offensive line consistently. I would say Aleem McNeil. 248-539-9797. If we want to check behind the glass, who is the one Lion that needs to step up down the stretch for them to do everything we want them to do?
I like your McNeil pick. I definitely think he qualifies. Like if he can become, just more splash plays, I think that impacts the game significantly. Forcing maybe fumbles, something like that. Lions have not been turning over the other team in this 2 and 3 stretch, but mine in the 2 and 3 stretch, and I think I'm going to get a little frisky here. It's Amon-Ra St. Brown. And I know their circumstances sometimes dictate, but he's had the drops. He's averaging just under 65 yards per game in that stretch. That's not good enough.
Yes.
He doesn't have a 100-yard game in the last 5 games. He is a superstar on this team.
Yep.
Your superstars win games for you. It's time to step it up.
Some of
Stay off
it,
the podcast. I'm kidding.
some of it has
Easy.
been a more targets to JMO, but when you don't have Laporta, I don't think you're going to look and say, well, Brock Wright needs to catch more balls. No, it needs to be Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
And it needs to be the level of consistency that we have come to know and anticipate from him. The drops, all right, that is consistent with 95% of other receivers. And so I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, he's terrible, get rid of him. That's not what you're saying either.
No.
But I think there are some fans that are going too far in blaming him for a couple of drops.
So
it's not what we have known from him. It's not what his career has shown. I don't think that's what he's going to be.
He's number 6 in the NFL in catches, number 8 in the NFL in receiving yards.
But that's all front-loaded.
I know, and he needs to be that player all season long for this offense to be. Look, that might not be what they're going to be the last couple years, but you want to keep the ball on third down. We know who the most reliable go-to target has been for Jared Goff, and it's Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Which is also why I think Tesla needs to be a little bit more of he needs to come to the party. Because if he becomes a viable threat on third down, what does it do for everyone else? It's just another individual that they have to cover, especially if Laporte is not going to be there for maybe even the rest of the season.
Texts are coming in. Feedback, phone calls, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings fell flat last night against the New York Islanders, giving up 2 goals in the first period, 2 more in the second, and then a final goal in the third to fall 5-0 on the night. John Gibson started in net and allowed 4 goals in the first 12 shots. He had 21 saves on 26 shots in total. Here's what Todd McClellan had to say after the game. In Thursday Night Football, the Texans down the Bills 23-16. Houston is 6-2 in their last 8 games after starting the year 0-3. We also had some good games in college basketball last night, both of them down in the Bahamas. First, number 1, Purdue avoided an upset against Memphis by outscoring the Tigers 15-5 in the last 5 minutes of the game. Then Wake Forest fell 1 point short of a ranked upset again as they fell to number 15 Texas Tech 84-83. Top-ranked Purdue and the number 15 Red Raiders showdown tomorrow at 9:30 for the Baha Mar Championship. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Stretch run is here for the Lions. Final 7 games. Not in the playoffs today. Need to go win that playoff spot, win that division spot, and get as high a seed as they can. Who's the one Lion that needs to step up most? Got ticket texts, got phone calls, 248-539-9797. We also have some audio for people. 718. 2 pieces of audio. I want to know which one bothers you more. They both involve Detroit sports athletes. 718, 2 different clips. Which one bothers you more? But let's focus on the good stuff, the positives, guys who need to step up. I said Aleem McNeil. John, you said Graham Glasgow, but also a shout-out. Tesla could be a factor as the season rolls on. We want to hear from you guys. Jeremy in Fenton, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good morning, Jeremy.
I just wanted to say, really, one person that needs to step up is, in my opinion, Jared Goff. These last few games I've watched him. I'm a younger fan. I just started getting into football myself. And really, I'm just getting kind of tired of watching him throw away the ball on 3rd down, 4th down every time. I wish he would kind of, I can't think of the word, bolden up. Honestly, just whenever I see him get pressure and when he's within 10 feet of any person, he just throws the ball into the sideline. And that can be just kind of disappointing to see offensively. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I mean there can be some times on 3rd down. You don't want to see it on 3rd down because it means you're probably going to have to punt or go for it on hopefully it's 4th and short. But I'm with you too. Some of those are frustrating when you're just simply trying to move the sticks and there's just nothing there, and he either dirts it or it ends up 5 rows deep.
Right.
Some of those have to be that way, or else it could be an interception.
Well, and then we talk about if this team's going to shift the way they play, where they're going to lean on their defense, don't have a turnover on 3rd down.
And what I thought he was going to say in regards to Jared Goff is just there were some really bad throws. And I know we talked about the pressures that Jared Goff was under, and whether it was, hey, Green Bay, he didn't have a chance to throw the ball or set up in the pocket. We know he's got to be protected. And there were times against Philly. Yeah, he needs protection. And when he gets off his mark, he's not as good of a quarterback. There were other times where he wasn't under duress, and he was either, seeing ghosts, hearing footsteps, and the ball was just nowhere it wasn't even the right zip code.
That's as erratic and as inaccurate as he has looked in 2-3 years at least.
Yeah.
Take a text. Some of your texts. Why does Hutch always get a free pass? He needs to step up.
I could get behind that.
I think you always ask more of your stars, but I don't like the insinuation here that Hutch hasn't been very good. Hutch leads all of football players in pressures, and he has 9 sacks in 10 games. It's not like the guy's having some underachieving season. In fact, you want to stack him up with Micah Parsons, they got the same number of sacks, and Aiden's got a handful of pressures more. Are they doing that in Green Bay, saying, God, Micah's been he needs to step up?
Well, I think it is, and I agree. I like Aiden's numbers. I like what he's doing, but it's those moments where it's 3rd and long and a sack would change the game. It's those game-breaking moments where I would, because we've seen it with Micah Parsons throughout the course of the year, his sacks seem to come at a more opportune time, more impactful time. And so if it's 3rd and long, if it's 4th and long, and it's a team that's got to have it, and it could be early in the game just to keep a drive going, that's where he has to say, you know what, I don't care if you're going to double team me, triple team me, I'm going to find a way to win and bring the quarterback down.
Guys, Hutch and McNeil as a duo have to be elite and help create turnovers. Those guys have to dominate for us to win games and big games down the line. So, yeah, I agree. It's McNeil. Another vote for Glasgow. Glasgow all day. Veteran player playing a new position this year. He's the glue, needs to lead us to victory and consistency. How about some more under-the-radar names? Khalif Raymond on kick returns. We've gotten nothing out of him, and it could set up some short fields to help an offense.
There's been times on kick return where like he's trying to bring the ball back either the middle of the field or even get to the other side of the field, and it just feels like it's all happening in slow motion.
We got to vote for Rodrigo.
Yeah, there you go. Hey,
special teams,
get him back on the field.
Better coverage on special teams.
Sure.
This team plays 3 linebackers, so there's even a spot for him on the defense.
Mm-hmm. And here's one that supports anyone you're going to talk about on defense, but especially Ali McNeil. Did you watch much of last night's game between the Texans and the Bills?
The 8 sacks from the Texans front.
Right. So this comment on Twitch, FBG25, thank you. Last night showed how even Davis Mills can beat anyone with the top defense and team around him. So that's a great point.
Yeah. And look, people are going to point out that they have 2 elite edges on that Houston defensive line between Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Yeah. Detroit famously doesn't. But if they have 2 game wreckers on the D-line, right, one interior in McNeil and one on the outside in Hutch, you can create a similar dynamic where you put quarterbacks in hell and you make their life miserable. And you get your team back on the field because you get stops on third down. And the Lions, by the way, have been very good on third down this year. Top 5 third down defense. That's how you get your offense another chance and another chance and another chance. 1A, Graham Glasgow. 1B, Brock Wright.
Okay. I mean, if you're going to stand in for Laporta, and where I want to see Brock Wright be really effective, I don't really care if they throw him the ball. Hey, if it's a check down and it's just, hey, well, it's instead of dirting the ball and you can get away with picking up 3 yards on any given down, that's fine. But I really need to see him be much more effective in the run game, especially backside.
Yes, Jim, they are trashing Micah Parsons in Green Bay along with every other player on that pathetic roster. We actually hold our players accountable when they underperform, unlike this city.
So I've heard, I mean, so many different takes on this in regards to, you know, the way that we reacted, or really the whole city reacted after losing to Philly. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, they won't make the playoffs. And this, like, I think that's being pretty hard on the team.
I think so
and
too.
A lot of people will eventually text in or call in worst fan base ever. You're ready to throw your team out just because they lost a game to a really good team. And then we have other people talking about, well, you're not hard enough on them. What the hell?
Like, I think there's a middle ground where you say things aren't good up front on the offensive line when they face
good defenses.
Yes.
Good defensive fronts.
And that makes you worried that they could win the Super Bowl. You have legitimate concern or doubts that this team will win the Super Bowl. You're not a bad fan. You're using your eyes. You're paying attention, and it concerns you. And we're not going to lower the bar. The Super Bowl's the standard. I also think it's fair to say they're not missing the playoffs. That I don't have this expectation that the Lions are going to fall all the way out of the playoffs when all is said and done. They're out today. They'll be back in. There's a middle ground.
I agree.
Yeah. How about this one? You make Myles Garrett money, fans expect Myles Garrett numbers. Guys, there's one Myles Garrett. If we're going to hold Aiden to being Myles Garrett, we're going to be very disappointed in Aiden Hutchinson. And I think that's just the wrong way to approach it when you have one of the 2 or 3 best edge players in football. Again, I'll reiterate. You ask more of your star players, it's okay to ask more of Aiden. But the undertone of some of these ticket texts, like we have a bum who's he just tries really hard and gets pressure. Pressures matter, guys. And sacks matter, and he's elite in both.
He is. And, I mean, Myles Garrett he's just a whole different animal because he is an animal. And he is getting those numbers going against offenses that aren't throwing the ball very much because they're up in the 3rd and 4th quarter. And he's just a terror.
And we've seen the numbers like the Garrett's doing. You start comparing him to Reggie White in just terms of the production. So what are we saying? If Aiden's not Reggie White or Myles Garrett, he's a disappointment? Is that the way we're going to operate moving forward here? feel like we're setting a guy up to fail, and he's one of the best players at his position.
It's all about the money. You know, he's not as good as Myles Garrett. That's a fact. And
Right.
I don't think he ever will be. He doesn't have the physical stature that Myles Garrett does. You ever see Myles Garrett without a shirt off? Or shirt
Yeah,
on?
almost every interview he does.
I mean, yeah. So, yeah. And pick up basketball games or whatever.
Well, at least he's not like who was it? Ricky, what's his name? Who kept his helmet on, shirt and helmet.
But it's like when Stafford got paid with the Lions and people criticized him because he wasn't playing as well as the best quarterbacks in the league. And I think Aiden's going to fall victim to that as well, too.
But can't we just apply the logic we do with quarterbacks? The next guy gets paid more than the last guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean he's better. And we should use a little bit of common sense here.
Exactly. He's really good. I think he's a borderline superstar edge rusher. But I do think there's times, too, like John said, on 3rd and long, make the play.
Yeah.
And that
And the game.
energizes the team,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Be the man.
What else we got? Text messages, 248-539-9797. The Lions usually don't put a lot on a player early. Think back to St. Brown's start. But maybe down the stretch, this is where Tesla gets more involved and the offense starts to take a turn. Campbell's told us they want to get him more involved. And we're post-bye. We're into November, basically December now.
Right. Yeah. And some of those, he's not going to be the first read, not going to be the second read, might not even be the third read. But we saw Jared Goff be able to get to all of those different reads when they were really good the last couple of years of converting on third downs. He's going to be that guy that I think could really help in third down situations. But to get there, you've got to have protection enough for him to make all of those different reads and then get to Tesla.
How about another name you guys haven't brought up? David Montgomery. Key guy down the stretch for this team. Hasn't done much, but he could start getting 5 yards a carry. It would really help open up the passing game. Let us know who's the Lion that needs to step up down the stretch for this team to achieve all its goals. Also got this one. It's funny that Gov got triggered with changing one game, but even funnier that Cookies got triggered for being called out for it. He called Gov Bud twice, sensing some passive aggressiveness this morning.
I know. It gets real passive aggressive when you drop the bro on him.
Bro,
Bro.
you make the picks next week, bro. You build the board.
I got a bruh from Connor last Saturday. Like an all-time legend bruh. All right, so he's still working on getting his license. He's got his permit and all that.
Yeah.
And we were pulling out of Chick-fil-A, and I honestly didn't know if he was going to stop and there was oncoming traffic. And I'm like, Connor, stop. And he just goes, bruh.
All-time moment. All-time moment. Love that kid.
We have some audio from 2 Detroit sports athletes. Want to know which one bothers you more? We'll get to that next. 97.1. Imagine this. You're already getting in that Christmas spirit. Santa lands his sleigh on your roof, and he falls through. Crashes onto the Christmas tree. Rudolph's busted up his leg. Milk and cookies aren't going to be enough to make the big guy happy. So don't wait until disaster strikes to get a new roof. MyMichiganRoof.com. It's powered by Shaner Roofing. They want you to know if you have roof problems, things like freezing rain, ice dams, and heavy snow could turn your holiday into a disaster. Waiting until the spring isn't a good option. Just ask Rudolph. Fortunately, unlike other roofing companies, Shaner Roofing installs all winter long. They've been trusted by Michigan homeowners for 30 years, and they have an incredible 4.9 star rating on Google. Lifetime transferable warranty. With a history like that, you know you're in good hands. Visit Shaner Roofing, mymichiganroof.com. Get a quote you can count on. That's mymichiganroof.com.
America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Get you all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view. No matter where you are, you could be poolside. You could even be swimming. You got a great view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Got 2 pieces of audio. One from Tarek Skubal, one from Jameson Williams. I don't think you're going to like either of them. Want to know which one bothers you more. John, dealer's choice. Where do you want to start?
Let's go, J-Mo.
All right, this is Jameson Williams talking about his penalty from Sunday Night Football. He didn't know the rule.
Wait a second. Didn't he get penalized and fined for dunking on the goalpost?
Previously, yes.
How do you not know the rule? That one I don't understand. How do you not know the rule? And he's been stuck in this. Like, you can't just always plead ignorance. Well, I didn't know I couldn't use the gambling app while I was at the facility. And I'll give him that one because that's kind of a new rule. It was a new thing going on. But he paid his price. Like, you already got penalized because you dunked the ball on the goalpost. And then you come out and publicly say, I don't know the rule. The best thing would have said, like, hey, it's a penalty. I apologize to my team. But leave that little bit out.
Yeah. He also was suspended for not following the PED rules, even if you think it's a dumb rule. And I think all of these may be dumb rules, right? I mean, I think you should be able to hug the goalpost, but it's a rule. You would think after you've had multiple infractions of not knowing the rules, you brush up a little bit. Specifically when you've already been fined for touchdown celebrations in your short Lions career.
Yeah.
And I get it. He ingratiates himself in the community. Everybody loves the infectious energy that J-Mo plays with. Stop doing dumb things or you're going to be considered a dumb person.
Yeah. It just, when is enough? Because you can't always completely just go with the, I didn't know. It doesn't make it okay. I don't know. I didn't know.
And I've seen people spin it as, well, it didn't cost them the game. Okay, fine. But it cost them the lead, and maybe it alters some of the way that game plays out. And it's just an unnecessary penalty to take from a guy who needs to know better. He doesn't know better. He needs to know better.
And this is one that he should know individually.
Yes.
Like there are rules you got to know in football just individually, especially if you're going to celebrate. Like, know the rules. But it's also somewhat putting it off on the coaching staff. Well, I didn't know. Well, who was supposed to tell me? One, you should have enough responsibility to take care of that yourself. But now everybody's looking at the coaches. How come you haven't told the players that this is against the rules?
And why is it always you? You know what I mean? Why is it always you?
Yeah.
So that's audio number 1. How about Tarek Skubal? Talking about that 15-inning game in the postseason.
If I'm not correct, he did start that game, right?
Yes.
He was in the game.
Yes.
He could have stayed in the game if he demanded, I'm not coming out.
It's like a weird comment to be like, I wanted to get back in that game. Buddy, you
Boy, I wish I had control. Wonder how you can exert your control.
I wonder if there was a way.
Stay in the game.
I wonder if there's a way for him to have stayed in the game.
Yeah, instead of locking eyes with your manager and knowing that you left it all out there.
Which one bothers you more? Because I think these are both going to irk people when they hear them. J-Mo didn't know the rule, and Scooble's like, man, I wish I could have got back in that game.
As a competitor, it's always irked me that Scooble wasn't in there and didn't stay in there. I don't expect him to stay for 11 innings or 14 innings. Like, I didn't expect a 14-inning complete game out of him. But I felt like if we're going to win or lose, I want to do it with our stud, our superstar. The one with J-Mo, just because it's repeated time after time. I didn't know it was a rule. Boy, I'm sorry. I apologize to Jake and the guys up front, and apologize to Dan, and I guess it's okay now.
The Scooble one bothers me more. The stakes were so much higher.
Yeah,
he's the bigger star. To make the comments this far out from when it was, like, well, I wish I was still in the game. Yeah, me too, Tarek.
Yeah, that one probably does bother me more too.
When I saw that yesterday, I sent it to someone and they go, you got to get John's reaction to this.
Yeah, you texted it to me yesterday, and I
used some colorful language.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, police are ramping up security at Groves High School after officials say a student posted a photo of several guns on Snapchat. So the photo had no direct threat to anyone or to the school in general, but it was reported to police through the Michigan's OK to Say reporting system. An investigation was conducted at the student's home, and thankfully there doesn't seem to be any threat to any students at Groves High School at all. But either way, students will see an enhanced police presence at the school today. A 45-year-old man was just arrested in Indiana in connection to the 1998 murder of a Pontiac man. Oh. So, according to police, this man, Jack Young, was 18 years old at the time when he broke into the home of Charles Barnett 27 years ago. Barnett ended up surprising Young when he returned home, and he was shot and killed. Young, the suspect, then stole Barnett's car, eventually crashed it, and the case just kind of went cold. Like, they were able to put the car back to Barnett's home, found that he had been shot, but could never find out who did it. Well, eventually, after the case was kind of closed, it was reopened, and officers were able to link Young to the crime. He's been charged with 1 count of felony murder.
Wow.
All these years later.
Does there anything about the new evidence, or I'm sure they're probably keeping it under wraps?
Nothing, except the sheriff who decided to reopen the case. So, no, I don't know how they tracked him down, but they sure did. A Farmington Hills man has been arraigned on a first-degree premeditated murder charge in the shooting death of that Commerce Township restaurant manager. Police say that the fatal shooting at Prime 7 was the result of some sort of disagreement between the two guys. They haven't really unveiled anything. Like, they haven't said how they knew each other, what the argument was over, but they say after the shooting, the suspect drove to the Farmington Hills Police Department, turned himself in. Along with the murder charge, the suspect is also facing 1 count of felony firearm. And if he's convicted of the murder charge, he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. And I don't know much about him except that he is a father, he is a husband, and clearly had something against this guy, which maybe will come out during the court. I don't know. I mean, the court, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Yeah. The holiday season is here. And if you're hoping to get your friends and family the perfect gift, a gift expert has just revealed the ultimate gift guide for everyone in your life. And you can go through, there's a ton of gifts on here, but they're organized by, the best Christmas gifts for men, the best Christmas gifts for women, toddlers, kids. But let's just look here. For the guys, right? Apparently, according to this Yahoo gift expert, the best Christmas gifts for men are these socks. Golfer. They've got little golfers on them, socks. I don't know if you guys are into that.
I mean, I like socks, but no, I'm not going to wear anything.
They're like silly socks. Here's a magnetic wristband for when you're out working in the garage and you can stick the, nails
and,
or,
Sure.
Bolts and nuts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, no, I got a bowl
not
for. I
impressed by any of
got a
these.
magnetized bowl for that.
We do too. One of these like shoulder and back massagers. I mean, I think a better gift would be like, hey, I'll offer you the massage. Like,
oh yeah,
I don't know, right? Like,
yeah.
It's
I'll
so
take
quality
a,
time with
I
your
always
partner,
like those
yeah.
coupons. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll take a. Yeah.
Do they have any good ideas on here?
Cash that one.
you know, I'm not really that. Even for the women, they do have this like travel toiletry bag, a necklace. This necklace is nice. I like Kendra Scott, and it's not too expensive. A towel warmer. Okay, fine.
Ooh, yeah,
I don't
like a
know.
warm
The
towel.
KitchenAid mixer. If you don't have one, that's an expensive gift. They're okay. They've got gift for kids. Anyway, they've got these all over. You can go online
Yes.
and find expert picks.
The towel warmer would be cool, or warm.
Yeah, it would be. I love a good towel warmer. Not this
Yeah.
one in particular, where you have to like
No.
roll it up, and it's like
Oh,
a
it's too small.
canister.
Yeah.
Right.
Growing
Yeah,
up, we used to
no.
have one on our wall where you can
Oh
hang
yeah,
it.
it's like a
Oh,
hanger. Yeah.
It's amazing. Anyway, one more for you, if you don't mind. There's a new comic book. It's not new at all, actually. Superman #1. It's from 1939. Just became the most expensive comic book ever sold. Sold for $9.12 million. Some brothers actually found it in the attic. It was their mother had bought it when she was 9 years old in like the Depression era, San Francisco. Told her sons like, "Oh, I have some comic books upstairs," and then they eventually found it after she passed away. Just sold it for over $9 million. Pretty cool. It was in like pristine condition.
Yeah, it would have had to be. I mean, $9 million.
Yeah.
Wow. Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar. 97.1.
Hey, there's a lot of great things going on with our Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers, and here's a highlight that they're bringing you this month. If you're looking for a stylish SUV, maybe something a little bit better for the winter, you can lease a new Buick Encore GX for just $199 a month. Encore GX is exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick today. This deal is happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets the final price based on due-it signing amount of $3,849. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit is required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions do apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com if you would like some more details.
It's the cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Today's a Thanksgiving-themed cookie jar. 1 week out. We won't be in for the holiday. Chance to do it now. Do you miss old school Black Friday?
I don't miss anything about old school Black Friday. Less football? No. I'll take more football on Black Friday. I'm sure what you're referring to is the shopping. I was never in that game to begin with. And maybe you miss that great sale that you physically walk in there and you walk out with the TV or the computer or whatever that item is. You get it's physically tangible, but all the great deals, I don't even have to go. It's one click away. And it's delivered right to your door.
By
Probably
drone,
even
maybe.
it might even be by drone, but maybe even a better deal.
I totally miss the original Black Friday. While I never really participated in it, like I never got out there early or waited in line, I miss shopping at a store. I miss going to a brick and mortar store. I miss the one-day sale. Like Black Friday has already started. And it goes on for weeks. And it's I just look at stuff and I'm like, maybe I'll get it. I'll wait and see if it goes on more sale on actual Black Friday. I just kind of I miss the fun spontaneity of it. Yeah.
Look, you say old school Black Friday, and I'm thinking Texas A&M kicks off at 11, followed by Colorado or Nebraska at 2:30. So, yeah, I missed that.
You know what? I was really torn on this. So this is a 51-49 opinion, but I do miss it. I just miss kind of the festive nature of it. It's like we've passed Thanksgiving, holidays start now, putting up the decorations on Black Friday, that kind of stuff.
Or if you're not one that participates, you wake up and everyone else is out of the house and you get the house to yourself. I'll take that.
That's true, by the way. But also, I'm with Heather in terms of I did it one time.
Yeah.
I got up early and went, and I'm like, I'm never doing this again. But I don't know. I just miss, like I said, the festive part of it all.
I do too.
I don't miss
Festivus.
For the rest of us.
Yeah. I don't miss the trampling people to get the deal, but I do miss the deals. It feels like the deals aren't as good as they used to be.
Oh, I kind of miss the videos of people getting trampled.
Waiting to get in the store, but there's only 2 of the TVs that you really want to get.
Right, yes.
That's fun. I mean, I never did it, but
we are looking live at the Walmart in West Virginia.
They've been out here all night.
yes. They're looking for the only toothbrush available.
Do you prefer to
They
host?
don't use them there.
That's the joke. Do you prefer to host or attend Thanksgiving?
I would 100% prefer to host. And part of it is I love Thanksgiving is one of the great holidays. I think the greatest holiday because there's no pressure involved in regards to gifts or anything that you're providing. The pressure is on the meal. And most of that pressure is on my wife. She does an unbelievable job of getting the house ready with all the decorations. It looks wonderful. And it's comfortable. It just feels great. And then her meal is ridiculous. I don't even want to test out anybody else's holiday meal or Thanksgiving meal. Give me my wife's food, my wife's turkey, her stuffing, all of that. I want to be able to have it at home.
Well, when it comes to Thanksgiving in particular, I would rather go to someone's home. I don't want to host. One, I don't want to cook all the food. Everything you just said, I don't want to do.
The cleanup.
But Christmas, I love hosting. Because it doesn't surround food is not the centerpiece of Christmas at our house anyway.
You're doing it wrong.
Everyone brings a dish to pass. It's great.
In my adult life, I've always attended a Thanksgiving celebration or Thanksgiving meal, so I will say I will attend Thanksgiving.
Prefer not to host dishes. Seriously, the dishes.
The dishes.
Oh, I don't mind the dishes. I'll sit there and do all the dishes because I could see the TV from the kitchen and I don't have to miss a moment. And I'm fine with if that's going to be my part of doing this. The hard part is making the food. That's where all the pressure is. The dishes, hey, I'll wash them off, stuff them in the dishwasher.
Yeah, the best part is show up and eat. You don't have any responsibilities. I'd rather attend. All right, next question. Is turkey on Thanksgiving overrated? Is there a better centerpiece?
Absolutely not. It is not overrated. And I know, hey, if you don't like turkey, fine. You do you. But if you don't like it because you maybe just haven't had it cooked the right way, then you're doing it wrong. turkey at Thanksgiving. And I'll take a turkey meal any time of the year, but it's specifically, I look forward to this meal as soon as it's done. I'm looking forward to next year's Thanksgiving meal.
I think turkey should be the centerpiece of everyone's Thanksgiving. Even though I don't eat it,
Right.
I think it should be.
I think it's a solid centerpiece for a meal. I like its tradition. The one thing I would say is that traditions need to serve us instead of us serving traditions. I will have respect to other people that do find another twist on it, that do find another centerpiece. So I don't know. That doesn't really answer your question, Jim. I'm really sorry.
Oh, no, it's the centerpiece. I mean, you should see a huge breast on the table. I mean, that should be the centerpiece of it all.
Who doesn't
And
love that?
I'll say this, too. The smell and the aroma, that's what starts everything. Whether you're walking into somebody's house or it's happening in your house, that bird cooking at 7 a.m., it's like, let's go.
Oh, man.
Let's go.
We cook so many of them. Well, 2 of them, but you can't cook at the same time. So a lot of it, we'll do one early. And so like on Wednesday, you're starting to smell that smell, and it sticks around. It gets even better on Thursday morning.
I'll have turkey on Thanksgiving. It's okay. But I think ham's better. I think the sides are better. I think it's far from the star of the show, and I think we get like pigeonholed into a food that we really only eat one time a year. You only do the big turkey one time a year. If it was great, you'd do it more often.
Well, we do it more often than just once a year, but
Yes.
yeah, it's all of the sides that go with it. You don't do the rest of the year, but the turkey can be done.
Ham over turkey, I think that's a bad take.
Yes. This is why I don't read his emails.
All right, we have an F, marry, kill, green bean casserole, sweet potato casserole, and mashed potatoes.
Oh, this one's easy. I will marry mashed potatoes, and you got to have include the gravy along with it. That is, I will eat those every day of the week, all year long. I'll F the green bean casserole. Love it, and it's generally only one of those things that you get once a year at Thanksgiving. So that's I'll do that, and then kill the sweet potato casserole. The marshmallows on there. Ugh. Do you
not like sweet potatoes?
I love sweet potatoes, but don't ruin it by putting marshmallows on top.
I'm also going to marry mashed potatoes. Totally agree with you. The whatever gravy can go. I don't need to marry that. But
just butter.
Sure, butter. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
it turns into gravy.
Yeah, I guess. I'm going to kill the green bean casserole. It's just kind of mushy, but then the crunchy. I don't even know. Sweet potato casserole I also don't like, but to me, it's what you said about green bean casserole. It's like you only have it once a year. It's on Thanksgiving, and that's it.
Ditto with John. Marry mashed potatoes, F green bean casseroles, kill sweet potato casserole.
Marry mashed potatoes because it's a year-round food. Obvious. I don't like sweet potatoes or sweet potato casserole, so that's going. Kill it. And green bean casserole is the F because it's the ultimate one-night stand. You do it once a year.
Yeah.
I had the same answer as Heather. We're all marrying mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
I would go with sweet potato casserole as the F, and then I would kill the green bean casserole. What is the ideal time to eat for Thanksgiving?
See, you're doing this just to troll me. It used to
A
be
little bit, yeah.
4 o'clock because the Lions game is supposed to start at 12:30 so that it ends at 4, and you got a half-hour window to eat your Thanksgiving meal and have all the great moments that you have around the table, and then at 4:30, the next game starts, the Cowboys game, and you're right into it. You hit the ground running. Now, it backs up right to 4:30, and I'm going to have to miss, or at least not listen to, we'll see it, it'll be on the TV, the Cowboys game because we'll be eating Thanksgiving dinner.
It's so funny because I presented this question to Colin last night and informed him that the Lions game is now at 1 o'clock, and he didn't know that, and he had the same reaction as you. He was angry.
It's not that big a deal.
To him it is, and to John it is, but my answer is 4 o'clock-ish for dinner.
When the Lions game has been decided, could be overtime, could be the entire game, end of the fourth quarter, could be the 2-minute warning, could be halftime, and it has been in the past.
Ditto Greg.
That's a really good answer. I was going to say the early dinner at about 4:30 because then you're going to go back for the leftovers for the second round later in the evening. Although I will say this, there have been some years we've done like a lunch, like almost like a 1:30, 2 o'clock Thanksgiving, and then you're doing 3 helpings.
Oh.
1:30 is right in the middle of
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just keep going.
It's right in the middle of the game.
Do you watch the game as you eat?
I have, yeah.
Do you eat at a table or do you
I
eat on
have.
like a couch?
I've done Thanksgiving a million different ways.
Interesting.
Yes, with his ham.
It's a cookie jar. Moran Chevrolet, 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel Fridays, turn it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. So you got to make sure you're paying attention every week. It's boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Here's how you join. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to grab your reward before the clock expires. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, you know the texts are going to be good when Tom is laughing back there putting the sheet together.
Yeah, I got to imagine there's some pushback on the Thanksgiving ham.
I've got a theme that I have suspected might be part of this ticket text.
Okay.
I just write it down.
Okay. We're going to get back into the Lions at 8 o'clock. Talk about this football game with the Giants and a question about just about winning the game, or is there something more you need to see? 10.5-point favorites Sunday, 1 o'clock. On Thanksgiving, Martha Stewart says the ideal time to serve Thanksgiving dinner is 2 p.m. Who am I to argue with a smoke show like that? Signed Mike.
Yeah, well, yeah. I have been known to argue, so I'll argue.
Cookies prefers ham because it's usually cooked with pineapple. Eric and Celine.
I told you. That's awesome. Upside
Yes,
down, though, right?
Yes.
The best form of turkey is as lunch meat, which goes to show you how much of a trash meat it really is.
Well, see, I can't do the lunch. Lisa loves turkey sandwiches, but I can't do the turkey sandwich unless it's the leftovers and it's open face. That is another great reason. I should have brought this up, was why you host. You host so that you get all the leftovers. And no, I'm not sending any home with you.
Turkey tastes like napkins no matter how you cook it. Brown sugar, glazed ham is the way to go.
No.
Ham is 1,000 times better than turkey. So there are people on my side here.
Yeah, people that can't cook.
Well, now I'm going to read all the other ones that disagree with me. You'll love this part. Turkey's the centerpiece for Thanksgiving. I host and prepare 2 turkeys, one in the oven and one smoked. Completely agree on the smell of turkey going through the house. Kevin.
Yeah, I tell you what, a smoked turkey, it rivals any other way you're going to cook it. It's great.
It's Kevin in Shelby Township. DeVell in Madison Heights says, obviously, dressing and cranberry sauce, the ultimate Thanksgiving staple, bar none.
No on the cranberries. No.
So the cranberries, I can't have. I mean, you guys, everyone knows I have the issue with my foods touching. Thanksgiving is one of those where multiple foods can touch, and it's the glue that I think binds good human beings together. That is gravy. And when you have gravy on your stuffing, gravy on your mashed potatoes, gravy on your turkey, like there's nothing better.
Jim, are you a stovetop guy?
Growing up, that was a lot of the stuffing. Now, I've in some years, I've made a stuffing just to upgrade.
Oh yeah.
But stovetop was the other thing we had growing up too on the cranberry. You know what I'm talking about? The gelatinous cranberry from the can.
Yeah,
and you
and
can
it
see the
holds its shape.
ridges.
Yes,
yeah,
and it just jiggles.
No, thank you.
Gross.
Gross.
I believe that's described as ribbed.
Yes.
For whose pleasure? Because nobody likes that. Come on, who's that
Jim,
for?
back to the ham. Do you like your ham glazed?
Yes, Tom, I do.
But getting back to the cranberries, now I didn't like cranberries or cranberry sauce, and I still don't want to have it on my plate because that's one that it just, as soon as it touches it, everything tastes like cranberry. But my wife will make homemade cranberry sauce, and I'll have that either on some ice cream or just in a dish all by itself, and it's awesome.
I eat turkey every freaking day, homie. Yes, John, it's turkey bacon. Cool it, man. Turkey needs to be brought to the forefront. Jim's lackeys eat ham. Figures. Ben, Farmington, go Birds.
And turkey bacon's just not bacon. Like you can eat whatever you want.
It's turkey, though.
It is turkey, but it's not bacon.
Right. I don't think he's claiming that it's... He said he eats turkey every day and counts this as turkey.
Yeah, but he says it's turkey bacon. There's
There's
no such thing as turkey bacon.
That is his method of eating turkey is turkey bacon.
Yeah, well, but my argument is that there is no turkey bacon. There is no bacon that you can get from a turkey bird.
Guys, turkey should be the centerpiece. Family does 3 medium birds. Mom cooks one normal, brother smokes one, and my other brother deep fries one.
Oh, yeah. That's a hell of a family right there.
It's a lot of turkey.
That's working together. Teamwork.
Gov's worst take yet. Turkey over ham. You need to go to confession right now and ask for forgiveness. People trashing turkey don't know how to prepare it. It's so sad.
Yep, I agree that it is sad that, especially if your kids grow up knowing that, everyone else is having turkey and you're having ham and you just...
First of all, we have both.
You can't cook it, right? Like it's almost criminal.
Turkey once a year is a crazy take. Smoked turkey, let it brine, 24 hours. It's divine. Bad take to say only once a year.
I agree.
Tex says, I don't know a single African-American that eats green bean casserole or sweet potato casserole. You should have made your list more inclusive.
All right. We had 3 options.
Text in your favorite Black Thanksgiving sides, 248-539-9797.
I'm a little surprised by that. I thought we were going to get a lot of texts on white people killing sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was your take?
Yeah.
That you wrote down?
I thought we were going to get a lot of that.
I love sweet potatoes. I just can't have sweet potato casserole. I don't like the marshmallows ruin it. It is. It's disgusting.
Brendan, where are you at on Thanksgiving?
I'm a big fan of Thanksgiving. I'm picking up the conversation middle of the way here. So
Turkey, should it be the centerpiece or is it overrated?
Absolutely should be the centerpiece. I don't know if overrated is the right word. I'm not a guy, like if you make me choose a lunch meat, turkey's
This is not, we're not
low
talking
on the
lunch
list.
meat.
But
We're
I'm just
talking about
saying-
a cooked turkey.
But the conversation of every day, I've heard the word every day brought up in this conversation. So I do think turkey is the centerpiece of Thanksgiving, though, yes. Favorite side, cheesy potatoes.
Ooh,
Big
that's a
cheesy
What about
great
mac and
call.
cheese?
Yeah, I like mac and cheese, too.
We always
My
have that on
aunt has a
Thanksgiving,
great
too.
cheesy potatoes recipe that I've stolen and I've used in my everyday life as well. So.
Lisa
Cheesy
asked me
potatoes
that
are
question
good.
last night.
Yeah.
Should we have mac and cheese? And I said, no, mac and cheese doesn't have anything to do with Thanksgiving
Yes.
for
I,
us.
I think it's
Oh,
for a lot
yeah.
of people, it's part of Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Like
But
it's
you
like a
can't- I mean,
fancy
you-
mac. We're talking.
Yeah,
You know,
but
like
sure, yeah.
I typically think of things that go with Thanksgiving dinner as things that you can put gravy on. Now, I'm not against putting gravy on mac and cheese.
A little
I just-
unorthodox.
Well, yeah, but I can do that.
I know.
So you're gravying the entire plate,
That's him.
essentially, is what you're saying?
He's
Yes.
the same guy that doesn't want any of his foods to touch, but he makes an exception for gravy.
Yeah, gravy is the glue that should bind us all together. It's the one substance that I think can bring about world peace.
Really?
Yes,
That's your
Yes.
campaign.
If you have
Okay.
good gravy, I think it will join everyone in this world.
Jim, are you going to the Wings game next Wednesday?
No, it's not part of
Oh,
our ticket plan.
That's the gravy boat.
I know yeah, I know.
Oh, the Zamboni?
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll give away tickets to that game next week.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are going to take a few texts and calls on this, but then also shift gears. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. In last night's 5-0 home loss to the Islanders, it was a rough game for everyone in red and white, but particularly for Red Wings goalie John Gibson. The Detroit netminder allowed 5 goals on 26 shots. That included 4 on the first 12 shots of the game for New York. Gibson's performance since being traded to the Wings has been up and down at best, and last night Todd McClellan detailed where those struggles may be rooted for the veteran goalie. Wings are back at it tomorrow against the Blue Jackets at home. Puck drop at 1 o'clock. In the NBA last night, the Milwaukee Bucks lost their 3rd straight game and their first since Giannis Antetokounmpo's groin injury. Giannis will not play tomorrow when the Pistons head to Milwaukee looking to extend their NBA best 11-game winning streak. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Eight o'clock hour on a football Friday. Happy Friday. Congrats, you made it to Friday. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass, Brendan Shabath on the updates. We are going to get into the Lions a little bit here. I think the expectation is they'll bounce back and beat the Giants. Is it as simple as that, just win the game, or do you need to see more? We also have people who are all fired up about turkey and Thanksgiving. Go figure. Let's get to Ron and Flint. Ron, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I just my brother-in-law about 5 years ago bought a deep fryer, and so we've been deep frying the turkey. And yeah, I'm not a big fan of turkey, but yeah, you have to have it on Thanksgiving. The white meat is what kills me when you cook it normally in the oven. It's always so dry. But when you deep fry it, oh my goodness, the skin comes out crispy, and there is not a piece of meat in that turkey that's not so juicy. It's making my mouth water right now.
Do you put anything
I
underneath
just
the skin? Do you stuff it with a little bit of butter, maybe some herbs and spices?
Yeah, he's got this injection unit. It's like a big needle where he injects his secret recipe into all of it, and it's got garlic and herbs and spices and stuff like that. But I mean, like I said, it's delicious and it's juicy. The whole thing is juicy.
Yep, and then
And
you get this.
it only takes 45 minutes to cook it too. You're not cooking it for 3, 4, 5 hours.
How many beers does it take you?
I don't drink.
Okay, normally it's a 2 or 3 beer experience.
No,
Thanks,
but
Ron.
back in the day, it's good fellowship, and we get to watch the pregame for the Lions and all that, and get ready, and it's a good family experience. So
It is.
just want to share that with you guys.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron. A few more texts. Got bored with turkey on Thanksgiving, so we do ham now. I'm a turkey hunter. We have turkey twice a year.
Oh, there you go.
John, you got to do smoked mac and cheese with bacon. It's unbelievable. Mitch and Linden.
Ooh, I have smoked mac and cheese before.
Be good.
But not on
lots of-
Thanksgiving.
Not on Thanksgiving. No. The smoker. We're not smoking one this year. I'm down a smoker. Hopefully, it'll return by next year. But the smoked turkey is wonderful.
John, you lost the entire black audience. Fancy Mac, as Heather put it, is a staple on Thanksgiving. Families have fallen out over someone messing up the mac and cheese. Phil in Detroit.
Okay. Well, Phil.
I love the fancy mac.
Yeah.
I'm black from Detroit and love green bean casserole. Also fried turkey over ham. Another vote, mac and cheese is a huge staple in the black community. Gravy with a touch of ketchup makes mac and cheese amazing. It's from Roy.
I love the touch of ketchup.
Okay.
You're always going to...
Mainly my Thanksgiving Day plate is food I can put ketchup on.
Guys, I have to eat
What is on your Thanksgiving plate without turkey?
Yeah.
Mac and cheese. I will do a cheesy potato. I will do mashed potato and a salad. That's pretty much it. Then pumpkin pie, apple pie,
you're
whatever kind
dessert
of
heavy.
pies you've got.
Yeah. As long as it's not the apple pie made by whoever that
That's true.
Dear John letter was yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty much carbs. Bread.
So do you not do the gravy because it's turkey product or it's a quote unquote meat product?
No,
Just don't like gravy?
I just kind of have always never really been into gravy. Use ketchup instead. I don't know.
Yeah. You don't
Can't
put ketchup on your mashed potatoes?
Oh yeah, I won't put it on the mashed potatoes, but I will have a dollop of ketchup next to my mashed potatoes.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's a texture thing. I wouldn't do that. I can't take food advice from people who'd put ketchup on mashed potatoes.
I know.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
saying
Yes.
take my advice by any means,
Guys,
but
did we gloss over John saying he uses cranberry sauce with ice cream?
we did.
We did gloss over. You've brought it up in the
Why not?
past.
It's a strange
And
combo.
it's strange. I'm not telling you it's bad. I've never tried it.
Well,
Yeah,
people
agreed.
put like strawberry syrup on their ice
but
cream.
it's more
They'll-
tart, or it's not as like sweet. It's not something you would think you'd put on ice cream. But you've mentioned it before, don't you?
Sure.
Do like jelly?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raspberry jam.
That's why I wasn't like
Yeah.
stunned when
Me
he said it.
too.
I'm sure if you're listening going, wait, well, hold on. Rewind. Go back. What did he say?
Oh, especially if you get it right out of the pot and it's warm and then you put it on top of there and
And it
it's
melts
the
it a
ice.
little,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Guys, I have to eat by 6 or I get tired. Signed, Tarek Scooble. And this one says, don't overcook the stuffing. I like it soft. Signed, Dylan in Royal Oak. Boy, everybody's come out to play today. Hey, before we get more of these in the mix, because we could do food the whole show. When you compose yourself, we also want to work in the Lions a little bit here, John. Is it enough to just win, or do you need to see more?
Oh, against the Giants. So I'm going to be difficult and say both. The whole goal is just to you get 17 opportunities, just win the damn game. But I do need to see a little bit more, and you're going to say, okay, well, what are you going to be able to see against a 2-win team without a head coach?
Yeah, 2-9 football team.
This is a good defensive front with a couple of quality players. And when I look at this team, I'm looking at it going, all right, what is it that what can we see and can we see an interior of the offensive line that performs well against Dexter Lawrence and the style of defense that they play as well? It's more of an odd front, which creates some communication issues. So I need to see that offensive line really start to gel together, but it's the ability for those interior three, whoever it's going to be, to have a solid performance against a good player.
Win the game, and I need to see this team come out of this game healthy because it's a short turnaround with a much bigger game Thanksgiving Day against the Green Bay Packers. Style points this week, I'm not overly concerned about it, especially if they are going to shift to being more of a defensive-first football team. I think they should run the ball on the Giants, who are giving up 5.5 yards a carry. Lean on the ground game. Lean on your defense. That's a rookie quarterback coming on the road, playing at Ford Field on Sunday. If they win it 20-10, well, they didn't cover the spread. I'm okay. Be healthy, roll into Thanksgiving, and be in the best position to beat the Green Bay Packers. My biggest thing is win and be healthy. Everything else is secondary.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the conversation coming out of this game, we can predict it right now. What are we going to be talking about on Monday? And it's probably going to be very similar to the conversations we were having after the Washington game, right?
Yeah,
the offense looks good. Dan Campbell's over there with his spectacles on, and he's in a great rhythm as a play caller. They're running the ball, setting up the play action pass, and it may just come down to 20 to 25 plays that I really care about, and that is the times that Jared Goff is in a drop back passing mode.
Right. Is he able to operate in a relatively clean pocket? Is that pocket relatively clean?
Yeah.
And if he does, it's going to be a yeah, but Monday. Yeah, but it was a 2-win football team. I want to see what it looks like against Green Bay. So from that standpoint, just get in there healthy and ready to go. Mm-hmm. Craig in Chesterfield, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
So I got so sick of turkey, I do a brisket on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I'm off the day before. I work for a school district, so we're closed on Wednesday. So I fire everything up and just cook it all day Wednesday into Thursday, and then good to go by game time.
What type of rub do you use on your brisket?
I make my own. There's I think his name is Derek Wolf. I think his name is a guy that I found that makes cowboy butter spice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I like that with some salt, pepper, garlic, and then I don't like smoking meat. I had a bad experience as a kid, so I just throw it in the oven low and slow.
Okay, and you do that on Wednesday. How do you reheat it so that it doesn't get dry or overcooked on when you're actually ready to serve dinner?
Perfect timing. You started the day before, and it's on the table by kickoff.
Oh. Sounds wonderful.
Doesn't have to be turkey.
No, I mean, a brisket is one I could accept as long as it was next to the turkey.
Let the tradition serve you.
Yeah, again, there will be turkey at our Thanksgiving, and there has been every single year of my life. I just don't I don't find it to be the best food on the plate, on the table. And if we're going proteins, I think you can do better.
It works so well with mashed potatoes and stuffing. And it's kind of the perfect transport. Like kids use French fries to transport ketchup.
Mm-hmm. Or Heather.
Yes, or yeah. Well,
Yes.
They don't transport Heather. They transport the
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
But it's the ability to have that perfect slice of turkey, and then the perfect amount of gravy, mashed potatoes, and stuffing all in one bite. It kind of is the perfect pairing.
At least one person is intrigued and agrees with you on your cranberry with ice cream. And, John, from a pretty reliable source, executive chef here. I never agree with John on food. I'd like to explore that part more.
Yes,
He says,
yes.
but the cranberry on ice cream is actually a great move because it balances the fatty, sweet ice cream really well.
See, I told you so.
For the record, I wasn't the one that made it an international incident. I moved on. You've made the point before. I've never tried it, so I'm not going to dog it, but it's an odd combination. Guys, I need to see the Lions pull the starters after the third quarter. Extra rest and precaution is good leading into a short week. Heather deserves this. Ketchup on mashed potatoes is disgusting. Grow
I know.
up, John and Alexis.
It is, but I enjoy. I mean, it is to most people, except to me.
To you. It would be one of those things where I would get caught staring.
Okay, is it a texture thing because you put ketchup on French fries?
No, it's
right?
a flavor thing.
No, but to her point,
It's potato. It's
and
potato
ketchup.
and ketchup.
It's not a fried potato. There's a different flavor for a fried potato than there is for mashed potatoes.
Okay, so it's a flavor
I
thing.
think it's both. I think it's texture and flavor.
Well, for you, yeah. And I'm just not a huge
It's
ketchup
all right.
fan.
To each your own. I'll have your ketchup. You can have my gravy.
Got a little uncomfortable. Let's get to Kevin. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
What's going on?
So my dad, he makes a turducken, so it's a chicken stuffed inside of a duck, stuffed inside of a turkey. He debones the whole thing, and then he found a recipe a couple years ago using the White Castle burgers, the frozen ones, and that's what he uses as his stuffing.
He stuffs it with White Castle?
White Castle burgers. So basically you cook all, the 12 or 24 burger, 18 pack, whatever you get. And then you use sage and thyme and celery and all that stuff. It actually turns out pretty good. One year, me and my brother were really confused. We're like, why are we using this? But then, we saw the recipe. So there is a White Castle stuffing recipe if anybody's looking for a different tradition this year.
I don't hate it.
I'd be open to it.
I'd try it.
Sounds
yeah.
pretty good.
It's not bad. It actually turns out pretty well. You got to use the regular ones. Don't use the cheese ones or the jalapeno ones.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Kevin. By the way, we had our Wings ticket winner, John in Livonia. Congrats. You won a pair of tickets for the Red Wings game on Saturday against the Columbus Blue Jackets. That's tomorrow, November 22nd. For tickets and game info, visit nhl.com/Red Wings. John was listening. He heard the Mickey Redmond Holy Mackerel drop. Now he's winning tickets to go see the Red Wings. We'll have tickets for every home game for the Centennial season. It's 97.1.
Hey, you hear law firms and the ads bragging about some giant verdict. To them, it's a trophy and a number. Okay, it's great for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what's it really do for you? Here's the truth about David Feminino. He wins big. We all know that. But he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady. And it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Get right to the phones. We got 2 questions. The first is a Lions question. Is it enough to just win, or do you need to see more? Play the Giants on Sunday. Second question, all kinds of Thanksgiving stuff from the cookie jar. People have a lot of thoughts on turkey as the centerpiece for Thanksgiving Day. Let's get to Ed in Washington. You're on 97.1.
Hey, yeah. So I do a beer can turkey. And then one of my favorite sides to do is a twice-baked sweet potato.
Oh, all right. Explain, like, what do you put? Is there anything you do inside that twice-baked to add a little flavor to it?
Yes. So, obviously you bake it. When you cut it, you got to be real gentle because that skin's a little bit more delicate than like a russet. So then I add a little bit of whipping cream to smooth it out.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Some butter, brown sugar.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to lose you here, Heather.
That's okay.
Bacon pieces.
Oh, man.
I love everything about this.
And then if you want to, throw a couple marshmallows over top if you want.
No.
You're
You
losing
don't
John.
have to, but
I like
it's
the
so
ability of you give the option to add to it. You don't force somebody to have the marshmallows.
yeah.
There you go.
No.
That sounds wonderful. So what kind of beer do you use? And because it's a turkey, do you use the big oil can?
Oh, yeah. You got to use a tall boy.
Yeah.
You can't use short can in that. Tall boy is the perfect can for it. Any beer, really. Last year I used like a Miller Lite.
Okay.
It was cheap, but it fit perfectly in there. You got to separate that skin, get some good garlic butter, and just liberally spread it all over underneath the skin. And just your standard salt, pepper, garlic powder, onion powder over top of the skin.
There you go. Perfect.
Thanks, Ed. Let's get to Jamie in Grand Rapids. Jamie, good morning.
Morning. I think ham as a centerpiece is just not my thing. I think you have to really marinate it for a long time to break down the muscle fibers and get down in through that thick skin. And honestly, I don't love a whole lot of sweet with my protein. I think if you don't like turkey for Thanksgiving, I agree, I don't think it's a protein you should have regularly as a centerpiece. You probably don't know how to cook it, or the person that cooks it for you doesn't know how. It's a lean bird, requires a lot of fat, requires a lot of time, low and slow. But, I think the problem, and I declare war in November because Christmas is trying to steal Thanksgiving every year. It gets worse and worse. Halloween's now putting pressure on Thanksgiving. I declare war in November. No Christmas trees go up, no decoration, no lights. It's earth colors, right, in the house. And what I think people don't like about Thanksgiving, and they start to lose the allure of it, is that it dances really close to the sun of, is this dessert or is it dinner? Because there's so many sweet things that make it on the plate that maybe just shouldn't be there. Stick to the traditional and the tried and true. Kind of like the Lions should this weekend with the run game.
Oh, little segue.
They should go heavy Montgomery, a lot of gives, beat them with the speed, but it's a must-win. Much like not having ham on your plate for Thanksgiving, it's a must.
Yep.
It's a must. Don't do that. It's a must-win. And there's 4 games that they have to win, I think, to get in, and this is one of them that I have circled. And I know the Giants are very good,
Yeah.
but they have pushed some teams, and the Lions haven't looked that great. And that defensive front could probably cause trouble at times if they're not on the same page and they're not communicating. Our offensive line could struggle, but it's a must-win. And if you like prime rib, you can do that as a centerpiece too for Thanksgiving. Just so everybody knows, you don't have to stay with turkey, but just don't do ham.
All right,
ham kind of sucks.
Yeah, you
Jamie,
made that clear.
you gave us the perfect game plan for the Lions win and what you want to see. What's the perfect plate look like for you? Since you've said, hey, you don't need any of those sweet sides, what's the plate look like for you when you're sitting down for Thanksgiving dinner?
We change it up quite a bit over the years. We've done prime rib before. We've done Cornish game hens. We've done pheasant and goose. The last couple of years, my brother smokes the turkey, which I've heard a lot of people saying they do, but he brines it for an extremely long time, probably close to 48 hours, to make sure that, one, you cannot possibly overcook it with the amount of brine that has inside of it, right? It just gets deep and penetrates in there. And two, the smoky flavor, and it allows us to sit outside and drink beer away from the pipes while it smokes. But that smoked turkey is a centerpiece, mashed potatoes for sure. I don't like sweet potato souffle. I love sweet potatoes, but I don't want it on my Thanksgiving plate. But mashed potatoes, stuffing. Now, the thing with cranberry sauce is it is super tart. Heather's right. It is strong on its own. But if you mix a little bit of that with your stuffing, that's a delectable bite.
Or your ice cream in John's case.
Yeah,
Jamie.
I don't know about that one.
Appreciate the phone call. We'll check in again another time. We got to get to Heather's news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So during your tailgates next season, Coney Dog flavored mimosas could be part of it.
Huh?
What?
Okay. So Andre California Champagne is the official sparkling wine sponsor of the NFL, and they're rolling out this Andre Tailgate Team Mosa with mimosas for each of the 32 cities where NFL teams play.
Okay.
So every team has a special mimosa, and for Detroit, it is the Coney Dog mimosa. So it is half Andre, the champagne, half tomato juice, a dash of Worcestershire sauce, and yellow mustard.
Oh.
No thanks.
Pick another team.
It's like,
So
Green Bay.
Green Bay. Well, see, now I've got to actually find it.
How about you give us a team that you have in front of you?
Okay, well, Atlanta Falcons, Cola Mimosa. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well.
Green Bay is the cheese mosa. Not that far,
Okay.
Vikings Milk Mosa.
When
Sourdough Mosa for the 49ers. Coffee Mosa.
the cheese mosa
Matcha Mocha.
almost
mosa.
sounds like a fondue.
And they don't
That's
give
just
recipes.
a little thinner that you can drink.
But how it works, so fans have the chance to vote now until December 1st to vote for their favorite team mosa. And the beverage with the most votes will be chosen to be officially bottled or canned so that you can purchase them for the 2026 football season. So the Coney Dog mimosa
Doesn't have
might
to-
not actually make it. It might be the bagel mosa for the New York Jets.
Okay.
Whichever teams wins will host a 27 draft.
Anyway, kind of an interesting concept for sure.
Yeah.
Bryce Underwood is going to be featured in a new docu-series. It's called 5 Star. It will be out next month, and it will give viewers a behind-the-scenes look at 4 5-star recruits in their freshman seasons. The first 4 episodes are set to debut on Paramount Plus on Tuesday, December 2nd, and then the final 4 episodes will follow on December 16th.
Okay.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. A Farmington Hills man has been arraigned on a first-degree premeditated murder charge for the shooting death of that Commerce Township restaurant manager. Police say that this fatal shooting at Prime 7 was just the result of some disagreement the two men had.
We don't know the disagreement.
We don't know how they knew each other. We don't know what they were arguing over. But after the shooting, the suspect went right to the Farmington Hills Police Department and turned himself in. He's also been charged with 1 count of felony firearm. And if he is convicted, he'll spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. Oakland University is going to be closed for 10 days to repair a hot water pipe system. So that means everything is closing down. Classes are closing from today until Saturday, November 30th. Teachers do have the option of doing online courses, so they still could be in session up to the teacher's discretion, it sounds like. Most university offices are going to be closed. Some dorms are going to be impacted. The people living there will be temporarily displaced. The rec center closed. Performances of A Christmas Carol canceled. So we'll have some big impacts, but it will be over quickly. Hopefully, this problem will be fixed.
It's Heather with the news. We've got the picks coming up next. 9 o'clock, we'll get back into the Lions. One person that needs to step up down the stretch. We've got some audio from 2 Detroit sports athletes. You're not going to really like what either has to say. We'll do that at 8:50. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, of course, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour, and that happens tonight every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone, and it could be different every single week, so you got to make sure you're ready. And again, that's 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Boosts, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. This isn't just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to grab your reward before the clock expires. It's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Gibson Make a Save Challenge failed. 5-0 loss. And it's not like his defense did him any favors either. It's just he doesn't make any big saves, and they had little to no fight last night. Booed off the ice, and Todd McClellan quoted after the game saying, "I don't have an answer." Okay. As you were.
Yeah. I mean, it's disheartening to hear your head coach say, I don't know what the answer is.
Was he supposed to rip into him every time they lose?
No, they can't. I mean, you can't do that, however many times it's going to happen over 82 games. Right. It's just, it's too long of a season to always, to have your thumb on them the entire time. They are supposed to be professionals.
The Gibson thing. I'd warned people when they brought him in. He's good, not great. If you don't play good defense in front of him, it's going to look just as bad as it did at its worst in Anaheim. And got a save percentage in the 800s. And last night did him no favors.
No.
He doesn't make any big saves. Very few big saves. And you're going to get people whispering about Kosa. It's been a few years. Is he ready? When are we going to see him? Anyway, and it's just going to invite more of that conversation. We're going to talk Lions coming up at 9 o'clock. The one person that needs to step up down the stretch run. And the question about this game. Win? Is that enough? Do you need to see more? They'll play the Giants on Sunday. Before we do that, John, there's some audio for people. And one is from Tarek Skubal, and one is from Jameson Williams. I don't think people are going to like what they said, but I want to know which one irks you more. We start with J-Mo, who was asked about the penalty he took against the Eagles. Didn't know the rule.
Huh?
What?
It wasn't. Now refresh my memory. Wasn't he penalized for dunking on the goalpost?
Yes.
And so along with the dunk comes the don't touch any part of the goal post. The stanchion, the crossbars, the uprights, don't touch them. So I'm not sure you can legitimately plead ignorance in this case.
He did. He said he didn't know the rule.
Okay. Well, I don't think anybody believes him.
But this is becoming an issue with him where he doesn't seem to understand any of the rules. He didn't understand the rules with gambling. Dumb rule, sure. He didn't understand it. He didn't understand the rule with PEDs and he got suspended. He didn't understand the rules with this touchdown celebration. He even didn't understand the rules with his own firearm and CPLs. So, I mean, he just doesn't understand any of the rules. You do enough dumb things, people are going to think you're a dumb person. I mean, he's got to be better than that.
Yeah. Or he just feels like he's so good that the rules don't apply to him.
Which is also infuriating. And look, a field goal, extra point, didn't decide that football game. But it would have given the Lions the lead. And there's momentum when you're on the road in a place like Philadelphia.
Oh, sure, there's momentum every time. I mean, just look at the game last night. Buffalo goes down against that defense. They score a touchdown. Then they miss the extra point. It's totally deflating.
And I get a little irked by this, too, because J-Mo has ingratiated himself to the community, the city of Detroit. People like him. He is a warm, likable personality. This stuff makes you unlikable when you don't know the rules and you hurt your team. So, yeah, that irks me to hear. I didn't even know the rule. How about Tarek Skubal? He was on foul territory. He was asked about that 15-inning game. Here's what he had to say. Are you kidding me?
You have no say or control of anything going out there. And boy, I wish I could go back in. Well, wasn't he in the game?
I wonder if they'd let him back in the game. Buddy.
You were in the game.
What a tone-deaf statement.
Could have stayed in the game.
I would have liked to get back in that game. Yeah, me too, Tarek. I would have liked you to stay in that game.
When we discussed this earlier, and I made my comments about, hey, yeah, he was in the game and he came out and, he locked eyes with AJ. I got to believe, and I think everybody does as well, that wasn't AJ pulling him out. And they could say whatever they want about, yeah, okay, I gave everything, I emptied the tank, blah, 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 blah. But if Tarek Skubal looked at AJ and said, I'm going back out, I don't think AJ pulls him out. I don't think that was a manager decision. I think that was one where he's backing his player because the player said, yeah, I'm okay to come out.
Yeah, I don't think he can rewrite this narrative. Like, I don't know if that's the intention of doing that media hit or trying to spin that narrative of like, well, I would have loved to get back in that ball game. The game that you left after 6 innings at 99 pitches.
You had your chance.
Hey, buddy, like, you got to know how that's going to land. Everyone's going to look at you and go, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, and this was, okay, you don't get a redo in that game, but this was his redo from the year before.
Right. And he had pitched such a great game. We've said this a million times. You want to lose with him on the mound, not Finnegan. Not anybody in the
anybody
bullpen.
else.
Yeah. If he gives up the hit and the walk, then you get him out. But you have him go out and pitch because he had just mowed down Cal Raleigh. He was having one of the great games in postseason history. For a winner-take-all game, he set the record for most strikeouts. He was so dominant.
Yeah.
And here he is going, boy, I wish I was still in the game. Are you on a different planet? You were in the game. Fight to stay in the game. Don't leave at 99 pitches.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a whole bunch of people that are just sick and tired of hearing about the 7th inning, but that's the last experience. That's the last taste in our mouth that we had, and now we're forced with, do you pay him $50 million? Do you trade him? What do you do with him? Do you go for it? Or are you just going to end up, it's been the same situation the last 2 years. He's been on the mound for the last game of the year and hasn't been able to win it, and this one, and who knows if they would have won it if he'd have stayed in. Have no idea. They couldn't hit the ball. That was the bigger issue, but you have a better chance with him in the game.
Which one bothers you more?
Well, what bothers me more is probably Skubal, just because, and you said this earlier, the stakes were so much higher. And the fact that, okay, he's 2-time Cy Young Award winner, you know what you have when he's on the mound, and you just want that same fire all the way to the end. Live or die, we're going to do it with him and that competitive flair, and then just, it wasn't there.
Yeah. The Skubal thing bothers me more.
I'm just tired of the whole I didn't know the rule, or I didn't know, or don't blame me, I didn't know.
Yeah, well, both irk you. So you can let us know 248-539-9797 how they land with you. I just didn't appreciate this. Like, well, Tarek Skubal, ultimate competitor, would have loved to get back in that game. Rewriting of what we all watched.
Right. Yeah. It just it doesn't square up with how we think things played out, right. and okay, we weren't part of that conversation.
Right. 248-539-9797. We can get response on both of those.
Did you watch the game last night?
The Thursday night game?
Yeah.
Yeah. Texans love those red unis. And 8 sacks, that front?
Yeah, they got after it. Does it make you believe that maybe, hey, this is a team, if they make some different decisions in how they, and I say this is a different team, meaning the Detroit Lions, that they could do the same thing against teams like Buffalo. And I know Buffalo's defense hasn't been great, but with a great defensive performance.
So they have a 1-2 punch in Hunter and
Will
Anderson on the edges. Detroit, if they can get a Lee McNeil going, they can have 2 guys on their D-line that can wreak havoc. You can lean on your defense. John, it also makes me think about, hey, we talk about this weekend, just win. Buffalo's got a bunch of bad losses now this season. Just win. Win this weekend, stay healthy, get that D-line going, and you shift the way the Lions are going to play football down the stretch. That positions them to win a bunch of games. 248-539-9797. We'll keep the conversation rolling. Some of your responses. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. A busy weekend of local sports coming up, as it usually is this time of year. Things get started tonight in East Lansing as Michigan State men's basketball hosts Detroit Mercy. They tip off at 6:30 p.m. The Spartans are 4-0 coming off that big win over number 12 Kentucky. Tomorrow, there's 4 games across 3 sports, so take anything you like. The day gets started with Red Wings and Blue Jackets down here in Detroit at 1 p.m. 12:45 pregame coverage with Jeremy Otto right here on the ticket. Then both the football teams are on the road road. Michigan State heads west to take on Iowa. They'll kick off at 3:30. Michigan goes the opposite direction. They're on the East Coast taking on Maryland at 4 o'clock. And the nightcap on Saturday, Pistons at the Bucks in Milwaukee. An 8 p.m. tip as the Bucks are without Giannis Antetokounmpo and his groin injury. Detroit already tying for the franchise longest winning streak since 2004 at 11 straight games, looking to make it 12. And on Sunday, of course, the Lions will host the New York Giants at 1 p.m. at Ford Field right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit 13-0 in the game following a loss since October 2022, trying to keep that streak going against New York on Sunday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text coming in. We'll read some of those. It's 9 o'clock hour on a football Friday. Good morning. With the Lions, is it enough to win this game, or do you need to see more? And we want to know the one Lion that's got to step up from now until the rest of the season.
So we're going to double down on a question that we had yesterday in the Thursday touchdown about this, and I've thought a lot about this. My guy is Graham Glasgow, and I'll tell you why in a moment. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but you've kind of made me think because you were talking about Aleem McNeil. That's who you mentioned yesterday. And it's a really weird place because I generally don't think much about what you have to say.
You made that very clear today.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
But with what we saw last night, the context of a Houston team that really struggled at the start of the season. They're without their starting quarterback in C.J. Stroud. Nobody's going to, mistake Davis Mills for a franchise quarterback, yet they're able to go out there and beat a team like Buffalo and sack Josh Allen 8 times because they're getting really good play from their defense. They're one of the best defensive teams, maybe the best defensive unit in the NFL, but by applying pressure to quarterbacks. And I'm not going to go down the road of, hey, Hutch and somebody rushing opposite him because we're good. But I do think that Aleem McNeil may be that guy that if he can play the way that he did against Tampa and get back into that rhythm and that impact, that the defense, we could have a team much like we saw last night. Now, I think the Detroit offense is better than Houston's offense.
Than the Davis Mills-led Houston Texans offense. Yeah, I would think so too.
But I'm going to stick with Graham Glasgow because for the offense to be operational, you're going to have to get good play from those 3 inside. And there's going to be ups and downs, as we have seen and as we expected from 2 very young, inexperienced guards. But what you need is both experienced tackles and an experienced center to play at a certain level throughout the course of the season, a consistent level, so that they can comfort those guys, they can guide those guys, they can shepherd them throughout the course of the season, and you need better consistent play from Graham Glasgow.
There's no doubt they need Graham to stabilize the middle of that offensive line. I just have come to the conclusion I don't expect the offensive line to be what it's been the last couple years, and the path forward for this football team is going to be defense first. And last night's a great blueprint when you have 2 disruptors on your defensive line. Now, Houston has them on the edges. Detroit has played Aleem McNeil a little bit on the edge last week, but interior with him and on the outside with Aiden, if they can have 2 disruptors on their defensive line, that's the best path forward for this team. The most important player down the stretch for the Lions is Aleem McNeil, because now you can hit the quarterback, you can force takeaways, you can get off the field. Lions have been great on third down this year. Top 5 defense on third down. Imagine when you get Aleem really going, when that Bucs game becomes the normal game. Now Aiden, who already leads the league in pressures, already has 9 sacks, becomes that much more dangerous. Now I don't have to blitz as often. Now I can drop a little more into coverage. I'm getting my safeties back eventually. I'm going to have my corners back eventually. My defense becomes complete when Aleem McNeil gets into his groove, into the player he can be, and transforms this defense.
I mean, it's hard to argue that. It really is, because we've seen it play out in and some of it's just, I think Calvin Shepard has done a tremendous job of calling the defense and finding ways against Tampa with 4, no-name defensive backs, because everyone was either dead or suspended, and you find a path to allow your team to win. And I felt like the defense had found that path against Philly. They did a really good job against Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts wasn't that much better than Jared Goff. I know Jared Goff had the interception, it was a tip pass, blah, blah, blah. But Jalen Hurts was 50% as a passer. Like, it wasn't like he was lighting the world on fire. And it wasn't like Saquon was going off. The defense did a tremendous job. As they did against Lamar and Derrick Henry, they did it against Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley.
I like both your guys'. I mean, the thing that stands out here to me is you're asking for the two guys in the middle on both sides to step it up.
Yeah.
You know, for Graham just to play consistently and for Aleem to make more splash plays. I mean, last year before he got hurt, there were moments getting after the quarterback, disrupting up the middle, kind of like what's happening to Jared Goff. We need to counter.
Yes.
I really like it. I'm going to get a little frisky here. I'm going to call out a pretty big name here. Superstar, Amon-Ra St. Brown. So they're 2-3 in their last 5. During that 5-game stretch, he's averaging just under 65 yards a game. It's not good enough. And I know there's reasons, but he's also had the drops. The pressure on Goff is affecting this. But you got to elite wide receivers overcome, I think, virtually anything in this league.
I'll back you up on this. Drops are becoming concerning from a guy who never dropped a football. If you're 27th on third down, who's the guy you go to on third down to fix that?
Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. And to all pro caliber players, we expect more. So I have no issue if you want to spotlight him and say, you need to keep moving the sticks and help this offense.
But I also think that he is garnering more attention, as he should. I do think he's an elite receiver, even though there's been a couple of drops. We're just not used to him dropping the ball. I think he is getting more attention because they're not utilizing that third receiver like we have seen in years previous.
Yeah.
Isaac Tisla has not been a part of this offense. He has not been a target. He has not been a weapon. In heck, most games, he hasn't even been on the field.
I think maybe, you'd have to look at the all-22 to see, okay, is there a significant or more emphasis, on stopping St. Brown from the other teams, the opponents?
Sure.
We're like, okay, we're going to take him away now. This team can't run the ball as good as it used to because of its offensive line. So we're going to focus on St. Brown, and then their number 2 isn't holding his own enough, which is J-Mo, because they don't have a number 3, to John's point. Some of it's
and they don't have Laporta right now. So, yeah, it puts more on a guy like St. Brown's plate. And defenses know that. Defenses are going to account for it. I think it's telling. The last time the Lions lost prior to this week, they lost to Minnesota, and then they bounced back. St. Brown caught a touchdown early in that football game against the Commanders. Won't be surprised if, hey, that's where they go this week against the Giants to get the offense going. But the real test is not going to be, can you get St. Brown into the end zone against the Commanders or the Giants? Tom, to your point, Green Bay, L.A., playoff game number 1, playoff game number 2, playoff game number 3. Like, he's going to have to be a star.
So I'll make this comparison. You guys remember when Brandon Marshall was in his prime?
Yeah.
In the absolute monster reception games he would have?
Yep.
No matter what the defense did, they couldn't stop it. And I kind of expect the same of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, there's got to, and maybe the drops are in his head a little bit. Look, the guy's not perfect. I mean, he's been absolutely an elite player since he's been here. But I don't think there's a problem.
And will continue to be.
I don't think there's a problem, though, with calling out these guys. Your stars have to be stars when you're struggling.
No, but it's just important. Like, we get texts on Hutch. Look, I expect a lot from Aiden Hutchinson. It's okay to ask your stars to give more. But you got to also, the connotation isn't that they're struggling. Like, St. Brown is top 10 in receptions and yards among receivers. Aiden is number 1 among all edge players in pressures, and he's got 9 sacks. He has the same number of sacks as Micah Parsons, right? The same number of sacks as Will Anderson. So Aiden's doing his thing. Yeah. Aiden's pulling his weight. I have no issue asking for more of star players, but let's not get it twisted and act like St. Brown or Aiden are underachieving.
Right. I think when you but when fans look at the pressures, and the pressures are impactful. I don't want to underestimate what they are, but they're not sacks. And he's got 9, and I understand that. I just think there are opportunities that maybe he has missed on when you got a guy wrapped up in the end zone and he finds a way to get out.
But aren't we? We're focused on, especially these last 5 games, and Hutch's production, especially sack-wise, hasn't been there as it was early in the season. I mean, the stars need to be stars.
Yep. But it could be anybody. Like, shout out anybody. John and I focused on both sides of the line of scrimmage on the interior. We've gotten people calling out the stars to be stars. Ticket Texter points out Khalif Raymond, special teams, Malcolm Rodriguez, punt coverage, kick coverage, special teams, which haven't been very good of late.
Yeah, I mean, Khalif has been that guy in years past, and we've seen it only once or twice where, he breaks free. Now, he needs a lot of help, right? He needs the blocking to be there. But it feels like on the kick returns, and I know it's a new system, it's new, all this stuff, it feels like the kick return game is in slow motion. When he's trying to bring the ball back to the middle of the field or even take it to the other side, like it just feels like he's in slow motion.
Let's get to Carl in Groveland. You're on 97.1.
Hey, the first thing I want to say right now is it's just a philosophical situation where we're making it sound like the Lions have done nothing but drafted first-round linemen when we have been going after wide receivers since we started. You look at the first thing, Sewell. When they drafted Sewell, we attempted to trade up to get Chase Daniels. We look at Tesla.
Jamar Chase.
Excuse me. But multiple choices we've given up to give a third-round wide receiver to sit on the bench. There's things that Jordan Davis went one pick behind JMO. Okay, we traded up for an injury issue. This is a GM that takes injury risks and gives up good talent when it falls into their laps. And then we get chastised as fans. And look at this, and they're saying, we're supposed to be all Lions. We're supposed to be the team that always fights for our own people. But you know what? We're building ourselves into a weakness that are allowing teams in our conference to build stronger. And the responsibility of that falls on our general manager. And I'm sorry to be that guy, but we got to look at this for reality.
So I don't expect Brad Holmes to bat 1,000% in the draft. I agree that if you're going to spend that much capital on Tesla, like he should be a bigger part of this. But they're also not drafting these guys just for 1 year. I think the projection is also that he's going to be huge down the road, but we need him to be that now.
But then they look back, and what we do is it was smart to get the two strong guards. Okay, I love who they drafted. But then what do? We fall back to the weakness of an aging center who has let go off to Denver and come back to us simply because he couldn't run block. And what do? We attempt to build on that, not anticipating the issues that we are facing right now. The teams that are beating us from interior defensive strength, and they're pounding it.
You're cutting out, Carl. You there? I think we got the gist of it.
Yeah.
Hey, John, to his point, though, kind of where he's going is you wanted to draft Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
I wanted to draft Jalen Carter. You wanted to trade for Will Anderson.
Yeah.
We wanted to make that move. You see that last night, and you see what if a Will Anderson is paired with Hutch? Mm-hmm. Or what if Jalen Carter's paired with Hutch and you also got McNeil? And his point was that you're getting toys instead of doing that.
Right. And the fact that the success all started with being able to win at the line of scrimmage offensively. And you go get Ennis Rakestraw instead of anyone else to help solidify the interior of that offensive line.
Let us know, Lion that needs to step up down the stretch. It's 97.1.
I've got your tailgating must-have this season, Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. They're absolutely delicious and available in convenient variety 8-packs. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and my favorite part, 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so you can tailgate like a champ all day long. Look for the can with the sunset stripes and ask for it at your local bars and stores. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, I want to tell you a little bit more about Abraham and Rose. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Get to the cookie jar coming up at 9:35. Included a heated debate about Thanksgiving Day. We got some response on really all the stuff we've been talking about with the Lions on Sunday.
Yeah.
Is it enough to win, or do you need to see more? Who's the one Lion that needs to step up down the stretch? And we did play some audio of Scooble and J-Mo. Neither really sits well with you. J-Mo said he didn't know the rule on his penalty on Sunday, and
Pleaded ignorance.
Yeah, and then Scooble said, I wanted to get back out there during that 15-inning game.
Yeah, well, you had your chance.
Some of the response. That's why I want to dump Scooble. He's a bum. Get whatever I can get. He's not tough. He's not Detroit. He's extremely fake and soft. Bye-bye.
All right, well, let's just temper that a little bit.
It's extreme.
Your two-time Cy Young Award winner is not a bum.
Thank you.
There may be a trait we wish he had a little bit more of in terms of that competitive fire, but he is no bum.
He didn't want to face Polanco. I mean,
no matter how many times they've tried to rewrite what happened, we all watched 15 innings of that. We saw how it went.
I think that's the number one reason, though, he came out of the game. Like he that came from his mouth, what, a week or two ago?
The Polanco had hit him up a couple times in the series and had the foul home run already in the game. I don't know, this idea that he had given everything he had at 99 pitches, yet here he is going, hey, I want to get back in that game.
Right.
As it dragged out, I wanted to get back out there. Tarek, you had the ball in your hand. Let's stop rewriting the narrative like you're the ultimate competitor.
If Polanco homered off him, I think we all would have been like, hey, better guy won.
Right.
I mean, it was almost like the Lane Thomas Grand Slam, last year.
I still want to make in that pitch.
How much did that moment play into his decision to not do it? Because he had gone through without giving that up, and maybe he was thinking, I can get out without giving that up.
I don't know. That's just not the way I want my guy thinking.
No,
I'm the best pitcher in baseball. This guy's had my number. I'm going to get him.
Another text. We already know J-Mo isn't the smartest guy. Scooble's comments are really bad. That bothered me more. So he couldn't come out for the 7th inning, but an hour later he wants to?
Yeah,
it doesn't sit well with people. On J-Mo, in his defense, I thought the rule only applied to dunking the football, but I'm not a professional football player. I don't need to know the rules.
No, he does. Yes, he does. And he's already been penalized for that once.
Says we could have A.J. Brown, who whines on Twitch. Leave J-Mo alone. Signed, depressed Wings fan Brandon. Leave J-Mo alone.
Yeah.
Nobody seeks out ways.
No, he does it to himself.
Yeah, like
he continually puts himself in these situations.
Leave J-Mo alone. This isn't like the Britney Spears guy. Leave J-Mo alone. Like J-Mo's been suspended by the league multiple times.
You do that one more time?
No. J-Mo's put himself in this spot. So all we're going to do is talk about it. And no one said kick him to the curb. We know fans love the guy, but he's got to be better.
Yes.
And he can't just not know anything. I didn't know that I couldn't gamble in that room. I didn't know I couldn't have that performance-enhancing substance in my system. I didn't know about CPL rules. I didn't know about the touchdown celebrations.
But it's also okay if just know that you can't always plead ignorance. Maybe he didn't know the rule, but don't publicly say it. Like, you don't have to. You're not forced to say and admit, why did you do that? Well, I didn't know it was a rule.
You just say,
I told my teammates, sorry, I didn't, I shouldn't have got the penalty. I'll do better, whatever.
Yeah, maybe in that instant, he did not know the rule, whether he forgot it, whether he never knew it, whether he didn't remember about the hot stove that he touched earlier.
Right.
But it's not an excuse. It's just he did not know.
Yeah.
guys. Turns out even Josh Allen under a ton of pressure doesn't look great. Everybody piling on Goff this week as if Allen wasn't running for his life last night against a good front.
And I think they brought up, gosh, I'm trying to think of, there was another one. I was watching the broadcast last night, and he had a game a year ago where he was 9 of 30 in regards to the defense that he was playing against. When you're under duress, you're not going to be accurate. Some are better than others. Patrick Mahomes, why is he so good? Why do they refuse to put an offensive line in front of him? Because he is actually good under pressure. When he gets outside the pocket, he actually is better.
Yeah, I just think
that's not Goff.
No, but last night's a lesson for a lot of things. One, a great D-line can disrupt a great quarterback, which is why Detroit needs to get more out of Aleem McNeil, and I think they will down the stretch. I think he's the key player. Him and Hutch can transform this defensive line and win you some games with an ugly offense. And Detroit's offense should look better than Houston, but you can win leaning on your defense. The other lesson is, hey, Buffalo messed around and lost that game. That's not one they should lose. Detroit just beat the Giants this week.
Yeah.
Be healthy, go into Thanksgiving, and we'll worry about that then.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a 24-year-old woman from West Bloomfield is expected to face a drunk driving charge after she crashed into a car that was stopped along I-75 with a flat tire last weekend, injuring that driver. So according to police, a man with a flat tire pulled over onto the shoulder like one would do. This was on 75 near Coolidge. And while he was stopped, he was rear-ended, and then his vehicle flipped over.
Oh.
He was injured. He had to be rushed to the hospital. The woman who hit him, uninjured, and of course when police were speaking with her, she smelled of alcohol. She did blow 0.13 there on the preliminary breath test, and then had multiple others after she was arrested. A man is finally in custody in connection with a 1998 murder that took place in Pontiac. So 27 years ago, a 73-year-old man, Charles Burnett, was murdered. He basically walked into a burglary that was going on at his own home, and that burglar, that's right?
Yeah, I think
burglar, Jack Young, shot him, then stole his car, fled the scene. And for years, it basically went unsolved, became this cold case. Well, it was just reopened in 2020, and police were able to link Young to the crime. He's now been charged with a felony murder. This is interesting. Kathy Ireland, one of the most iconic American models, probably of all time, is now embarking on a new business venture. She is now working as a commercial fisherman with her husband.
This is wild.
Yeah. So at 62, she went and obtained her open ocean commercial fishing license, and she's now working as a crew member on the Fourth Watch, which is a vessel captained by her husband.
Yeah.
She discovered her new passion, she says, through her husband. And she said becoming a commercial fisherman is pretty wonderful. She's been sharing her fishing journey on social media. She has said in one of the posts, though, that she's, not leaving her day job or not giving it up. So she's still going to run her empire of Kathy Ireland
products,
everything you want. So pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I saw that and thought, well, John will think that's interesting for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Just in time for the holidays, McDonald's is releasing a limited edition Grinch-themed adult Happy Meal. Okay, so the Grinch meal launches on December 2nd for a limited time, available at participating restaurants. And there's a new meal item that's going to be featured in the Grinch meal. It's a dill pickle Grinch salt McShaker fry.
What?
Yes, so you get your fries, and it's served with dill pickle seasoning on the side. Then, whoever buys it, the customer can toss the fries and seasoning together in a McShaker bag to create their own tangy potatoes.
That's the name of the play that J-Mo scored on Sunday.
Yes. I think it's mislabeled, though, because I don't think, can you be a Grinch and happy?
Yes.
So I don't think you can have
sizes.
It's just called, well, it's not called a Happy Meal. It's a Grinch meal.
Oh,
but it's like a Happy Meal because you get your meal plus you get a prize. You get a pair of Grinch and McDonald's themed socks.
Oh. What size are the socks?
I don't know, John. I don't know. If they don't fit you, you give them as a gift, all right? Give them to your kids.
You have a knack for asking the question that she doesn't have the answer to.
You got a double X back there?
As they're picking through the bags.
That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the cookie jar. It's 97.1. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Check them out and find out why. The 2026 Equinox LT, sporty, efficient, and ready for every weekend. You can lease it for $279 a month with $999 down for GM employees and immediate family members. Find yours today, MoranExpress.com. Visit Moran Chevrolet. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price. Period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
5-0 was the final. Todd McClellan after the game, quote, "I don't have an answer." There's only so many times you can light into the guys.
Yep. Well, at least he's honest.
Yep. He has been the whole time. All right, we've got some response, some texts on cookie jar. Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Eat at noon.
What?
It's early. They do say the earlier you eat Thanksgiving meal, the better, because you're eating so much.
Well,
mass
and I
quantities.
guess if you do, then you can get 2 of them in.
Seconds or even thirds.
Sure.
Yeah.
It seems
That's
early.
before the game.
Yeah. No, I mean, it goes also to those that are preparing it. I mean, I can't imagine what time my wife would have to get up to get
Yeah, that's
everything
true.
ready by noon.
Well, if you're not doing the 5-hour turkey, you can make everything else in a timely manner.
Oh boy.
What? What's
Take the shot at the turkey, the 5-hour turkey.
I'm just saying. I mean, if you have to go through all the calisthenics to make it edible, I mean, just go with the ham or put
Well,
the
you
turkey on the
you
side.
like your ham glazed, so I mean,
Thank you,
Well,
Tom.
all of the calisthenics, like, okay, if we prepare food that we actually like, you're actually going to spend a little bit of time, some longer than others, to be able to put a meal out there that is magnificent. Not some ham that you had delivered, and it's got a little brown sugar on it, and you can make a sandwich later, and it's going to taste the same as your dinner.
I'm going to try to appeal to you in a different way.
Well, good luck.
You are someone who loves steak.
Yes.
Steak. Now, would you put A1 sauce on your steak? No.
No,
Because
why
the
would I?
steak, the meat is so good, it needs nothing but the meat itself. With turkey, you have to have gravy.
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah.
No, you don't.
if you know how to cook it, you don't. If
No.
it's tender,
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have to. I do because I like it.
You have to dress up turkey. You have to put extra effort into turkey.
Then whoever's been
the cut
cooking
of
you,
meat isn't.
then whoever's been cooking your turkey sucks.
John, are you,
Sorry, Mom.
John, is Lisa reliant on the little red thing popping, or does she just know?
No, she just knows.
Talking about
Yeah.
the meat thermometer.
Yeah, no, the little there's that thing in it, and the red thing pops out.
But that is a
It
meat
goes
thermometer.
boing.
Yes, I know
Yes.
what you're talking about.
Yes.
What do you think it was? Thanks.
Boing.
Boing. I don't want to eat after 6 on Thanksgiving. Signed, Tarek Scooble.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Moving the game back is a lifesaver. We can't arrive at our Thanksgiving until 1. Now I can see the whole game.
You can't arrive at your Thanksgiving till 1.
What were they doing early in the day?
Who wouldn't make? If you're going to watch the game, who says when it was at 12:30, you can't come until 1? You can't come halfway through the first quarter.
I took that as they probably have morning commitments, and they literally can't get there till 1. Not that they're not invited to come before that.
how I took it
What
too.
are your
Yeah.
commitments in the morning
That's
on
what I'm
Thanksgiving
curious
Day?
about. Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
That's just how I
parade.
heard that text. Turkey trot.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, we got a text that just came in. What if your birthday's on Thanksgiving? It does change dates all the time.
Yeah.
But how does that affect your birthday? Or do you just do it a
Well,
different
you
day?
probably celebrate your birthday a different day.
Yeah.
Well,
So
if
the
it was-
Saturday
It's an
after.
awesome day for a birthday.
You might get more presents because you have more people around. Like the fringe cousins.
They feel like they're forced to bring something.
Yes. Oh, and we'll also be celebrating Jim's birthday.
That's how my daughter has it. Christmas Eve every year is her birthday.
Yeah,
She's surrounded by family. Everyone can bring her a gift.
that's great. Yeah,
That's a good day. I'm saying Thanksgiving
Yeah.
would be a great day for a birthday.
sure.
Got your
Now, John-
family there.
You have a January birthday. I have a January birthday. Did anybody ever try to rope in, like, at Christmas, here's also your birthday gift?
Sure, it happens if you want. If you're asking for something that is bigger than somebody's going to spend on just Christmas or just your birthday, then yeah, you have the benefit of being able to pair them together.
Same thing with me.
Yeah.
See, I've
So-
got great spacing. Mine's June 28th. So it's
Okay.
like, like every 6 months, Tom gets something.
yeah. What's it? Birthday, Christmas, anniversary?
Yeah. And if Stoney has a bat mitzvah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's done with those.
Guys, I used to love the old school Black Friday. Walmart, Thanksgiving Day used to be insane. I love the hustle and bustle.
Me too.
People
I like
go
watching
like
the
night,
videos of them. Sure.
These people go like the night of Thanksgiving.
Oh, they camp out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to if you're going to be the first one through those doors.
Do you really miss that? Like having to
I
end
never
your
did
Thanksgiving. Not you, but this texter, like ending your Thanksgiving
some
early.
people did.
Yeah, and I mean it brings the family together. Usually it's the women who are like sitting looking at the magazines of what's going to be for sale, and they get out there early and they're all together. It's fun.
And then you wake up to a quiet
Now
house.
you just stare at your phone by yourself.
You watch football. My family brings a dish and mom and dad host, so everyone brings something and one family isn't stuck cooking everything. Josh and Warren.
Okay, yeah, if your family lives close, then that can happen, sure.
If you trust everybody to make everything.
Or that they're going to make it good.
Right.
You know, I mean, they may bring it one year and you'd be like, nah, we got it next year. Don't worry.
Actually, can you just buy like the store-bought mac and cheese or stovetop at that point? Yeah. Out of a box. Text says, going out Thanksgiving night or at 5 a.m. was completely stupid, but it was fun to go out and watch people on Black Friday.
Yeah, I mean, if you could be there when someone's getting trampled, that's probably better than the video.
That's great.
Look, they went down.
Granny!
And they're not getting up.
So there you have it.
Yeah.
It does bother you that the game's moved.
It bothers me immensely.
And Colin, apparently.
Yeah, so he had no idea. I actually was asking him the question of when he'd prefer to eat Thanksgiving dinner. And he was like, well, 4:30 right after the game. And I was like, did you know that the game's moved to 1? And he jumped off that couch like immediately. He's like, what? He had no idea. And he had to go just confirm that I was correct. And he was the same as you, John. Was just kind of like
appalled.
Yeah, he was really upset by it.
First of all, it's the tradition of Thanksgiving Day, 12:30. That's Lions kickoff. And okay, I can get behind and I could change traditions, start something new. The problem is they didn't back all the other games up. So if before it was 12:30, game over at 4, Dallas doesn't kick till 4:30. So you got a half an hour right there.
Yeah.
Hey, get out the shovel, the feed bag, pour it in, pour it down, and then the game starts at 4:30. By that time, everybody's full. Maybe you're sitting there with your apple pie or pumpkin pie, and you're starting to watch the kickoff. And then while that game is going on, you get the game on TV. You're starting to slowly clean things up.
So you would have wanted them, if they were going to move the early game,
bump them all.
So then instead of 4:30, you'd want like a 5 o'clock?
Yeah. Yeah, just back everything up. Give us time to eat.
Okay. Gator, you got some thoughts?
I was just reminded that the Lions game is at 1 and not 12:30. There's good and bad with it. You know, for me personally, I think the good is in Detroit because I don't think the parade time has changed. I hope the parade time hasn't changed because this allows people to leave the parade, clear out downtown a little bit so that the traffic that's going to Lions game can get there unencumbered. Typically on Thanksgiving, it's a little bit of a cluster trying to get there because you've got
over the course of
people down there.
Decades, people have learned to adjust.
Yeah,
you'd be surprised though.
No, maybe you do, but it's still a bit of a pain. So this extra half an hour, I'm thinking it might be even better. But the downside of that is that you get out a half an hour later, and for me, you know, who's working the game and go to it and go to the press room afterwards and the interviews and all that. By the time I get out of there, it's already late, and you know I don't want to be. I always tell my brother has Thanksgiving every year. I tell him I don't want to be a burden, so you guys do you, and I'll show up when I show up. But they've always been really accommodating, so it's gonna be a
half hour later
this year. We'll see.
Yeah.
John, have you done the game on Thanksgiving Day?
Yeah. I've played in it. I've gone to it, and as a fan,
I think everybody should go at least once.
Sure. Yeah. The last one I went to was when the Bears played at Ford Field on Thanksgiving, which was, I think, was it 18 or 19? I don't remember.
I've gone almost every year since 1980, with the exception of like 4 years. I may have missed like 4 games. We used to have season tickets when I was a kid, Billy Sims era. And then when we gave those up, I had a friend who sister had season tickets. We went then, and then we just went as a family. We would always go, and then became a member of the media, and I've always gone.
What's on the agenda today on a Friday?
Well, plenty of football to talk about. Get you set for the weekend, both NFL and the collegiate game, intercollegiate tackle football. So all stuff we'll be discussing today.
You ready for Maryland?
Yes, I'm ready for Maryland.
And the crab balls, as John said?
No, it's the Chessie.
Well, the Chessie, yeah. No, the hotel that we used to stay at when it was the Greenbelt Marriott.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same one that I stayed at when we were with the Skins. So,
Yeah.
The different hotel now.
Yep.
Karsch and Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Today is a Friday.
Indeed, it is.
What happened to the Friday Open, gang?
Doug, if you want to lift the curtain once again on the air,
Yeah, okay.
we're going through some network changes.
All right.
That's the reason why.
All right, fair enough. I wasn't, to be clear, I wasn't blaming you.
Oh, I know. I'm just letting you know.
All right, no, that's fine. Today
Friday.
is a Friday. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
There we go.
Friday.
What's up, my man?
I'm in a better mood now. I
Yeah,
guess
see,
I was
that's all I'm telling
20
you.
seconds ago.
Hey, we'll do it live.
Today is a Friday.
Yep.
Oh, I'm very happy it's a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, we got both college games tomorrow with Michigan and Michigan State, 3:30 and 4. Little stagger.
Yeah, that's perfect.
The big four kick. Is that the big four kick?
Yeah, it's BTN's Big Four. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
It's okay. It's the last one.
Okay, you might get home in time to watch the Pistons.
So, Sunday?
Saturday.
No, I'm
Yeah, no.
driving this one.
Oh, that's right. You're
driving.
It's in Maryland.
Yeah, going to Maryland.
You drive? Are you staying Saturday night?
We'll start back. We'll see how far we go. Last time we started back, we drove the whole way and rolled into like at 3:30 in the morning.
What, you and John?
Actually, I had my daughter with me.
Okay.
Yeah. So she was on a campus visit to Maryland as a high schooler.
Remember that?
Yep.
Yes.
She checked it out. You've been to Maryland, right?
I've been to the state. Yes, I've been to Baltimore a couple times.
Oh, so you've never been to the campus?
No.
I love that campus. I think it's beautiful, but I guess it's like a massive commuter school, and there's not really like a college town around it. But I think the campus is great. And they have I'll get up, and I'm not taking the bike. I should have taken the bike because sometimes when I drive, I'll take my bike and just ride around the town and check it all out. But I'll go hike. I'll do the whole campus tomorrow. I'll get up early and walk it and listen to podcasts and get in game mode. Shift into game mode.
Oh,
be ready to go. But yeah, I love the Maryland campus. I think it's gorgeous. It's all old Eastern, like red brick and white columns, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah. Did I describe? Does that paint a picture for you a bit?
Yeah,
yeah,
it does.
Okay, good. Meanwhile, your boys are in Iowa City, and that's also, by the way, that is a fun trip.
One of the few that I have not made.
Really, I'll say this: we kind of sit here and Iowa. What's in Iowa? Iowa City is a fun town. Iowa City, that also a cool campus and a fun town.
Well, and a fun atmosphere when you get to the end of the third quarter and you do the whole salute to the kids up in the children's hospital.
End of the first
wing.
quarter? I know it was into the first quarter.
I thought it was end of the third quarter.
I
could be wrong.
It doesn't matter.
However they do it, it's awesome.
Yes. And that stadium is a tough place to play. Kinnick is no joke.
They still have the pink locker rooms or no?
I think it is. They've changed the locker room. The locker room used to be up the stairs to the left. Now it's up the ramp to the right.
Oh.
If that doesn't make
Did they change color from pink to mauve?
No, I think it's still pink. I think they still painted the visiting locker room pink because they think the color engenders passiveness. And I know I've had some of my most passive post-game interviews in that locker room.
Have you? Yeah, I
very
bet
passive.
you have. I could see that.
Hey, how do you feel about the way the game went? Whatever. Yeah, good, bad, indifferent.
Should it just be pink, or should you change it up to put rainbows and unicorns up there too?
I don't know.
Like, hey, woo. Look, the rain just fell. Look what's there. Beautiful.
Like children's wallpaper or something?
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Nobody's tried that, so.
Get Bluey up there.
Yeah.
Nobody's
tried that, and so I give them, maybe they should. Iowa always looking for that slight little competitive advantage. That's what makes Kinnick so tough to play. Actually, the thing that makes Kinnick so tough to play is that the distance between the sidelines and the first row of stands is very minimal. They are right on top of you.
I thought what made it so tough to play was the defense led by Coach Parker.
Their football team's good too.
Keeps things tight and tough to score for the last 50 years of football in Iowa.
You know what? And the greatest thing about Iowa, you can count on them. Iowa is gonna Iowa.
They're going to Iowa.
Nobody could out Iowa. They are most Iowa ever.
So if they only had two coaches really in our lifetime of our college football viewing time, Hayden Fry and
Kirk Ferentz.
Yeah, is that it? Was that was the transition?
I can't name another Iowa coach.
That really is amazing.
There was one of the Michigan guys. Was it Chrysler? Was there a million years ago? But
in our college football viewing lifetime,
yeah,
it's been two coaches. That's incredible.
History of Iowa football coaches. I know there's a tie.
It's like the Steelers having three coaches in our lifetime.
Gator for free lunch. Who is the coach that preceded Hayden Fry at Iowa? Why are we doing this?
Gene Kiniski.
That's a great guess. It was Bob Cummings.
Damn it.
Yeah. Jerry Burns was the coach there.
Former Vikings head coach?
I think it's the same guy. Oh, yeah. He apparently Jerry Burns played football at Michigan now that I see that. Why are we doing this?
Put that in the bucket.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't play Iowa this year?
No, we don't. Michigan State does.
Save it for next year.
I'll pass it along to George. George can put it in his bucket.
4:25 to go in the fourth quarter.
Do you know? So what happened last night? What were you up to? How was Thursday night in the Gator household?
Frank came over, kind of hung out and caught up a little bit, and had the hockey game on in the background. And
what a game! Huh?
Every 20 minutes, one of us go, "Damn it! What?
Yeah.
No! Come on! Oh!
Yeah, that game.
That game sucked. Yeah, giving up 5 goals is suboptimal. Scoring 0 goals is worse. Yeah, and there were a multitude of scoring chances for the Red Wings last night. I mean, they had a couple of breakaways. Like Patrick Kane had one. I thought, well, Patrick Kane, that's all he does is score breakaways. Nope.
Lucas Raymond had one.
Lucas Raymond had a chance. Nate Danielson had a chance. It was tough. Was it one of those nights? I hope so. I think I'm resigned to the fact that this team is going to win 6 out of 10 games. That's how it's going to be.
I will take that.
Yeah, because that'll be
a good year,
close to what I think it translates right around to 100 points. So that would be a playoff team. We'll see where they're at, but they've got some sorting out to still go through. It's a growing team, but it's not an awful team. So there is that, and they are actually better than they were last year at this time. But they need to find that consistency. Where you're going to lose games. No one's going to say you're not going to lose games. But coming off a couple of nice games you play and then you get skunked 5-0, that's disheartening. I think it's not only to the fan base, obviously to the guys in the room, that has to be deflating. But that was no fun to watch.
It was not, and which is why it didn't have big screen treatment last night. NFL did.
That's right.
Big screen treatment last night.
And I flipped that game on in the second half. I caught the second half of that game, and that was not stunning because I've been talking about that was finally the game where you watch it and you say, okay, if you've been listening to me, that's the game where Houston's defense finally showed up like I've been talking about, how devastating it can be to have Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson out there terrorizing quarterbacks. And they weren't the only ones. They had 8 sacks. I think it was 8 total of Josh Allen. Josh Allen and all his great mobility.
Yeah.
Ooh, watch him run. Yeah, watch him run 30 yards to get sacked for a 15-yard loss. Look, their mobility has its place in the NFL without question. And maybe he would have gotten sacked 5 more times if he didn't have it. But that defense is a problem.
I love this.
It's a problem.
But you know
I've been talking about those guys forever.
No. I love that. I feel like you're coming over to my side that the most overrated aspect of the quarterback position, overvalued, is a quarterback's ability to scramble. It is an asset, but in the checklist of things that I would prefer in my quarterback, I would want it on the checklist. It would be down the list.
Yeah, it's not number one. Number one is the cerebral ability to understand how to play the game, know what defenses are, know what play is going to work, and know your own playbook to see where the guys are supposed to be. And to be able to convey all that, maybe that's again, it leads to leadership and be able to have that relationship with your receivers. I think all that is way more important. Somewhere down the line, I think arm strength and mobility are equal in my eyes. You're both necessary. It'd be nice to have both of those. But would I prefer arm strength over mobility? If I have the first one, my number one priority, then yes.
Yeah, the decision making, all the processing, accuracy.
Yeah.
It's not a popular take.
No,
I have come to discover. All right, so it's Carson Anderson. Let's get the Lions and Giants game, of course, Sunday out there at Ford Field in a must-not-lose game, Lions and Giants. And, of course, you'll hear it here on 97.1. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring that Friday energy. It's just about all my bets are a boost or a bonus or something like that. Hey, it's not just another promo. It's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday, 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to grab your reward before the clock expires. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hello, Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing great. Lions and Giants coming up on Sunday. I put in an order, Gator. I put in an order, a request, a written request that the Lions put up 30-plus points and leave no doubt on Sunday. I thought it was simple, concise, right to the point. Score more than 30 and leave no doubt.
Well, that works.
Do you know the last time the Detroit Lions failed to reach double digits in a game scoring?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because they didn't against Philadelphia.
Right. They had 9.
Yeah.
Last week.
Prior to that. Well done, Scott.
You.
Yeah, 5 days ago. Right. Prior to that,
I feel like it's been a minute. Did they? I'm trying to think of that awful game against Carolina. Did they get to 10?
Yeah, they did.
That awful game. I know they did against Baltimore. Did they do that in the awful game against Baltimore or no?
They did not.
They did not.
They lost that game 38-6. That was the last time that they failed to reach double digits offensively. So that was.
So the 12-5 year, or was it the 9-8 year?
That was the 12-5 year.
Okay.
And that was 38 games ago. They went 38 games scoring double figures or more. And when that, their identity, that is has been their identity. I mean, we may be coming to the realization. I feel like we are coming to the realization that the offense is not quite as efficient as it was last year. We all know the reasons why. The good news is that some people could come back or debut to help that part of their game. Expecting them to be a difference maker and to make that much of a difference is probably wishful thinking, but it doesn't mean it can't help. And certainly we all hope that it does. But they got to get back to their identity. It would be very reassuring to see them get back to their identity. I heard Costa this morning say something about after their last 13 losses, not only have they won the next time out, they have covered every single time. So they exceed the expectation. I think Vegas serves a purpose for what is a realistic expectation. And I don't I don't touch Lions games as far as point spreads or over-unders or anything like that. In fact, every once in a while I'll see something that we play if I bet it, which by the way is coming up today at 138.
There you go.
But I use Vegas as sort of an outsider's opinion, a non-biased, not swayed by any hometown knowledge or fandom or anything. What is a realistic expectation? And every time they lose a game, they come back and it sounds like they pretty much just pound people. Like they come back with a vengeance.
Well, yeah, and it's also worked out in the schedule nicely for them that it's not like they're taking on, the Kansas City Chiefs and the New England Patriots in their prime week after week. It seems to work out sometimes, and this is one of those weeks that you hope it works out. I'm not looking past the Giants, but take care of business.
Do you know their first 2 losses of the year, they had to come back and play a first-place team the next week, and they beat them both?
Don't tell me about Tampa Bay.
Any of the games they won, don't use that.
Don't use that.
Don't use those. Okay?
Don't use those games.
Yeah, we'll see how strong.
That was a bit of an argument that we got a debate we got to do with Lister yesterday.
Don't tell me about Chicago.
Don't tell me about the good teams they beat. They haven't beat anybody good. If I'm going to take away the good teams they beat, and then you tell me who they beat.
Now who have they beat?
They're 0-4.
Anyway, point is, they bounce back. Like they bounce back, and they bounce back with a vengeance, and that has been in their it's woven into their DNA. I think this might be the first time, though, that I'm going to say the following statement, and you tell me if you think it's true. Every time they lose a game, with the expectation where it is for this team, them bouncing back is something that we need. This community needs, this fan base needs, the media, the Lions-friendly media, the anti-Lions media, well, maybe not the anti-Lions media, but anybody that wants to see the Lions have success, when they lose a game, we need them to bounce back. I think this might be the first time that the Lions might need it. I think this is an important. I think it might be really important for this locker room because they didn't score in double figures. They failed at things that they have had incredible success at. You had the stat earlier the week. Forgive me, I didn't write it down or commit it to memory. What was their stat, their conversion rate on fourth down going into the Philly game?
I think it was 13 out of 18.
Yeah. And it was amongst the league leaders, if not the league. We don't think it was number one.
No, it wasn't number one.
It was near the top.
Yeah.
So the things that they did and have done exceptionally well, like failed them. It failed them. And, I mean, there was the Goff to Amon-Ra connection. 12 targets, 2 receptions. The fourth downs, 0 for 5. The fakes on special teams have been good to them. There's been a lot that was good. I think this locker room might need it as much as the fan base and the team needs it.
I think there are things that happened in that game that we'll never see again. I don't know if the 0 for 5 will, because they've done that twice, I guess, in their history under Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
To go 0 for 5 on fourth down. But here's what won't happen again. 2 for 12 targeting Amon-Ra St. Brown will never happen again. And 14 out of 38 for Jared Goff in a football game will never happen again. I mean, those are 2 statistical anomalies.
Mm-hmm.
And give credit to Philadelphia for being a beast of a defense that day and really wreaking havoc and putting pressure on the quarterback. And, did Goff handle it all that well? I don't think he did. I think he's willing to admit that. And all that speaks to why, yes, I think this team is dying to get on the field Sunday and get rid of that bad taste that's in their mouth from losing to Philadelphia. Because it was not, offensively, that was not a Lions football game that they're used to playing.
All right, so feedback coming in. They're playing the Giants. They could score 100, and I'd still have doubts. The issue is they're struggling versus the good teams.
Well, I would say this. It's the Giants' defense isn't bad. So if you're going to throw up a bunch of points against that defense, I'll say that's a job well done.
Yeah, this is. Let me be clear on something. These are just. It's a chance to feel good. It's not a chance to move. I said it yesterday on the show. The needle only gets moved with a loss. A win doesn't have people saying Super Bowl. A win just is reassuring and makes you feel better. But it doesn't really move the needle all that much. If they lose, I think the needle gets moved. I think people go, uh-oh, this team might be in trouble.
Let me correct something what I've said here, because it was like basically based on games that I've seen in my head.
Okay.
Thinking about the Giants being good defensively.
Yeah.
They're really not.
Okay.
I'd like to clarify that up and erase that from the record. They give up 27 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
That is the 4th worst in the National Football League.
They have a challenging defensive line.
I think they have a very good defensive line that gets after you, and can get after you.
Could feed into something that the Lions struggle with.
But they also give up the 4th most yards per game at 375 yards per game.
Struggle might be overstatement. It's something that they've struggled more with, is a better way to put it.
Well, you want to get the run game to get going? It's a good week to take on the Giants. The Giants are the 2nd worst run defense in the National Football League. They give up 150 yards a game. So this is almost like, in my notes I put, is this a get right game? Can they, with the running game? Can the Lions get off with a running game this week? And the answer is they can.
Yep.
Statistically, it's in their favor.
So, and then this person who wrote the issues they're struggling versus the good teams. They're 2-1 against first place teams. Are the only good teams they played the ones that they lost to, or what about the good teams that they beat? Chicago's in first place. The Lions smoked them. Tampa's in first place. The Lions beat them. So I don't know what to tell you. But now there are other good teams on their schedule that are not first place teams. Kansas City being amongst them. But I would say Baltimore's a good team, even though they're 5-5. I think Baltimore's a pretty good team. But
you still had to corral at the time Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. That wasn't a backup game for Baltimore with the quarterback.
Here's another text that I just love from an unnamed texter. Who cares about these little stats you're throwing out there for the Detroit Lions? Win a freaking Super Bowl. He's got a point.
Yeah.
I think if they can win the Super Bowl Sunday, if they can win the Super Bowl this Sunday, I would take it.
All right. So thanks
Dude, what do you want us to do? Do you want us to?
No. Don't talk to him. He's not paying attention until
Who cares about anything until they win a Super Bowl?
He's not watching. He doesn't care.
You can't win a Super Bowl on November 21st, but we're still going to talk about them. Sorry, bro. I don't know what to. What will it show you if they crush the Giants? It'll show me that they can get back on track. And it'll be a disaster avoided. If they lose this game, we're talking about changing expectations.
Well, there are a few objectives, I think. I'd like to see them run the ball. I'd like to see them score a bunch of points and win the game for sure. You want to see them win the game first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
But you also want to see them not suffer any more injuries. Can we get through a game where, when you're taking guys out of the game, it's not because of injury. It's because, hey, you know what? Miles Frazier was activated this week to be a backup. Let's get him some reps in the game. They're up by 25 points in the fourth quarter.
I got a text here from John Jansen correcting some stuff we said earlier. The wave is after the first quarter, and Bump Elliott was the AD at Iowa. It was not Chrysler. So thank you, John, for correcting
the first quarter. Thank you.
Yeah. So there you go. And it's the same Jerry Burns that coached Iowa. Was the same guy that coached the Minnesota Vikings. In case anyone asks you this weekend, way to keep it relevant.
Robbie Hummel. No?
What about Robbie Hummel?
I always get him confused with the other guy with the point guard for Iowa. He played years ago. The guy who's the guy that left his girlfriend? Was that Iowa?
Luke Recker?
Is that Luke Recker? Was that him?
I don't know. Did Luke Recker leave his girlfriend?
I don't know.
Are we digging up old dirt?
There's old dirt from something.
Big Ten basketball gossip from the early 2000s.
Sorry, I brought it up.
It's all right.
My bad.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, I know you see them, the red, white, blue trucks. They are everywhere. Do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against that crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating that they have from the Better Business Bureau, or some of those 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Lions taking on the Giants Sunday. All right, we had a Twitter question, and I'm intrigued to see what people think. I actually, based upon something a listener sent us earlier this week, I decided let me sit down and take a look because CBS Sports has point spreads for every game the rest of the year. And we were just talking about how Vegas, is that a healthy way when trying to digest what to expect from our football team? Is a realistic expectation using Vegas to set what is a realistic expectation? Because that's how I use it. Now, is that right or wrong? What do you think of that as an approach to try and keep things in check? So you as someone who analyzes a team and talks about their successes and failures, try and understand what is a realistic expectation.
I don't know. I don't like to use Vegas for anything.
Don't you?
No, I don't. And I know that sometimes hey, Vegas got it absolutely right. And last night was, an instance where if you're watching the NFL game, it was funny because not funny for people who would have bet the other way, but had Buffalo scored, the over would have hit by half a point, and Buffalo would have covered by half a point.
Really?
Yeah. So, but they didn't score, so it wasn't. It was way the other direction. But just interesting how that works out sometimes. It doesn't always work out like that. So that's why I take it with a grain of salt. I mean, maybe that's a very baseline thing to look at. With that, at least you get a sense for what people think. If it's a big spread or if it's a really narrow spread, if it's 2 points or if it's 10 points, you feel like, okay, one's a clear-cut favorite, or hey, this is literally who knows what's going to happen.
Okay, so I went back and looked up the Vegas over-under for the Lions going into the season. So before the season started was 10.5, meaning Vegas was predicting 6 or 7 losses. And that was obviously due in large part to schedule. I also think it was due in large part to even good teams lose a lot of football games in the National Football League. So they have 4 losses with 7 to go. Using CBS Sports, I was able to look up the point spread. Point spread for the Giants, 10.5 or 11.5, depending on who you look at. But they have every other game the rest of the way. Green Bay, in 6 days, the Lions are a 3.5-point favorite as it stands right now. Dallas, the Thursday after that, the Lions are a 6-point favorite. In LA against the Rams, Lions are a 1-point favorite right now. Pittsburgh at home, the Lions are a 6.5-point favorite. At Minnesota, Lions are a 3-point favorite. At Chicago, Lions are favored by 1.5. They're favored in every game the rest of the way.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm going by my theory. Realistically, is the expectation now this team's going to go 13-4? That they're going to win out? I suppose I don't believe that because, I mean, look, favorites don't win every game. But they're set up here to finish the season strong. They're set up. The schedule tells us that the Lions and the opponents they play, I mean, is it fair to think they're going to win 5 of these final 7 games? Is that a realistic expectation?
Well, I'm trying to find the date on this. This was sent out. This has been Wednesday, October 29th. There was updated Vegas odds on win totals.
Wednesday, so almost a month ago.
So before week 1, the win total for the Lions was 10.5.
Yeah.
After week 4, it was 11.5. And after the 8th game of the season, it was still 11.5. So has that changed now? Is that up? I don't think that's how they do it. Like,
right,
they're going to handicap it that way. But
the reason I brought it up is in these 7 games, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think their record will be? It's Giants at home, Green Bay at home, Dallas at home. Lions are favored by 11.5, 3.5, 6. At LA, they're favored by 1. Pittsburgh at home, they're favored by 6.5. At Minnesota, at Chicago, -3 and -1.5. They're favored in every single game as it stands right now, according to CBS Sports website, week by week, looking at it this morning. I don't think they're going to go 7-0 in these games and finish 13-4.
No, I don't either.
What do you think they're going to do?
I'd stick with my season prediction of 11-6. So
you think they're going to go? You think they're going to go 5-2?
Yeah,
the rest of the way. I've said I think they'll sweep these next 3 games, and I meant it. I do not think they will. The thing about the Rams in LA is it's just not your typical road game. Rams are good.
The Rams are very good. That's the thing, is that the Rams are very good. They've got a very good defense, a defensive front that gets after you. Stafford's playing the best football of his life. He's got receivers. They've got a running game. It's a pretty complete team.
I mean, this is a weird thing because I'd like to be very specific with the predictions because I think they'll beat Pittsburgh at home. And I don't think they're going to lose to Minnesota twice. And I've already said that it's all coming down to the Bears Sunday Night Football for the division crown. Yeah, I mean, 5-2 feels like a good, realistic expectation. But if you come in at okay, so that has them finishing at 11-6. It feels, I feel like there's an undercurrent in Detroit right now. Like this team is massively underachieving. Would an 11-6 finish be massively underachieving? Because it would technically hit the Vegas over.
I don't think. I mean, obviously, I don't think so because I thought this is 11-16.
Yeah.
So no, to me, it's not.
Why does it feel that way?
Well, when you win 15 games one year and then you drop down to 11, I think there's a letdown. Even though,
and that's why I get back to Vegas as setting a realistic expectation. Kind of shouldn't we have seen some of the losses coming? And invariably we're going to get the call that says, but it's how they lost. I know. Yeah, when you lose, things go wrong and you look bad. But Kang, does it feel to you like there's an undercurrent of this team massively underachieving this year?
Yeah, I think so. It just feels like it. I don't think that it is. It feels like it because I think when people predict 11 wins, they forget they have to lose 6 times.
Yeah.
You know, they forget what that looks like, especially coming off a year where you only lost twice. And no matter how the struggle was, how many guys got hurt, the Lions found a way to win games last year. And I think people got content and got used to that they would do the same thing this year, even though they knew in their own mind that wasn't going to happen again. They predicted 10, 11 wins, but they forget the losses.
Yeah.
You have to lose 6, 7 games.
And it's hard to digest those losses, even if you predict them to happen along the way. So we asked people on Twitter, and we'll ask you, in these final 7, what do you think their record will be? We've told you how they're favored in every game. We gave you the point spreads. What do you think their record will be in these final 7 games? Here's some of the feedback as come in from Pat. Lions will go 6-1 down the stretch. Dan Campbell will have them dialed in. Going 6-1 will give them the division. 5-2 gets them in the playoffs. Mickey says 5-2, but won't be shocked at 6-1. And we win the North. Green Bay and Chicago will lose 4 games each. The Rams are no joke, and I could see another loss out of left field because that's the NFL. That's from Mickey. I'm kind of in the same camp. I mean, if I were to pick the game they're most likely to lose, it's the Rams game. And could I see another one because it's the NFL? I could see another one, yes, because it's the NFL. John says 6-1 Lions finish the season with 12 wins, finish first in the division. Last game will not divide the division. I think he means decide, though. Last game will not decide the division. Lions will lock up the division in Week 17 against the Vikings. J.D. Doherty says, I don't know. I hope they win out, but I can definitely see 2 more losses. Raymond tweets us, Lions go 4-3 with a final record of 10-7 and make it as the 7th seed. I think Green Bay comes back to win the division. Chicago beats us in Week 18 to grab the 6th seed, and we win the tiebreaker over San Francisco for some reason. That's what he writes. That's what he thinks. From Hot Take Eagle, 5-2, they lose to the Rams. They win the division, but can't get the 1 or 2 seed with losses to the Rams and Philly. They bench players against Chicago and lose there. That'd be kind of weird, but it's also possible. 248-539-9797. What do you think the record's going to be the rest of the way? We had some doom and gloom, but just to kind of bring it back, they're favored in every game the rest of the way, according to CBS Sports this morning. Double-checked it. And what do you think they're going to do the rest of the schedule, final 7 games? Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're in feast mode this month, so gobble up the savings on your new Silverado. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. That's $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, Costco and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends December 1st. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We kind of zoomed out and took a look at the rest of the season. There is an undercurrent of underachieving. That people feel like this Lions team is underachieving. They are 6-4, but they're favored in every game the rest of the way. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to win every game, but it does tell you that they are expected to get on a bit of a run here and win a bunch of football games. And, if they do that, we'll feel a lot better about them going into the postseason, and we'll feel a lot better if they have some luck with injuries. Like, everybody's got injuries. If you sit down and you look at everybody's injury list, they're all filled with all kinds of key players being out. The Lions are not unique in that regard. It'd be nice to see them get a little bit lucky as it pertains to that front and get some guys back and stay healthy heading into this postseason. But they still got to make the postseason, and I know there's some concerns about that. But they might have just played the last game that they were an underdog. Philly was a 2.5-point favorite. Philly took care of business, beat Detroit. Not the Lions' best game, understandably so, and they've taken a lot of criticism for it. But if they go 5-2 the rest of the way and get healthy, you're feeling good about that team going into the postseason. You go 6-1 the rest of the way, I think you feel really good about them. They go 7-0, you feel great about them. 4-3 puts a playoff spot in jeopardy. A 10-win team, a 10-7 team is not guaranteed anything.
No, there are no guarantees with a 10-win team. It just go out and win as many as you can, and that's why it bothers these guys when they lose a close game, because they know that the losses can mount up. Last year they were so fortunate being 15-2, and yet there was still questions about the season because it had to come down to the last game of the year, which was to the first time in NFL history that you had two 14-win teams playing in the last week of the year. Now, given it could happen more often now. It's a 17-game schedule, but nonetheless, you understand the premise there. That was crazy last year. There was the adversity they had was dealing with the injuries, but the winning and the winning just took care of itself. This year, it's been more of a struggle.
248-539-9797. Aubrey's in Farmington Hills, and next on 97.1. Good morning, Aubrey.
Hey, guys, you always do a great job. Thanks for making my midday. Lions, in my opinion, are going to go 5-2. I think they lose to the Rams. The Rams are good. We're okay right now. The Green Bay game, I think we're going to lose on Thanksgiving. Make no mistake, fellas, the Thanksgiving Day game is a thing. Were it not for the Bears choking by not using the clock properly last year, maybe we're talking about 0 wins on Thanksgiving since 2016. It's a thing, guys. And I think, lastly, that Viking game, you didn't ask this question, but that Viking game that we lost is going to continue, in my opinion, to haunt this team.
Well, what do you mean by haunt?
Well, I mean, we're 6-4 right now, right?
Yeah.
If we're 7-3, maybe we do get a chance to go 4-3 and get into the playoffs. That game could be the difference between us making the playoffs at 11-6 and missing the playoffs at 10-7.
Okay, I just wanted to know what you meant by haunt. You've got them going.
Yep.
What's your record the rest of the way?
5-2.
5-2.
5-2.
So you think they're going to go 11-6? I
think they're going to go 11-6. I think they'll make the playoffs. Okay. I think they lose to the Rams. I think they lose to Green Bay Thursday.
Yeah, okay. Because Aubrey, if they go 4-3, finish 10-7. Seattle last year went 10-7 and missed the playoffs. If they go 4-3, miss the playoffs, depending on which of these 3 games they lose, when you miss the playoffs by 1 game, there's always one loss that haunts you. As it stands right now, it would be to the worst team that they've lost to, and that is Minnesota.
That's my point.
If they have to lose 3 games to get there, they're probably going to have to lose another game that would haunt them. I mean, because being favored in all of them.
Fair.
And unfortunately, there's going to be some cannibalism that takes place in the NFC West, but you got 3 teams there that have at least 7 wins, with San Francisco and Seattle with 7 and the Rams with 8. But they're going to have to play each other down the stretch. There's going to be some more losses there. Nonetheless, that's a pretty tough division there. Mm-hmm. And we know how tough that the North is. The Bears are on top at 7 wins. Are the Bears going to be on top of the division when you get to that last game of the season. You think they are? I'm not sure if they are.
You know who doesn't think they are is Vegas.
Well, and okay, fair enough. But I thought that the Bears team was going to be a much better team in the second half of the season than we're in the first half. Well, the first half they're 7-3.
Their schedule gets really tough.
Well, that doesn't bode well for them, but they might be playing better football.
If I recall correctly, I think they play the toughest schedule in the NFL. One of the top 2 or 3 toughest schedules in the NFL the rest of the way, according to opposing teams' winning percentage. They got Philly.
Yeah, they got the Steelers, Philly, the Packers, and then Cleveland. They had the Packers twice, San Francisco and Detroit. And the Eagles and Steelers. It's not easy for them at all.
They're underdogs the next 2 weeks using the same website, Philly and Green Bay. They're a 7-point underdog to Philly and a 3.5-point underdog to Green Bay. And then they are favored against Cleveland, then an underdog again against the Packers. So, hey, look, just because Vegas says so, I just use Vegas sort of setting a realistic expectation. Let's go to Tony in Detroit. You are next. Hello, Tony.
Hey, what's up, y'all? So by this point in the season, I originally had the Lions being 7-3. I didn't see the loss coming to the Vikings.
Yeah.
But I also always predicted that they would finish the season on a 7-game run. Like I called that like in freaking like July or August or something like that. So I feel like they're gonna finish 7-0. I mean, any game that's losable would be that Rams game to me.
So you thought they were going to be 14? You thought they were going to be 14-3 this season going into it?
I had about 13-4. I said at least 12 wins was my floor for them, and 13 wins was the ceiling. So I knew they wasn't going to do like 14 games or nothing.
Okay, just your math ain't mathing because you said you had them at 7-3 at this point, and you called back in August that they were going to go 7-0 down the stretch. So that's 14-3.
So I didn't call y'all guys, but it was like just kind of like a loose kind of, playing a schedule game. Like I said, I had at least 12 wins. I feel like they was going to do about 13. So,
Tony, you got a wide range, bro.
Am I talking backwards?
Yeah, we're going to hold you to 14. If you said 7-3, and then they also go 7-0 down the stretch.
When they go, they can't win 14.
Can't win 14. But
we'll give you credit if they go 7-0 down the stretch, Tony.
Okay, I'll take it. But only thing why is because like we with 4 losses right now, it's like I'm banking on 7 wins down the stretch. But like I said, it's going to be tough. But I got 6-1 at the worst. But I'm putting my money on 7 wins.
Yeah, somebody on Twitch just said Tony's got all his bases covered.
Good luck, Tony.
I hope you're right, man. 7-0 down the stretch.
It's all over the place.
He's got a lot of predictions.
There's a lot happening there. Back in July or August, today, and for the future.
Mm-hmm. More feedback here from Bob. They'll go 6-1 in these final 7 games. The Rams defense will get the best of them in a close one, but they'll sweep their division games 12-5 in the season. From Big Bob, they're going 6-1. Only loss is 41-40 to Matthew Stafford and the Rams. Gonzo says 11-6. I hope we make the playoffs. We should. Our O-line will be our Achilles heel. NR says 4-3. The O-line issues are real, and while I think they could go at least 5-2, this is not the same elite offense, and they will flounder a game we think they should win, just like the Minnesota game. I hope I'm wrong. Dan says they're going 5-2 in these final 7. Andreas says 6-1, win the division, finishes the 3 seed. Looks a lot like 2023. Well, 2023, they went 12-5 and made the NFC title game. From PG Stipe, 6-1. They lose in a shootout at LA. If you're going to send over a prediction, don't send this or that. And
hedging.
Well, yeah, hedging? I mean, just get people going. I think they're going to go 5-3 or 4-3 or 5-2, and I'm like, well, pick one or the other. Andrew says 6-1. Konostremos says 4-3 the rest of the way. Favorite in all of them. What do you think the record will be in the final 7? 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. I hate to agree with Gator, but I think they're going 5-2. Signed, Kevin.
Why do you hate to agree with me?
I don't know, man.
What happened? I thought
You thought you were cool?
Yeah.
Apparently you're not. Apparently Gator came to work thinking he was cool with Kevin. And
I'm cool with a lot of Kevin.
Yeah, but not this one.
I know a lot of them.
The Minnesota loss is the main reason I feel like they've underachieved. They should be 7-3 right now. Mix that in with losing our biggest 3 games so far, and that's it. I would argue if they lost to the Bears, that would feel like one of their biggest games. It didn't in the moment. We didn't realize the magnitude of pounding the Bears in the moment we did, right? But in retrospect, that was a huge win.
Well, I certainly didn't expect that the Bears would be leading the division at this point after they gave up 52 points to the Lions.
I give them credit.
Yeah.
I hate to give the Bears credit, but I got to give them credit. Originally, when I saw the schedule, I thought the Lions would get into the playoffs at 10-7. It's not that far off. I agree, Gator. They're going 11-6. That's pretty close. Tim at a Truck says they're going 5-2 down the stretch with losses to the Rams and the Bears. Unnamed texter says, guys, I don't think the Lions make the playoffs. Prediction is 3-4 with losses to the Rams, Bears, Cowboys, and Green Bay. Teams know how to defend this offense, and the line is horrible. Is the line horrible, or is it just not as good as it was a year ago?
It's not horrible. It's not as good as it was a year ago. Are they middle of the pack offensive line right now?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. We'll start to see if they can get some numbers going in their direction with the run game. I think that we're going to feel better about this team. I think we're going to feel a lot better on Sunday because I think they will be able to run the ball.
Yeah. I mean, they're still a top 10 rushing team in the NFL. You don't do that with a quote-unquote horrible offensive line. They're still, I mean, how many teams are ahead of them in sacks allowed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're tied for 10th in the fewest sacks allowed. Those things are metrics of a team that's not horrible up front.
No, they've had, I think it's 4 games this year where Jared Goff has not been touched or has been sacked anyway. Last week was not one of those.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing. Plenty going on in the Mitten this weekend in sports. Things start tonight at 6:30 in East Lansing as Michigan State men's basketball takes on Detroit Mercy. Spartans 4-0 after that big win over number 12 Kentucky on Tuesday. Tomorrow, take your pick of 3 different sports and 4 total games. At 1 o'clock at Little Caesars Arena, the Red Wings drop the puck against the Blue Jackets. 12:45 is when pregame coverage starts right here on 97.1. Both the football teams are on the road in college. Michigan State at Iowa at 3:30 and Michigan at Maryland at 4 o'clock. And then over in Milwaukee, the Pistons take on the Bucks, trying to extend their winning streak to 12 straight games. Milwaukee will be without Giannis Antetokounmpo in that one with a groin injury. And then, of course, on Sunday, the Lions taking on the Giants from Ford Field at 1 p.m. right here on 97.1. After that pivotal penalty from Jamison Williams in last week's loss to the Eagles, the wide receiver lamented his actions to the media yesterday. Lions and G-Men at 1 o'clock on Sunday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, you were talking with the morning show about Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And basically, since you've been old enough, you think you've only missed 4 Thanksgiving
Yeah,
games.
like 4 or 5. It's less than 10 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is pretty awesome. I mean, you got a sweet little streak going, tradition, whatever. It's not a streak, it's tradition.
Yeah, I don't mind if it breaks. It just hasn't. You know, it's just something that with work, you know, I go to just about every Lions home game during the regular season. There'll be one or here and there that I might miss, but Thanksgiving I go to. I guess I do get a little nostalgic. I have some great memories of going to games when I was younger. We were, as a family, we had a big family reunion in the early 80s. My relatives from Pittsburgh came up, and so did my relatives from Milwaukee. And the Lions were playing the Steelers that day, and the Lions beat the hell out of the Steelers, like 45-14 or something like that. And we had all these, we were in the end zone with all the kids, all the cousins together. And my brother and I were obviously very happy seeing the Lions win. And my cousins from Pittsburgh were obviously not very happy that they had lost. But it was just, things like that. It was just great memories growing up. And, when you get a little older, it's a different kind of feel. You just, hey, let's have a couple beers at the game or whatever. And a little tailgating beforehand or afterwards. And then it just leads into Thanksgiving, which is great. Thanksgiving is an awesome time, man. Friends come in from out of town. You're with family. It's just a little. Hopefully, there's some time off in there as well. Not for everybody, but it's my favorite time of the year.
It's going to be different for us because all the kids will come home, and this will be the first time. It's like, hey, look,
it's the first time to actually have a Thanksgiving is
like everybody's coming home. Our empty nesting thing has been going on, but we're also doing something we've never done before. After much discussion.
Deep fried turkey?
No.
Oh,
you growing the bangs out?
No. No, for Thanksgiving. Is it the traditional Thanksgiving bang growing?
They're growing out of the bangs.
You said do something different. So
we are doing something different as a family that we have never done before.
Is it food wise?
I mean, sort of, yeah. I wasn't expecting it to be a guessing game, but you can continue to try and guess if you want.
You've never done before, sort of food wise.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is food wise. Yeah.
Restaurant.
Yep.
Oh!
Wow.
Yep.
Yes.
Wow.
What do I win? Lunch?
I can bring in
a turkey dinner.
I'll bring in leftovers.
I don't want your leftovers. Gator, what are you doing?
It's from a restaurant.
It's from a restaurant.
Yeah, but
we made
orders.
made a reservation. We're going to go out to eat. Everyone's going to get together, watch the Lions, and then I think it's 15 are going out to eat.
Huh.
Yeah, and we're going to get served a Thanksgiving dinner, but we've never done this before, and I'm not opposed to it at all. I'm hoping I mean, I'm sure we'll have a fine time. The just question is, it's just so different than anything we've ever done before. It might not feel Thanksgiving-y.
Sure.
Thanksgiving-y
No, but
in
it's
the moment,
different, and it's one that's going to stand out because it is different.
I'm not against it, but like, where's the recliner you get to sit in and fall asleep after, and then you wake up
Well,
and
so
eat
that's
again?
the deal. Is we're gonna the wake up and eat again thing may not happen. I'm not sure how leftovers like.
Well,
if
what time
we-
are you supposed to eat? Because you got the game's at 1.
Yeah, after the game.
Okay.
I think the reservation's for 5, maybe
Okay.
5:15 or something. I don't know.
Hope you're not cutting it close. Okay.
Cutting it close with what?
The game.
The game.
The food,
Lions
reservation.
Game. Yeah.
Well, if the Lions game isn't over, I will be late for dinner.
Okay. All right.
I'm the one that has to work the next.
You got to
day.
take notes.
I would be on the air. Yeah. But yeah, we're doing the restaurant thing, and I'm curious. I'm not. I'm sure we'll have a great time. But we've never done this before.
I've had 2 Thanksgivings stand out in my mind, and for different reasons over the years. Like one year, my mom had one of her knees replaced, and so it was over. Rehab time was during Thanksgiving, where she was at a rehab facility. So we had Thanksgiving there. We brought food with us over to the rehab place. So it was just different. The other one that stands out in my mind, when my parents first moved from the mean streets of West Bloomfield to the meaner streets of Bloomfield Hills. When they first moved there, and my dad had just retired.
You've overcome a lot in life,
I really
Scott.
have. My dad had just retired, and he was all proud of this new grill that he got. And he was cooking the turkey, and he was bragging about how he was going to cook the turkey on the spit. I'm going to use a spit.
Okay.
Like what? The rotisserie.
Yeah.
But it's an outdoor grill, and it was an unseasonably cold Thanksgiving. So he puts that thing out there, and it's out there for a couple hours. He says, it should be ready soon. And he goes and checks it, and not even close. No, not even close. No matter how hot that grill is, the propane was not keeping that flame where it needed to be.
Dude.
It was not a robust 400-degree, grill. It was maybe half that. So after 4 or 5 hours, like, is it done yet? And almost. Like, almost. And finally, at some point, my mom put her foot down. Like, it's like 9 o'clock at night at this point.
You guys haven't eaten yet?
No. And my brother and I are just laughing because we're just, hey, it is what it is. It's, sometimes this happens. And then finally, my mom goes, that's it. Throw it out.
Really?
Because Dad brings it in and it was so dry. There was it was inedible. Absolutely inedible. And those are the things but it's a Thanksgiving memory that brings a smile to my face.
Sure.
It was a failed Thanksgiving.
An epic disaster.
Epic disaster. Now that Dad's no longer with us, we can look back at that. I'm sure we'll talk about it next week. Hey, remember when Dad tried cooking a turkey on the spit in like 25-degree weather? It just didn't work out.
No good.
No.
Are you hoping for an epic disaster for Doug? Is that why you brought up the story?
No, it's when I brought up a story is because it's a memory because it was something out of the
Yeah,
ordinary.
an epic disaster memory. Yeah.
Well, I don't think Doug's gonna have an epic disaster when you make reservations. I think that the restaurants are probably pretty used to making meals.
It's the other stuff, man. The family stuff. You never know what happens when family gets together. You guys are all being lazy as F, by the way, right? Just going to a restaurant.
I mean, kind of, yeah. It's a big part of this is
nobody.
Yeah, there were some volunteers, and we started piecing it together. And then somebody brought up a restaurant, and we saw the price, and we're like, "That's actually not that bad." And the big part was, hey, and nobody has to clean anything.
You gonna Uber there too?
Maybe.
You have to Uber back.
We got to get a bus.
We got 15 people. It's a lot.
15 people. Yeah, we're out for food, and then we'll come back and watch the night
what
game.
happens after the dinner? You go back to your house.
The tradition is play left, right, center. Have you ever played left, right, center?
We play it as well.
Play left, right, center, and invariably one of our kids wins. It drives everybody else.
Do you have any
crazy.
furniture?
So that's the thing. Is at this point, I got a couch
sale this weekend. There might be a Thanksgiving Day sale or a Black Friday.
Dude,
sale.
I'm sleeping on a mattress that if the Lions win the Super Bowl, it's free. So you don't have to tell me. We had a couch delivered last night as sectional, and only one section came.
What?
Yeah. Yep.
They said the rest is going to be delivered today.
Well, they brought basically two of the same thing, and they were like, "This is not how it goes together." I'm like, "No, it's not." And so I'm supposed to get a call today, and I better.
How do you feel about the couch? Is it a nice couch? You like the
I
couch?
do. I'm very happy with the couch.
Okay.
Very happy with the couch.
Leather? Is it?
No, it's down in the basement, and there was no follow through on behalf of the wife to get new furniture upstairs, so the upstairs furniture would get moved downstairs. But if we're gonna have people over to watch the game, we just better get the rest of the sectional before Thursday. Oh God,
you should.
We should, yeah. And my wife is going this weekend while I'm away. Her job is to get a table, so because we have no dining room table. Not that we're eating there, but you still need a table in the dining room.
Sure.
So I'll report back next Friday and let you know how the restaurant Thanksgiving experience went.
Looking for a table with a couple leaves in it to really extend it.
Yeah, I don't know if we're doing that, but
Got enough chairs? You get with table, you got to have chairs.
we have chairs. There's no shortage of chairs. Because she gave away the dining room table, but my son did not want the chairs.
So now you got to find a table that matches the chairs.
Well, or the chairs get tossed.
Did he just want a beer pong table? Is that what happened? He just took the
It's probably, yeah.
100%.
All right, straight ahead. J-Mo spoke about the celebration penalty, and it's led to a variety of reactions. But you'll hear what he had to say coming up today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. We'll talk to the Birchie kid today at 1:15 from out at the Allen Park headquarters of the Detroit Lions. Head coach Dan Campbell will address the media. We'll get an injury update, the very latest, going into a must-not-lose weekend. Lions taking on the Giants on Sunday. Okay, so look, the Jameson Williams, there has been plenty of examples of Jameson Williams getting in his own way a little bit in his time in Detroit. There was the betting thing. There was the penalty last weekend, and he's incredibly talented, and Detroit fans love him. He's dangerous as hell with the football in his hands. But this past weekend was another example of a small that might not have been so small. That point mattered and might have changed the scope of how you play the remainder of that game. Maybe you're kicking a field goal to cut it to one score instead of going for a touchdown to try and get it all back at once. I don't know. But that kind of stuff, it hurts. And it's an organization that has cut back on nonsense. And I felt like there was nonsense every week. For the bulk of my life, there was either an off-the-field storyline or something that happened in the game, and there was always nonsense. Stuff that didn't matter, or it mattered and hurt the team negatively, I guess I should say. It's not that it didn't matter, but... And there hasn't been a lot of it. But it has happened with Jameson Williams, and you're like, okay, when that stuff happens, you say eventually it's going to cost you, and this past Sunday might have been the eventually, in that J-Mo was not, that pushed the extra point back, the extra point was missed, and it was an important point, and it really could have affected the rest of the game. So, it was brought up about, and the celebration penalty was brought up to him in the locker room, and the reporter said, stuff like that, celebration penalties. I think the reporter used plural, and, it hurts the team as it come up, and here's how Jameson Williams responded.
Did he get penalized for it earlier? If it wasn't him, somebody did get penalized for an end zone celebration. I thought
on
earlier
the Lions?
in the season. Yeah, I thought earlier in the season.
He might have been fined. I don't remember if anyone got
But
penalized.
not maybe
before.
penalty is the wrong word. Yes, fined. I
Okay,
think
that's different. Yes.
Pelvic thrust?
Yeah, I think
Well,
there
he's
may
done
be
a couple of those. I mean, he's borderline.
I think he was fined. That's the better way to say it, because he wasn't. I don't think it was a penalty during the game. So maybe that's what the reporter meant to say.
Well,
but it has been an issue.
So did you know it was a penalty? Here's the one that people are talking about. Here's what he had to say. Okay. So I know that some people get upset when they hear that he didn't know it was a penalty. You cannot use the goalpost as any kind of prop. You cannot touch the goalpost. Dunking on the goalpost is a penalty.
Which he did last year.
Yeah,
He
hugging.
got fined for.
Yeah, and I guess the way I see it, and I don't. If long listeners of the show may know, I don't try and coach a team because the closer I've gotten to coaching, the more I realize how little I know. But I will say this. If I am a leader of an organization, I don't focus on, okay, you didn't know it. I'm like, all right, you know it now, right? And let's go over everything else to make sure that there's nothing else that you don't know. Look, this is, okay, we need to sit down.
I didn't know I couldn't gamble on this thing. I
Right.
didn't know that I couldn't take this this medication. I didn't know I couldn't dunk on the goalpost. I didn't know I couldn't hump the goalpost.
Okay, that means we need to figure out what you don't know. And I don't. There's no point in going back and saying you should have known. There's no point in doing that, even if it's true. We need to make sure you know moving forward. I would hope that Dan Campbell, the wide receiver coach, the general manager, somebody in the organization needs to sit down and say, hey, You need to know all of this. All of this. And anything that we need to go over. Do you know this? Do you know that? Because that was an important football game, and that negatively impacted said important football game. And this needs to be. What else don't you know?
Yeah, and look, I love Jamison Williams.
Yep.
I love his talent. I love his exuberance. He's like a kid out there just having fun and playing the game, and part of this is a product of that. But that's not an excuse. You've got to be smarter. You've got to be better than to do this, because this isn't the problem I have. That this is a recurring problem with him getting fined by the league for doing things. All the things I mentioned before. And he's in addition to that, he's also been fined for taunting. He was taunting week 1 of the season this year against Green Bay. He got fined $11,500 for it. He was fined for an unsportsmanlike conduct, obscene gesture during the playoff loss against the Commanders. I mean, there's a lot there. He's been fined a lot. Whether the dollar total, I don't care about the dollar total. I care about the number of instances, and it's like a handful already in his young career. And then this last one is just the most recent incident where jumps onto the goalpost and slides down, and it seems like it's innocent enough, and it is, but it's against the rules. Well, and you were already fined earlier in your career for dunking on the goalpost, so you should know that.
But
what do you do? What are you going to sit him out? I mean, he's an incredibly integral part of this offense.
Yep. And I think his enthusiasm is in part what makes him who he is, and you don't want to take any of that away, but this calls for okay, you're a pro, you're a professional, and as a pro, at this point moving forward, we need to make sure there's no more things that you don't know. And, you know, a lot of people want to go back and get mad about him not knowing it. That doesn't do any good. Although you can, with a stern voice, tell him that costs the team. Dave Fipp was asked about it yesterday in his meeting with the media, the special teams coach, because it came up, hey, your kicker had to try an extra point from 15 yards back. And he's like, look, yeah. I'm not going to say anything about that, but I know that when he came off the field, I saw Dan go to him immediately.
And what we don't know is what happens behind the scenes in terms of, A, what is being said, but 2, if there's any punishment dealt behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does he have to do extra sprints after practice or something like that? Does he have to apologize to the team in front of everybody? Does he have to do, community service or whatever? He's a great guy.
I wouldn't punish him. I would say the punishment is, guess what you have to do after practice from day? You have to sit down for 2 hours and go over with our guys that know all the rules. And I'm not just talking about the rules of the game. I'm talking about making sure that there's no more the gambling on team facility, or whether it was on a bus or whatever it was. We got to make sure you know all those restrictions as well.
Yeah, and then there's stuff that you'll learn from other players and other incidents around the league, like know that when time comes you're playing in Las Vegas, don't miss curfew because you're out at the casino having dinner or whatever, which was what happened to a couple of Dallas receivers recently.
What was it, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah.
Is that who it was, Kang? The missed dinner?
Yeah, and then George Pickens went on to have a penalty of celebrating on the goalpost that same game.
Yep.
By the way. So
yes.
I'm not fully sticking up for Jameson Williams, but I do feel like anytime he does anything, it's like a magnifying glass. And it's kind of a bit overblown, I feel like. By the way, my prediction, he's going to make another mistake at some point in his career.
Yes.
It's going to happen, whether it's lighting fireworks on the 4th of July or whatever it is. People are going to scrutinize a lot of things this guy does, and it definitely hurt the team. He's not the first person to do it in the NFL. He won't be the last person. Literally the next night, George Pickens did it. Rico Dowdell had a thrusting penalty also. Right. These players know the rules. The teams should emphasize that. And what you're hoping is they learn. And he's got to learn, man.
That's the thing right there. And I don't want to accept the premise that he's going to do something to hurt the team again. I don't want to accept that. I want to tell him, hey, we can't put up with this stuff forever.
How much of you also wants you to say to the NFL, lighten up?
A lot, but that's not the point.
No, I got it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's hard for me to really come down hard on a guy for something that seems so dumb in the first place that we're gonna penalize you 15 yards because you wrapped your arms around the goalpost.
Phone calls and feedback next. 97.1. Do have some breaking news here. And it's not necessarily small news. Interim head coach Mike Kafka said quarterback Jackson Dart is still in concussion protocol and has been ruled out for Sunday's game.
Are they going to eat a W or not?
Well,
that's who's in.
That kind of kills one of our Calvin Shepard cuts for later. We're going to play the Lions defensive coordinator. Although, what did he call? The question was, do you expect Jackson Dart to run less because he's coming off a concussion? And he answered it, and then he referred to Jameis Winston. Do you remember what he called him?
Jay Boogie.
Jay Boogie. He said, whether we get Dart or we get Jay Boogie. And I'm like, that's right on the money. He is so Jay Boogie. And apparently we're going to get Jay Boogie.
Is Jameis Winston somebody who was so cringeworthy to start his career, and now is he won you over a little bit?
1,000%. I went from really not liking the awkwardness of Jameis Winston to now loving the goofiness of Jameis Winston.
Stuffing crab legs and butter down his pants.
I went the opposite, Doug. I
Really?
used to like him, and now I'm like, who is this even real? I don't even know if he's real. He's bought into this whatever character he's built up into so much. It's
character.
corny. I laugh at
the
him.
character is Jay Boogie.
Yeah.
I think his personality has become a little bit infectious. Like his teammates are starting to buy into it a little bit. Like, okay, he's not so bad.
I don't think they hate him or anything, but I also don't think they take him seriously.
Maybe not. Maybe I don't know if he's a great leader. I don't know if he's ever going to be this great quarterback in the NFL, but he's a very capable backup. He's not afraid to take chances. He's got talent. He's just a little weird.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Bill in Sterling Heights. Hello, Bill.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Bill.
Hey. Yeah. Whatever the Lions are doing, two things I wanted to talk about real quick. First, Jameis. Whatever they're doing, they have to try something different because it doesn't seem like it's working. But I'm going to preface that by saying I love Jameson Williams. I think he's a good dude. I think he's a good dude, and he just is dumb, and I think the community has really embraced him.
He's young, and as a parent of kids that are roughly similar ages, I know that they say and do dumb things, but they just don't do it in front of millions of people.
Right, and he's too talented to take off the field. And the other thing I wanted to say real quick is, the Wings are really frustrating the crap out of me. I just noticed it last night. What is the deal with Sebastian Cosa? I mean, the guy. I think he's played 5 games at Grand Rapids. He's got a 1.6 goals against, and for the life of me, I have no idea why Sebastian Cosa is not playing goal for the Detroit Red Wings right now.
Well, he got hurt early, I think, to either the beginning of the season or late in training camp, and so he's just getting back into it. And right now they've got 2 healthy goaltenders, the veteran healthy goaltenders. So I think the first crack that somebody is not healthy, he'll get his opportunity. But I think he just came back to Grand Rapids.
All right. Because I just noticed, who was it? Was it? We gave up 5 goals on like 26 shots.
Yeah, Gibson was. It was like 5. It was like 5 on 22 to start, and then maybe they had a couple shots at the end of the game that he was able to save. And he made some really good saves, but nonetheless, it's 5 goals on 22 shots earlier in that game. And the previous game, the Red Wings blew a 4-1 lead that they had going into the third period when Gibson had started, where he gave up 3 goals in the third period and then gave up the one in overtime.
I didn't watch the game. I mean, I know you can't always judge it by that, but because I didn't watch the game, but
it wasn't good.
It just, yeah.
I'll save you trouble.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we got to see. He's supposed to be the dude, right?
Well, Bill, to be fair to you, Bill, I did have Sebastian Cosa on my show sheet because I'm wondering at what point are they going to want to take a serious look at him? And because neither goaltender has been great for the Red Wings, Talbot has certainly been better in his last, I think, 6 starts or 6 appearances. He's been a lot better in net for the Red Wings. But we're still talking about goaltenders that have
below a 900 save percentage, and their goals against average is nothing special either. Now, the league has changed a little bit, that those numbers aren't as good as they used to be anyway, but those aren't very good. And consistency is a big problem with this team through the first 21 games.
I remember talking to somebody in the league that told me goalies can have long runways.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just because you don't see them in the first 30 minutes doesn't mean they're not going to be really, really good in this league. But it's been a bit of a long runway here. Is this his third year in the organization? It's his third year in the organization.
Is it? Well, he was a first round pick.
Might be his fourth. Sorry,
Yeah,
it might be his fourth year in the organization. But it's kind of, we're getting to the point where.
Well, but when you're drafting 18-year-olds, for goaltenders, it is a longer runway. You don't see many break in that young, and goaltenders are strange. There are goaltenders that start off in their early 20s and are fantastic for a couple of years and then completely flame out, and then there's guys that'll play forever, be very pedestrian, and then all of a sudden something clicks when they're 30.
Yeah. My biggest concern with J-Mo is getting hurt on one of his ridiculous end zone flips. That will hurt the team immensely. That's from Mike in Highland. Another one here. I know you cannot slam dunk the post, but I did not know you couldn't hug it. Dave at work, who then adds, can I hug the orange touchdown markers?
Don't do it.
I probably wouldn't. Do you guys have any idea why the NFL has so many stupid-ass rules and penalties? The game is becoming so freaking technical, and it sucks.
They're so afraid of people having fun.
But they're less afraid than they used to be. You can do a lot more now than you used to be.
Yeah, they restricted. You can only do it for like 10 seconds, and then you got to get out of the end zone. You can't, the choreographed stuff, you can't do it for too long. You can't touch anything with the goalposts. Anything that comes near your neck, they're going to say, you can't do that. That's you're simulating a death. That's a throat slit or whatever. And come on. Anybody taking that stuff really seriously?
Next text. I really hate taunting penalties in the NFL. I understand penalties for anything insinuating gun violence or other criminal behavior, but let the guys have some fun.
Well, the taunting, what they're concerned about is that taunting leads to confrontation, which leads to fights, which leads to ejection.
Yeah.
And they don't want that. And I can understand that to a point.
Mm-hmm. If you can do the Lambeau leap, you should be able to hump the goalpost. That's what the text.
What if you can't do the Lambeau leap, like Jared Goff can't do the Lambeau leap? Can't do the Ford Field leap.
Mike in Ann Arbor says, all Lions fans do not love him, as you said, Doug. He's a complete knucklehead. He's going to continue to make bad decisions on and off the field. Trade him. Well, complete knucklehead, all right? If that is what he is right now, or that's what he was on Sunday, what is he going to be next Sunday? What I mean by that is, Mike, you don't allow the kid a chance to grow up. Yes, he continues to make mistakes, but at some point, everybody has him. Not everybody. I shouldn't say everybody. You're right, because I shouldn't have said everybody loves him. Many in Detroit still love him. Fewer will if it continues, but, at some point, many people grow up or mature or understand the error of their ways. I had a relative who was in a line of work where he was known as a door guy.
Okay.
His job was to burst down doors so that people could charge in and make arrests.
Okay.
Early in his career, he remembers elderly, his superiors tell him, you can always first thing try the knob.
Right. Try to open the door before you barge through it.
And he said, no, I'm going to burst the door down. And then he got to be a little bit older and he said, trying the knob's not a bad idea. And then the point is, you get, you grow up and you see things differently.
Well, I'll push back on the term complete knucklehead. I don't like that because you're attacking him as a person as well. And Jim was a great guy. He does great things in the community. He loves the kids in Detroit, does a ton for that. And he's a special football player as well. Does he make some mistakes? Absolutely. And you'd like to curtail that. But because the guy jumped on the goalpost, don't call him a complete knucklehead. You can say it's a mistake. You want to trade him? Okay, trade him, I guess, if that's what you want to do. I don't think that's what the majority of people want to do.
I think it's a sign of immaturity or lack of professionalism because I doubt this wasn't at any point told. They have long team meetings where everybody goes over everything. And if you drift off and said meaning and miss that that's a rule, That's on you, and that's a lack of professionalism. Or you're immature and in the moment you forgot, but got it. He did it. You got to cut back on it. Every time something like this happens, though, fewer and fewer people will be on board. And Mike in Ann Arbor, I guess, is an example of it.
But what we're not seeing is the sleeping through the meetings and getting in trouble like that, like a Keon Coleman is.
Yeah.
Where Keon Coleman missed another game last night because, for whatever reason, they're going to keep to themselves. But the reports are that he's been missing meetings or sleeping in meetings.
Gator, something said on our show has just made its way into the Lions locker room. Legitimately.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to what was said on our show that made its way into the Lions locker room today at 11:47. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. FanDuel Friday is turning it up with NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. FanDuel is dropping limited time specials to get you in the zone. Boost, bonuses, surprises, all designed to bring you that Friday energy. This is not just another promo, it's your weekly pregame. NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to grab your reward before the clock expires. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. All right, so just posted by a member of the Detroit Lions media. Although my favorite response when I said something from our show has made its way into the Lions locker room. One of our listeners responded with, please let it be Caputo's sex tips. No, it's not that.
Stop that.
He's going to confront us about this. What's this I'm hearing? Did I hear?
I won't be the first.
No. Now I've lost it. Great, Doug. True pro. Here we go. Justin Rogers from the Detroit Football Network. Tate Ratledge said he got sent the Onion article about him by, quote, so many people. Said he heard from a team employee that someone called into a local radio station bitching about if it was as if it were for real. That was on our show that someone called.
I'm so glad we handled that correctly, because when we heard what he had to say,
what happened was a caller made some
Yes,
points,
yeah.
and then at the end said, "Did you guys hear that Tate Ratledge asked for Thanksgiving off?"
I'm like, nobody asked. What are you talking
And we
about?
said, "Where did you see this?" What's the sourcing? Like, where did you see this?
And he actually said, I saw it on The Onion, and we started to laugh. We're like, yeah, you know what The Onion is? Well, no. It's a satirical website
that
writes stories to lampoon things.
Yep.
It's all fun and games with The Onion, and it's funny stuff. And the article was funny.
It was funny.
Unless you took it seriously. If you took it seriously, then it's not so much fun.
So, no, Tate Ratledge did not ask for Thanksgiving off.
No, he did not.
What was it? Because I like grandma's pie.
Yeah,
we have a
you're
lot of
just gonna
family
make the pecan
traditions.
pie, yeah.
And he asked to make it up by playing in a game
On a bye week?
on a bye week for the Lions. And it's pretty funny, but it was not real. And yes, somebody called our show.
I don't have a lot of faith in society a lot of times.
No, you don't.
But I refuse to believe that he read that entire article / column, whatever, and thought that was real. Like, that can't be real. That he
It can't
thought
be
it was
real that he thought it was real?
real. I don't know, man. The fact that I'm even debating this already is sad.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, whether or not that guy was just trolling.
Yeah. Please tell me he was trolling.
Let's go to Keith. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Keith?
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
You
y'all
too.
have a great show. I love the 97.1 The Ticket.
Thank you.
Now, my question is, I got two questions. My first question is, what Jameson did when he put that ball over that goalpost, that all falls back on the coach. The coach should let his players know before they play the game. Do not mess with the goalpost.
What if they did?
Well, if they do it anyway, then they, they're not listening. They not,
Okay.
If they do it anyway, I don't think they should be kicked off the team. I mean, it's real
Nobody
petty.
does. Nobody thinks
Yeah,
that.
it's real small. This is something that is real small, and it needs to be fixed, which is quite a few things on the Lions need to be fixed right now. And, I'm just not feeling the playoffs this year. Do you guys, my second question is, do you guys think that the Lions
Well, they're
will make the playoffs?
yes, I actually do. They're favored in every game the rest of the way, which doesn't mean they're going to win every game, but it tells you from an outside observer that a realistic expectation is this team has a great chance to win a bunch of games the rest of the way.
You know why they lost that last game with Philadelphia? Because they played that game in prime time. Every time the Lions play prime time, like 7 and 8 o'clock in the night, it's hard for them. They probably half asleep, trying to play that game. But when they play these games like at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, they always win.
Well, they don't play
So I
any
think
game
it
at
was
2
It was a
o'clock.
prime time game. That game was played real late.
Yeah.
And then it was in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they won in Kansas City on Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football,
no
whatever it
shit.
was. Yeah. They play Sunday night. They win those games. We've seen them win plenty at night.
The interesting thing is that when you play a team at night, the opponent plays at night too, so they have the same challenge, right, Keith?
Right. They both had the same challenge because, Philadelphia was struggling too. They didn't score a lot against the Lions. The Lions was only down that touchdown
or
and 2-point conversion.
Keith, hear me out. Or both teams might have really good defenses.
Right, exactly.
Exactly. Thank you. All right. We straightened that out. I think.
Well, we got big problems then because there's only.
I mean, if that Bears game gets flexed to night game.
I think there's only 2 more 1 o'clock starts the rest of the way. Am I wrong?
Are there any 2 o'clock starts?
No, there's no 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, they got. We didn't ask him how he felt about the 4:25 kick. They play the Giants at 1 and the Packers at 1, and then every other game is a later game, except the Bears game. We don't know the Bears game yet, but
are they done with primetime games aside from perhaps the Bears?
No, they've got the Thursday night game with Dallas.
That's right.
Yep. But then the Rams game's at 4:25. The Steelers game's at 4:25. The Vikings game on Christmas Day is at 4:30. So.
Is the Super Bowl on primetime this year?
Yes, it is.
Oh, damn.
No, actually, it's before prime. Isn't it normally like a 6 o'clock kick-ish?
It's like 6:38 or something, but it's a night game. But it's early night.
Is it played on the West Coast this year?
As far, actually, yeah.
Does it feel?
You know
like
what's funny? What's
feels
funny
like a
is
4 o'clock game?
We'll always put plans in place to go just in case the Lions make it. And before I even knew, I said, "There's only one place I don't want this game to be, and that's that stupid stadium in San Francisco, because it's like in the middle of an industrial park. It looks like it's way out of town. It looks like the worst location ever, and that's where the Super Bowl is. Now, it may not be our problem, but of all,
I hope it's our problem.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I do hope it's our problem.
I hope that we're bitching about the fact that they're
well,
playing
I think
the
Doug would
Super
be the
Bowl.
one bitching, not us.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, I hope Doug's bitching about it.
I hope you are. I hope you complain vociferously about
That's
this.
a good point. We just got a tweet here from Mike. That comment about primetime being too late is why I have a hard time with talk radio. Why? Because you've never thought of it, Mike? Mike? Is that why? You know, it made you think, didn't it? 248-539-9797.
I don't know if this is breaking news or not. I think it kind of is.
What's that?
In college football, Florida Athletic Department officials met Thursday night with representatives of Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin. Multiple sources have said.
Who's this according
to? Well, Joe Shad has reposted.
The Onion?
This is not The Onion.
Okay.
Joe Shad has reposted the comment from Graham Hall, who covers the Florida Gators for 247 Sports.
So, if Joe Shad, who is a writer in Miami, I believe, probably wouldn't repost it unless he thinks of Graham Hall as
a guy,
as a dude. And so
Joe Shad used to be with ESPN. Now he's a journalist for the Palm Beach Post. He's got 244,000
I really think you want to wait till after Thanksgiving. I want to do the wheel of coaching well before then, before these jobs start to fill up.
How many jobs is going to fill up in the next week and a half?
A lot. Could.
You think so?
Well, they could, yeah.
Well, because there's a lot of openings. But I mean,
so yeah, I just think it'd be more fun the more jobs we have. But there's 11 jobs open right now, and Gator and I picked 11 big names. You know, Brian Kelly, Pat Fitzgerald, Lane Kiffin, Eli Drinkwitz, and we're just going to spin the wheel, have it land on a school, and then pull a name out of a hat, see who they get as their coach for all 11 jobs, and then see who's the big winner.
See, and I think if we wait for that first week of December, we might actually have more openings and more coaches.
We could, I suppose. And I guess there could be a local school on that.
Could be.
Yeah, but who knows? 248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, we'll hear from the coordinators. And Amon-Ra gives his 2 cents on the disconnect, and whether he buys the premise that there's a disconnect between Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown this year. That is all coming up next hour here on 97.1. If you haven't seen our Twitter poll, it's not really a poll. It's just a question. Point spreads, all the Lions games, the rest of the way on CBS Sports website. Went through, looked them all up. Caller did something along these lines earlier this week. We just double-checked it. It is correct. Lions are favored in all 7 games. All 7 games. What do you think they will do in those 7 games? Think they're going to sweep them 6-1, 5-2? Kind of gives you a sense for, that they're It's maybe because there's an undercurrent of underachieving, I feel like right now. People feel like this team is underachieving. You might feel a little bit better about it if you just take a step back and say, okay, things aren't that bad. Now they still have to go do the work. They still have to go win football games. But feel free to comment by tweeting us back at DunGator971 or call us at 248-539-9797. Plus, we'll take your texts as well. You can stream the show using the Odyssey app. You can also stream it through our website, 971theticket.com. Additionally, streaming with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat on those sites. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Paulson's Audio and Video. A very jam-packed weekend of Detroit sports this weekend. Tonight, Michigan State men's basketball hosts Detroit Mercy at 6:30 p.m. Tomorrow, the Red Wings take on the Blue Jackets at Little Caesars Arena at 1 o'clock. Michigan State football is at Iowa at 3:30. Michigan football at Maryland at 4. The Pistons try to keep their win streak going against the Milwaukee Bucks in Milwaukee at 8 o'clock. And the Lions hosting the Giants on Sunday. Plenty of breaking news in the last few minutes regarding that game. Out of New York, rookie quarterback Jackson Dart has not cleared concussion protocol and will be out against the Lions. That means Jameis Winston will start against Detroit on Sunday. And just moments ago, Dan Campbell confirms to reporters that Lions tight end Sam Laporta had surgery on his back, and the chances of him returning this year are, quote, very, very slim. Amon-Ra St. Brown spoke yesterday on the possible absence of Laporta for the rest of the season. Lions kick off against the Giants from Ford Field at 1 p.m. Hear that broadcast right here on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, that sucks.
F. You know who I blame?
Me?
Update Kid.
Do you? Always looking for some news to break?
That sucks. There's no sugarcoating that. That's a major blow.
Sam Laporta had a procedure on his back and is likely to miss the rest of the year. And what the quote is that they said his chances of returning this season are slim.
Yep. That sucks.
That really sucks.
We did this last year with Hutch. Remember Hutch? They get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm not going to cross that. This is a back injury. Back injuries are so tough to come. I mean, to come back from in a timely fashion. This is one where I'm just writing off and have him for next year. But in the meantime, without Sam Laporta, what does this mean? It means more Brock Wright in the receiving game, or does this open up an opportunity? What I was trying to see last week was more Isaac Tesla and utilizing his size and speed and the jumping ability, the whole bit, his athleticism. Can he run some of those routes that Sam Laporta was in on?
Like
I'd
when
love to see
Laporta
that.
split out wide.
Yeah.
Yeah. John Morton spoke yesterday and said every week they, give Tesla a little more. And last week he didn't get thrown the ball just because of where he is in the progressions. He's not going to be a number one target very often. But do you remember the name of the tight end I brought up last week? Oh, you weren't in. That's right. On the current roster, do you know who the other tight end is?
Yeah, it's like Dooley or something, or Dwelly.
Ross Dwelly.
Yeah.
Yep. And they've also been working with who was the wide receiver? Dominic Lovett? Was he the one that they've been giving tight end reps to? I mean, now we're at a point now where you're starting, all right, who's going to be working out on Tuesday? Because this hurts.
Yeah, you got to imagine they're going to bring somebody in. I mean, the Broncos brought in Mercedes Lewis a couple weeks ago. He's like 41 years old.
Didn't the Lions get Zach Ertz in a similar situation?
Yeah, it's 2 years boy. Yeah, I remember.
He did like nothing for the Lions, and then
he's actually still
and now
playing.
He's actually
good.
still
Yeah.
playing. He's playing well. Is he with Washington?
Yeah. But I agree with you, Gator. I think this is a Tesla moment. And I'm not saying Tesla plays tight end, but I'm saying I like Khalif Raymond, but I think you start giving some of his reps to Tesla and seeing what he can do. Because if they want to get some more, more flow going, as they were saying, just back to the offense they had, I think Tesla, he's shown a lot. I know it was preseason and practice, but time to give him some more reps and get him some shine here. Maybe he can help you with that loss, man.
If there was a really good tight end out there that it wasn't on a roster, he'd probably be signed by now. Is there a practice squad guy that you can go pilfer? I mean, you really have to start looking for alternatives because this sucks.
Yeah, and they have two guys on the practice squad. Ferkser, who they brought back just recently, Anthony Ferkser, and Zach Horton is the other one. Horton is 6'4", 252. Ferkser is 6'2", 241. Is this a situation where you bring in Malcolm Rodriguez to be a little bit of an H-back? We've seen that in the past. Or is it just easy button to press? Is it just Brock Wright? But I do think if you're going to, because they would move, Laporta was lined up everywhere.
Yep.
So if he's lined up not as the traditional tight end spot, why not have that be
I'll tell you what, if Laporta's, here's why. I think I'd probably rather line up Jahmyr Gibbs in the slot and put David Montgomery on the backfield and have them both on the field at the same time. If it's a set where Sam Laporta, whatever that package was called, the NASCAR package or the boat race package, where you had Laporta split out in a slot as a slot receiver, put Gibbs there and put Montgomery in the backfield and have both those weapons on the field at the same time.
Well, I would say this. There are plenty of options of what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously none is as good as having Sam Laporta because of his versatility, being able to block and run routes and catch the football. But Dan Skipper is going to be a part of that. If you want another big man on the line, if you want to go two tight ends, it's, Brock Wright and Dan Skipper in there. So I'm curious to see how they will react to this, but my gut reaction tells me that this is an opportunity for Isaac TeSlaa to get more reps on the field and start making an impact, because no longer being the fourth or fifth option in a play, but maybe you're the second option on a play now, because that's the route that you go to Laporta.
I like TeSlaa too, because the reason Sam Laporta was so good, like you just mentioned, he can do so many things. When he's on the field, you don't know if they're going to run or pass, because he can do both so well. With TeSlaa, he's one of the best, I guess, blocking receivers they have. They can still run with TeSlaa in the game. It's not going to be a giveaway if it's a pass or run. And now you can throw to him, or maybe you have to throw to him. So I do like that as an option. But if you're going to run like another tight end package, it's got to be Brock Wright out there, of course. He's been doing it longer. He's not as mobile and as good of a pass catcher as Laporta, but he can definitely block. I knew the Zylstra injury would hurt us, guys. I knew it.
Well, I mean, look, any position where you have injuries start to mount up. I'm trying to avoid the woe is us things, because the more you look around the league, it's just a stark realization that every team gets devastated by injuries. Yep. It's just who's going to overcome it the best. This is now the latest. I mean, we shouldn't be dismissive at all that Philly just lost their left tackle for a while, or the right tackle for a while, and now the Lions. Johnson. Yeah, now the Lions are going to have to likely deal life without Sam Laporta for the rest of the year. If you're just joining us, breaking news at this hour that Sam Laporta back surgery or procedure on his back. As I would have said, the exact wording was a procedure on his back, and he is likely done for the rest of the year. Damn it. Damn it. Hey, man, it's, it's funny because John Morton also spoke yesterday that one of the most enjoyable parts for him of coaching is the problem solving. Is when you have a matchup issue or personnel issue, he likes the problem solving. Okay, how are we going to make this work? So it's not like losing Sam Laporta for the year means that they're done. It just doesn't help. Whatever chance you thought they have, if you didn't think they had a great chance, you don't feel any better about this news. And even if you thought they had a great chance. So, too bad.
I didn't see this one coming. I thought this was Laporta's just dealing with injury. He'll be back. He's banged up. No big deal. Didn't know he was going to need a procedure. And that's unfortunate. Yep. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, and I think it's going to come within house, because looking around the league, like you mentioned, all the injuries, Doug, specifically tight end, though. I mean, Darren Waller, Tyler Higbee, these guys are on IR. The tight end from the Jacksonville Jaguars, he was actually leading the team in targets, I think. He's out for the year. That's the tight end depth pool out there is slim.
I found a list. I don't know how current it is. I'm kind of looking at some of these tight ends that were on the market. I don't know how many of them still are. Hayden Hurst was out there. Peyton Hendershot was out there. Jordan Akins was out
from
there.
Indiana?
Yeah, he is.
I liked him out of Indiana.
Yeah, I did too. Then I'm trying not to let that. He was a good college tight end, right?
Exactly.
But I'm going to guess that there'll be somebody claimed off a practice squad, and yet there's this is a weapon, a lost weapon, and you know what? It's time for their best players to play like it, and it's time for Amon-Ra, who he's still a very, very good receiver. It's time for Goff to step up, but this sucks. Absolutely sucks. We'll get an update from Al Allen Park in about an hour. We'll check in with the Birchie Kid. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback coming up. Breaking news. Sam Laporta likely done for the year, procedure on his back, as confirmed by Dan Campbell at this hour. Hey, sports fans, we made it to the weekend in Twin Peaks. Can't wait to host you for the party. It's a big weekend of sports ahead of us, and there's no better place to catch all the action than your favorite lodge. You got the Wings and Stones back in action Saturday, along with all the college football you can handle. Then circle back on Sunday for a full slate of pro ball with the Big Cats playing the G-Men at 1 p.m. Why go to Twin Peaks for sports? Well, it's a no-brainer. Imagine the ultimate man cave, 50-plus inch high-definition television showing up to 8 games at once, all in a comfortable lodge setting, while the beautiful Twin Peaks girls deliver all the food and drinks you crave. you crave rather. Nothing beats an ice-cold draft poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees and a massive plate of hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings tossed in sauces that will explode your taste buds. Or the handcrafted old-fashioned with your favorite high-end bourbon paired with a cut in-house New York strip. Twin Peaks takes the bar game to a whole new level. Come see the difference all weekend long. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Saturday night, the Pistons in Milwaukee looking for their 14th win of the season. They're looking for their 14th win of the season.
The Pistons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back in the 2023-2024 NBA season, the Detroit Pistons won 14 games.
So if the Pistons win tomorrow night.
Yep.
And they lost every game the rest of the way.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be the same season they had a couple years ago.
Yep.
That is unbelievable. They are 13-2 to start the year.
Yep.
They have a chance to win their 14th game in their 17th game of the season.
Yep.
When 2 years ago, it took them 82 games to win 14.
Yep. Crazy, huh?
That is crazy.
Okay, college football this weekend. Let's start with Michigan and Maryland. You asked the question, do the Terrapins present a challenge? And I know this sounds like a coach speak and all that. Maryland does present a challenge. Malik Washington is a very talented freshman quarterback, and they have three-headed monster veteran wide receivers. What they have not done is stop the run, and Michigan likes to run the football. Do they present a challenge? I will make a statement, and I'd love to debate it with you. If you turn the football over 5 times, everyone presents a challenge.
Facts.
Okay, you don't want to debate it? Michigan has to play better. I said it before the Northwestern game. If they don't play better than they do against Purdue, you invite a team into a football game that you should win. And those were catastrophic mistakes. The ones that they made in the Northwestern game, they overcame them and got the win. What you hope is it's all part of the learning curve for a young quarterback and for, in the case of the quarterback center exchange, 2 players that hadn't repped a lot because Bryson Cusdahl was the 3rd running back, maybe 4th running back at the beginning of the year, and a freshman quarterback, and they haven't run that zone read play a lot. So the handoff and the decide play can be a problem if you don't have a lot of experience working together, but they have to stop turning it over. If they're going to turn the football over, Maryland does indeed present a problem. Defensively, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. They can afford to create some turnovers. Michigan went from one of the best turnover teams in the country to very pedestrian in 2 weeks, turning it over 7 times in the last 2 games.
Turnovers will kill you. It's a killer for any team, and I would have to imagine that the 5 turnovers last week, that's a statistical anomaly for that team. They don't typically turn the ball over a ton, let alone 5 times in a game. I wouldn't expect that. This is a Maryland team that also gave up 35 points in a loss to Rutgers. They gave up 34 points in a loss to Nebraska. They got smoked by Indiana, but so do most teams. They got beat 55-10 in that game. And they just got beat by Illinois 24-6. I think Michigan has more talent because of what they have on defense that can get after you. But you're right. The quarterback does make plays. He has been dynamic this year. He's got, 2,200 yards passing on the season, but he's not immune to turning the ball over with 7 interceptions on the year. And Michigan's secondary can be opportunistic. But I feel like this is a game for the Wolverines to play a boring, methodical, conservative football game that results in a win. Like, just win 24-10. Where the game's not really threatened, but it's a snore fest. But you don't care because all you want is to be completely healthy going into next week's matchup against Ohio State. You can't lose this game. But you just want to be healthy going into next week. Just win it. Don't care how boring. You can run the ball 50 times in this game if that's what you got to do.
I believe them when they say Jordan Marshall's injury isn't serious. The question is, will he play this week? Will they get him ready? Does Cusdahl get the call? He's got great speed. Man, he hits the hole fast. But he doesn't have a ton of experience. He did, other than the quarterback center exchange, when he was carrying the football, he did, and I don't know who that quarterback center exchange falls on. It felt like the ball was a little high, but he also closed his arms a little quickly. But at the end of the day, that kid took some big hits and hung on to the football, and that's where inexperience can get you.
Yeah, well, you know what he's had this week? Practice, and more practice, and that's only going to set him up for success. And Michigan running backs, they've got a stable of them. They always do. And it's next man up, and he's getting the opportunity. He got it last week. He ran with it. Yeah, mistakes were made. Mistakes can be cleaned up. But again, am I wrong? Wouldn't you just have
take a boring
approach whatsoever to this game?
An exciting broadcast, of course. But
obviously,
a boring, get it done, get to 9-2 going to Ohio State, which after the USC game I think was really in doubt, but they will have crossed that hurdle and really achieved a realistic expectation, which was to get to the end with a chance to beat Ohio State and go to the playoff. One other thing to know, Maryland You mentioned Michigan secondary opportunistic. Maryland second in the country with 18 interceptions. So take care of the football. Meanwhile, Michigan State goes to Iowa. Your thoughts on that game?
Well, playing on the road is, particularly at Iowa, is not easy to do. What you're looking for from Michigan State is just hope the effort is still there. They're looking for their first Big Ten win of the season. I can't believe it's taken this long. It doesn't bode well for them in this matchup. But that being said, it's not insurmountable. This is something that they can do. They can put it together. I don't know, what the quarterback situation is going to be. Is Childs? I have to look to see if Childs is even available to them. But it looks like Alessio is the guy that they want to take the snaps anyway. And as a whole, it seems like the team is getting a little bit healthier, getting some skills players back. So, but they've got to play mistake-free football, and a lot of it is mental. Eliminate the pre-snap penalties. Don't do that. Try to stay away from the big 15-yard penalty. Those have been a problem. And just play sound football, man. Too often it seems like they're in a game and then the floodgates open up. It's like, what happened to the competitive team we saw for the first, 35 minutes of this game? What happened to that team? Mm-hmm. They need to much as I hate the 4-finger thing, but they got to play for 4 quarters. And I don't know if it's going to end up resulting in a win this week, but I feel this way. And I don't like to focus on the negative. But if they get smoked by Iowa, and if the effort looks poor, and it's not just, here's a mental mistake, but it's like they look terrible doing it. With the way that things have changed with the signing period, it's moved up a couple weeks. It's like in the middle of December now instead of early January.
For high school recruits.
Yeah, or even in February in some cases. That because that signing period has moved up, if Michigan State is going to make a move with the head coach, if they don't show up on Saturday, it might be in their best interest to let him go before the Maryland game just to get ahead of it because of the signing day thing. Normally, I'm like, just wait till after Thanksgiving if that's after
what's the advantage? What are they getting ahead of?
I'm just it's trying to ensure that you can still hang on to the recruits that you have. You get a head start on. I mean, look, I think they already have a pretty good idea what they want to do and what they're able to do. And if you can get a change and a coach done quickly, then maybe you can salvage the recruiting season. But if not, if there's no hope of salvaging that, then whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter. There's an optics thing with this on Saturday. I hope they don't look awful against Iowa. I hope they show fight. I hope what we see is a team. Remember when they went to Iowa a couple of years ago, when Harlan Barnett was the coach, and they should have won that game. They had that game won, and a couple of mistakes late in the game cost them, and it was devastating. And is this another opportunity against an Iowa team? You're on the road. A win might go a long way too.
So the signing day is December 3rd. Are you thinking that they would hire a new coach before December 3rd?
I guess that wouldn't happen. No, maybe that's unrealistic. I thought it was 13th. It's the 3rd. Good God, that is so early.
I just did a Google search and I got 2025, 2026 NCAA signing dates. And I'm surprised it's the 3rd too, but December 3rd through December 5th is the early signing period.
I guess it's just the early signing period. What's the second signing period?
February.
I wonder how many people are going to sign in the early period.
It felt like everybody did last year. Second signing date is February 4th, according to this.
But it's a bit of a mess with what they have with East Lansing. I've said before, I don't think Jonathan Smith's the right fit. I don't think he's a bad coach. I just think he's bad for this team. This team is not overachieving.
This team or this program?
This team. I mean, it's on the players. I don't think that they have a ton of really good players, and I don't think he's the rah-rah motivation guy that gets you to overachieve.
All right, straight ahead. We give you every update there is on Tarek Skubal, and this one comes from Skubal himself. Hear what he had to say about what's being said about him straight ahead at 12:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. So, big news if you're just joining us. Fortunately, Sam Laporta, it sounds like he's done for the year. A procedure on his back. And Dan Campbell said it's awfully unlikely he returns. We'll go out to the Birchie Kid at 1:15, who is covering this story and all the latest on the Lions. But that is the big news of the day, and that sucks. That sucks. So time to get creative. John Morton, who said yesterday to the media he loves problem solving. He said that's the fun part. Well, this is a problem that they're going to need to solve because this is a major weapon in the pass game. So, all right, Tarek Skubal. He went on the MLB Network, Foul Territory show, and talked about all the rumors and all the reporting about him, the trade rumors, the contract talks, etc. And here's what he had to say. So what does that mean? Does it mean that all the reporting about how far apart they are, it said it's not, is that an implication that it's not accurate?
I think he was saying there was a couple of different things out there. One is that's part of it, the numbers. I don't know where that comes at. And then the part that bothered me a little bit was when he starts talking about, I don't know where these rumors come about. Well, it's not necessarily rumors. It's people putting themselves in the shoes of the GM. What are you going to do with Tarek Skubal? Because it seems like your agent is hell-bent on getting you to free agency. And so it's kind of like put things together. If there's hell-bent on getting to free agency and you're a free agent at the end of the season, what do? Do you hang on to him, make a run at the World Series? Do you trade him now? Do you trade him at the trade deadline? Do you try to sign him to a long-term contract extension? Which doesn't seem likely because go back to the first point that your agent wants you to get to free agency. So that's where that part comes from. I don't want Tarek Skubal to be tone deaf about what's going on or pretend to be tone deaf.
I don't think he sounded like. To be clear, I don't think he sounded angry or mad.
He didn't sound angry or mad at all. I'm the one who's maybe sounding angry or mad because I saw the longer cut of the interview, and it just rubs me the wrong way when a player comes out and says, "Hey, that's that I don't have any control over that." Yes, you do.
You have some control.
You have control over anything that comes with your career.
He has ceded control. In this case, though, he has ceded control. He could come out publicly and change narratives, but and I understand why he does this, and I understand why people do it.
I do too.
He's trying to distance himself from this and just let his agent do his job and get the best deal for him, and then eventually he will make. I mean, it's not like he has no control.
Well, that's the thing.
He eventually has to make a decision.
It's disingenuous when you say something like that because you obviously have control. You've told your agent what you want, or you've agreed with your agent how it's going to be handled.
All right, here's more on trade rumors. What he hears when his name comes up in trade rumors.
That was the first part there that I'd heard this whole long cut, and that's why I was a little.
What I take out of that is, again, here he is publicly saying, quote, "It's not like I want to be traded."
Well, no, I can't imagine you want to be traded, but you have to understand why these reports are out there, because this is what the Tigers have to think about, because your agent is seemingly unwilling to talk about a reasonable contract extension.
So I guess the question is between how much, speaking publicly about how much he loves Detroit, this comment, it's not like I want to be traded. My whole thing with this is he just preparing us for a letdown because he doesn't want to be the bad guy, or is this sincere? Like, I really love Detroit and I really don't want to get traded. What do you think?
I think the first part is true. I think he really loves Detroit. I think he loves his teammates. I think he loves the manager. I think the pitching coach. I think that situation. I mean, the fact he's won back-to-back Cy Young Awards with this team. It's a winning team. And if this team wants to keep on winning, that path is easiest if Tarek Skubal is part of it. But Tarek Skubal has to be the one that says, okay, I want to be part of this and let's move forward. And he's not said that. You know, it's an easy way to go to get negotiations going. If you want to put pressure on the Tigers, come out publicly and say, I want to sign with the Tigers. Say it. But also say, but I'm not going to sit there and just give away my free agent years. You got to make it worth my while. I want to be here. I want to be part of this. But I'm not just going to give the hometown discount and say, sure, I'll sign for $30 million a year. I understand what I'm worth on the free agent market. And you guys do too. But let's work something out. But we're not hearing that yet. It might happen. Maybe he gets vocal about that at some point. But it seems like the Tigers are kind of, based on what we're reading, what we're seeing from the national media, that they're really kind of up against it here. They have to make up their minds on what's going to happen. They're open to trade talks. They're going to listen to offers from teams. Everybody's coming out with their list of, hey, here are 5 teams that might want to acquire Tarek Skubal, and where would best fit be, and who should the Tigers ask for, and all this. I think I would have to imagine that what Scott Harris really wants to do is sign Tarek Skubal. But he might not be able to because of Scott Boras, Skubal's agent.
248-539-9797. Nathan and Warren. What's up, Nathan?
Hey, guys. I'm going to say some words that you're not going to like. You're going to have to deal with that. If you look at the list of Cy Young winners, when they're done winning their Cy Young, when they've come off that run that they're on, they're not as good as they were. And Skubal, having won the last 2 Cy Youngs, I think that his run of being the most dominant pitcher in the American League that window is closing rapidly. So are we going to sign him for $300, $400 million and have a 36, 37-year-old guy that we now have this albatross of a contract? Or do we move him now when his value is at its highest, and we just supplement our team and hope for the best?
Nathan, it sounds to me like you want to move him now.
I do want to move him now. I'm sick of the drama of the whole thing. Like, we all know that Chris Ilitch does not have to return pop cans to pay for a baseball team. But he's socking away money and he's refusing to invest. So if that's the case, then just go ahead and trade him. Bring in a bunch of young kids and let's see if Scott Harris and whoever else and AJ can work with these guys and mold them into a winner.
Well, Nathan, I guess, I think it probably stands to reason that when every pitcher comes to the end of their Cy Young run, they get worse. Kind of makes sense. You have cases like Roger Clemens, who won a few in a row, then didn't win any, and came back like 9 years later and won 2 more. But they're the exception.
How do they do that?
Like there's a peak that a lot of players go through, and he's at it right now. You're paying for. And if you sign him to a long-term contract, it's the same thing that happens with a lot of star players. You're signing him for production over the next few years, knowing you're going to have some bad years at the end of every contract.
I mean, if you're going to sign him long-term, you're hoping what he does is have a Clayton Kershaw career that is still an excellent pitcher long after he won his Cy Young awards. That's what you're hoping for. Because up until 2 years ago, Clayton Kershaw was still an outstanding pitcher, with an ERA in the mid-2s. He had ERA in the low 2s when he was 34 years old. It's only the last couple of years with injuries that he's, things have changed. But I understand where you're coming from, Nathan. It's hard to justify any kind of long-term contract because as players get older, they're typically going to get worse at some point. You're hoping that you can ride out the first 4 or 5 years of that contract where it's still not only productive but extraordinarily productive. And it's a big if.
And I'm in the camp of let's do the Juan Soto. Trade him to a team that can pay him, and let's go ahead and just get some treasure trove of 3, 4, 5 good prospects, and hope to God that one of them or 2 of them turn into something worthwhile. Because unfortunately Scott Harris he's put all his eggs in the basket of my 4 or 5 prospects are all going to hit the majors and they're all going to be good. And unfortunately, we all know that's just not the case.
Yeah, I think that the meetings between Scott Harris and Scott Boras have got to be fascinating because not only it's dealing with the future of the Tigers, but how do you get the best future for the Tigers? Because Boras if he wants his client to get to free agency, you have to have that tough conversation. Like, look, if we're going to trade him, we're looking to trade him. Where does he want to go where he can sign a long-term contract so we can get the most out of it? Why are you laughing?
His whole premise was, when Scooble's not as good, he's not going to be as good.
Well, yes, but his point was he wants to get out in front of it.
It was, but like using history as saying, when guys stop winning Cy Youngs, they aren't as good. Yeah, of course. I mean, this might be the peak, and we know that. But
that's why he said what he said.
Yeah,
get out in front of it. But again, if the Tigers can work with Scott Boras, and Scott Boras can work and say, okay, if you're going to trade him to this team because we're going to sign a long-term contract with that team right away. I don't know if that'll ever happen.
97-1. coming up today at 1 o'clock, more opinions from inside the Lions facility. Is there anything amiss with Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown? A connection that has been as reliable as any in the NFL. Doesn't seem as reliable in this 2025 season. Do they see anything? Hear what they had to say today at 1 o'clock here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, if you're just joining us, the breaking news, unfortunately, is that Sam Laporta had a procedure on his back, and it would be a surprise if he plays again this year, which is unfortunate. It sucks, and now they're in the problem-solving phase. Birchie Kid will tell you what's being said out at Allen Park today at 1:15 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. In the meantime, we're talking about Tarek Skubal, the comments he made on MLB Network. As you know, he said he doesn't know where the numbers come from or the rumors come from, but there's not a lot of truth to a lot of it. He also said that he doesn't want to be traded. And did say some things are out of his hands, which you kind of take issue with, but it's more about he could, have some control over it. He could exert some control over it. But
he's got final say over anything that happens in his career.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you're in this portion. You remove yourself, and then you kind of, in theory, right? I'm sure this isn't what happened, but in theory, you can say, hey, they come to me when everything's final, and then I decide. I let him handle all the negotiation. I distance myself from it. It's why people hire agents and let the experts do it, and I can stay removed and then just make final decisions. But the final decision always does go to the player.
Just wish he had different representation.
Yeah, I mean, I get why people hire Scott Boras.
He gets his clients top dollars, and if that's what you want, that's the guy to get. You could probably get really good money with somebody else. It's not going to.
Of course. I lost it during the limerick last week. I thought, this is not cute. This is not funny. But whatever. You saw a report that the Tigers might be interested in an upgrade out of the bullpen.
Yeah, it was John Heyman had the report that the Tigers were among 3 teams at the time that are interested in Edwin Diaz, closer from the New York Mets. Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
I would be all about this. But go ahead. It's an easy however, what is it going to cost? $20 million a year, $18 million a year? Yeah, get it done. You want a guy, swing and miss guy? There it is. You want a guy you can reliably throw out there, either in the 9th inning as the closer or facing in the highest leverage situations late in the game in the 8th inning against the 1, 2, 3 hitters, the heart of the lineup. Yep, that's the guy. It's unquestioned. That's the guy. You're not hoping that Will Vest gets the job done. You're not hoping that they can re-sign other players and they get the job done. This is a guy gets the job done.
Is this is Tommy Trumpet guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus you get that.
Do you remember who you saw was also, you said at the time, the way you just worded that, was this recent?
It was yesterday, yeah.
Okay. Do you know who the other 2 teams were?
I want to say the Mets were one, and I'm not sure it was Boston, the other one.
Well, I mean, I don't like our standing in getting bidding wars with those teams, but that doesn't mean you can't win a bidding war with those teams. So, yeah, I mean, this would work.
Correct.
Are you looking up the teams?
Yeah, trying to find.
I mean, I'd like to hear it was Kansas City and Tampa they were bidding against. But, yeah, talk about a strong move to solidify your bullpen and then repurpose some of the guys you have. Now, I guess A.J. Hinch, even if you have an Edwin Diaz, you're probably not going to use that guy 100% as a closer. You use him in the high leverage spots. But his save numbers, these are the last 4 years. 32, 32, 20, and 28. He had a 57 save career his last year in Seattle. His walks and hits per innings pitched the last 4 years, 105.84, 104.87. You talked about the strikeouts. He had 98 last year in 62 innings. The year before, 84 in 54 innings. The year before, 118 in 61 innings. A lot of swing and miss in that arm, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, he's really good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be all about getting a back-end arm and getting a starting pitcher. I
think that's a great way to go into free agency. You're bringing Torres back, or you're bringing Torres back as he accepted the qualifying offer, so that kind of, I think, might limit what they really want to do. But I wish it wouldn't. You know, their payroll is sitting at $155 million projected after all the increases to players are factored in. This is according to Spot Track. That's including giving Tarek Skubal a $20 million raise for this upcoming season, his last year before free agency. So it's 155. That ranks, I believe, 17th among the projected payrolls in baseball prior to free agency getting underway. If you want to get into the top 10, you got to go north of like $195 million. You're not that far away. And I don't think it's too much to ask for the fan base to say, get your payroll up above $200 million. Mm-hmm. Spend another $50 million, another $75 million to get up there. People come out. People support this team. And particularly if you're a winner, absolutely they do. So go do it.
248-539-9797. So we sit here with this news with Skubal. I'll tell you that, he spoke with MLB Network and said he doesn't know where all the rumors came from. I'm looking at the feedback that I can see here. Most people think he's just trying to let Detroit down easy. Talk about how much you love it before you leave. And then it's a common breakup theme. I hope it's sincere that if the offers are anywhere close, I mean, you made the comment yesterday, if they make the same offer as a New York team, doesn't he stay here? And if he really, truly loves it, yeah. Yeah, so I hope these are very sincere feelings, that if they just get in the ballpark, I mean, at some point, do you have to be the highest bidder? Is there any chance a Boris client would take less than the most money?
I think there's always a chance, because it ultimately comes down to what the player wants. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's the negotiation, is that you see, okay, hey, I Red Sox, let's just say, or let's say the Mets. Mets are willing to give him $400 million over the length of a contract. And that's what it's going to take, Tigers. And the Tigers like, look, we can give you $375 million, no more, or $350 million, no more. And if they thought the Tigers could only go up to $300 million, then it gets up to $350. Is that enough for them to say, yep, I'll go there? I mean, you don't know until you find out. The problem is, are you ever going to be able to find out? Is Boris going to lay out exactly what it is that he's expecting? He has to at some point. Otherwise, it's not even a negotiation. How high are the Tigers willing to go? I don't think, Chris Ilitch has been pretty open that he's willing to spend money. And it seems like Scott Harris is really wanting to have Tarek Skubal part of this team for years to come.
That Jeff Passan report where he quoted an MLB executive yesterday that said that Scott Harris cannot be told he can't sign this guy, like he truly believes. I can't remember the exact wording, right, but Jeff Passan talked to 11 industry insiders who gave him unattributed quotes about the Skubal saga and how it's going to play itself out. And one MLB executive made the comment that Scott Harris fully believes he can sign this guy.
Yeah. Now, most people think that there's no way that they're going to sign him to a long-term deal.
Yep.
That's what most of the pundits out there are saying. And maybe that's the case. And that's why there's the talk of trade for Tarek Skubal, so he understands what it is that is leading to this kind of speculation. Because if nobody thinks you're going to sign a long-term contract, what are the options? Ride it out with you, or trade and get something for you before you lose him for nothing?
So there's really three possibilities, right? And you just talked about them. And the one caller who's called on this said he wants him to trade him now. And you asked the question in the show sheet, what scenario would make you the happiest? Let's take 10 texts on this right now. Tiger fans, 248-539-9797. Make sure you sign your text. It's the first 10 texts that come over. What scenario with Skubal makes you the happiest? 248-539-9797. So there's a lot of different directions this could go. We're going to have an off season where they hold one of the biggest blue chips at the table. Do they play it themselves? Do they sell it off? What do they decide to do? What would make you the happiest as it pertains to Tarek Skubal? We'll take those 10 texts. We'll get to those coming up at the 1 o'clock hour, 102, right out of the gate. In the meantime, also next hour, Amon-Ra and Johnny Morton talk about whether or not there's something wrong with the Goff-Amon-Ra connection this year. Hear what they had to say in the 1 o'clock hour, and what are the Lions going to do without Laporta, the Birchie kid, at 1:15 from Allen Park. Here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Plenty of action going on in Detroit sports this weekend. It all starts tomorrow with the Red Wings taking on the Blue Jackets at 1 p.m. from Little Caesars Arena. 97.1 The Ticket has pregame coverage at 12:45 with Jeremy Otto. Both football teams on the road, Michigan State at Iowa, Michigan at Maryland. And tomorrow night, the Pistons in Milwaukee to take on the Bucks. Tip-off at 8 o'clock. On Sunday, the Lions will host the Giants at 1 p.m. The breaking news from New York's camp today is that Jackson Dart will not play in that one as he's still out with concussion protocol. That means Jameis Winston will start instead. Dan Campbell delivered the heartbreaking news today that Lions tight end Sam Laporta is likely out for the year after having a back procedure on his injured back. Campbell did provide some more positive updates on other players, though. Lions are 13-0 in the game following a loss since October 2022. Try to keep that streak going after the loss to Philly last week. Kickoff at 1 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
To Car Scott Anderson. We'll get to the 10 text thing in a minute here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. DJ Reed. I don't think Detroit's asleep on how good this guy can be and what a huge return getting him back into the lineup could be for the Detroit Lions.
Be big.
Yep.
particularly against a team like the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
Very good receivers.
Yep.
Following week against the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens.
Yeah. And, look, there's a lot of football to be played. Fortunately, news today that Sam Laporta is going to be out, probably for the season. Sucks. We asked people before the break, what would make you happiest with Scooble? From an unnamed texter, signing Scooble would make me happiest. It's not my money. Jeff in Trenton says, trade him and get a boatload of veterans looking to win the World Series. So trade him, and then when you say get a boatload, are you talking about for a boatload of veterans or sign a boatload of veterans? I don't know what he's talking about.
I think you'd have to sign.
Yeah, because a team that would,
boatload of veterans.
Not good ones. A team that's trading for him is trying to win the World Series. They're not going to trade you their good veterans back.
We're all trying to win a World Series, Doug.
Right. Tom in Pleasant Ridge says, trade him now. He's gone. Jacob in Novi says, I want Scooble gone. Him being traded would make me happiest. Javier in Clarkston says, Scooble as a Tiger would make me happiest. Tommy in a truck says, sign Scooble and get Bregman or Bichette as proof we're in win now mode. How about Edwin Diaz?
How about all three?
Paul in Valorville says, trade him now. No one player is worth that much, and think about the return. Randy says, sign Scooble for 7 years. Ian Plymouth says, ride it out. Make him a free agent at the end of the season. Michael Livonia says, trade him this offseason and get your biggest return. So there you go. Those are some of the opinions people have out there. All right. Look, we've talked about what feels like something's off with Amon-Ra and Jared Goff. We asked Jared about it earlier in the week. We'll replay that for you in a minute. It came up with Amon-Ra. Is there something that isn't quite in sync this year with the Goff-Amon-Ra connection? Here's what he had to say. Okay. John Morton, the offensive coordinator, same question came up. Is there something not quite right with this connection? Because it's been so good in the past. Here's what the Lions offensive coordinator said. That's interesting at the end.
We'll make sure.
It won't happen again. We'll make sure. We asked Jared about it earlier this week and whether or not there was a disconnect with it. And I mean, 12 targets, 2 catches is so uncharacteristic of that combination. Here's what Jared Goff said. Okay, let's be clear here. The bar is insanely high for these two. If Jared Goff drops back to pass and his first read is Amon-Ra, I expect it to be complete for a first down.
Yep.
If not a touchdown. Every single time. This year, Amon-Ra there have been 28 targets that have gone incomplete to Amon-Ra St. Brown the whole year. 10 of them came in one game. Now, so when they say, if we raise the bar where we're kind of lost control of what we expect, or is there something off? Because last year they had 26 incompletions the whole season.
Wow. And it's already at 28.
Yep. Last year, 141 targets, 115 receptions.
I think, it just looks like something's a little off. It doesn't mean they can't correct it or that it can't still work at a high level, even if it's not fully corrected and be what it was last year. But yes, the bar is set extraordinarily high because of how well these two have meshed together since since Amon-Ra came in the league and since Jared Goff has been a Lion. It's been one of the truly great combinations in football, if not the best combination in football with a quarterback and receiver. The difference this year, I think everything starts with the offensive line. The offensive line is not as good. There have been many games this year that Goff has been under tremendous pressure, which speeds things up, which is going to lead to inaccurate throws and, hurried targets or whatever. But the other side of that is that we have seen Amon-Ra drop the football, which is completely uncharacteristic. We're so used to seeing him catch everything. And, he's the first one to tell you, if it's on my fingertips, if it's on my palm, if I got a hand on it, one hand or two, I expect to catch the football no matter what it is.
He said that exact thing yesterday.
Yeah. So that's the thing with him. And that's why the bar is set so high. So when you're credited with 5 drop passes at this point in the season, we're like, wow, that seems like a lot. We're not used to seeing that. And he's on, track to hit a career high with drop passes. And you don't want, I don't suspect he's going to drop 5 the rest of the season, because I think he just corrects things and he'll be fine. But I think because the offensive line is not what it was last year, we're going to see an inflated number of missed targets, just because the timing isn't going to be there like it has been in the past due to the offensive line.
There is speculation, and this always happens. There is speculation that there might be an injury, that there could be something that happened with Amon-Ra at some point this year that could explain it. A lot of times in sports, the unexplainable has that moment where you go, oh. And I've discovered this a lot in covering teams, and somebody pulls you aside and say, well, you know what that is.
You played with a sports hernia, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And it's not always injury related. And I actually,
I don't know if I hope tear. Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't know if I hope it is or it isn't. Like, I don't want him to be hurt. I want him to be healthy. But it would explain a lot if we found out that there was a legit injury there. But Amon-Ra didn't get hyper defensive. But still, that was really, really uncharacteristic. Chances are, Scott, we'll be sitting here and talking to a Monday and saying things like, well, I guess the Goff Amon-Ra connection's okay. I think chances are that will be the conversation come Monday. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, about the Goff St. Brown connection. He's got that podcast, and you can see his hand. There's a picture going around. His hand looks really swollen, his thumb pad. And I'm sure that's contributing to his, the dropsies or whatever. So, I don't know. You guys can look on the internet.
Okay, so you say there's a picture.
A picture of his hand. His
like a screenshot?
Above his head. Yeah, his hands are above his head, and you can see, like, the thumb pad is really swollen. So, I mean, that's not the only thing, but I'm sure that's definitely contributing to his dropsies. It happened a couple games ago. It looked like he was shaking his hand. And, sorry, I'm out of breath.
That's all right.
He just doesn't look the same, and I just feel really strongly that's part of it.
Okay. We'll see if we can find it, Dave, and see if there's any veracity to it. But, I mean,
I can get it and send it to you guys if there's a way to do that.
Yeah, you can link it. You can link it on Twitch if you want to go there and just send a link. So, thanks, Dave. 248-539-9797. Let's get the very latest on what they're saying about life without Sam Laporta for a while here. The Birchie Kid will join us from down in Allen Park next here on 97.1. Right now is the perfect time to improve your home with CGC Home Services. Save on select Connecticut water systems and enjoy the added benefit of advanced air purification for a healthier home. It's what's in our home. It's what our family benefits from. From plumbing to cleaner air and water, we love it, and they'll deliver solutions you can count on. Call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. Your home, their priority. Call CGC Home Services, 855-339-4242. That's 855-339-4242. Or visit them at cgchomeservices.com and tell them Karsh sent you. As seen on TV, he's the Birchie Kid. What's up, man?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Friday, as always.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good to talk to you. So we obviously had some breaking news regarding Laporta. So is he going to have a Joe Burrow-like miracle month early comeback?
I wouldn't count on it. I think we saw Sam Laporta's miracle comeback in 2023 when it looked like he had caved his knee in and then returned to play the next week in that first playoff game against the Rams. I don't see something similar here. He underwent surgery, as Dan Campbell just told us, and he put the odds of Laporta returning at any point, including during the playoffs, at very, very slim. So I think we can all safely say this is a Sam Laporta-less offense from here on out. And, I mean, call it what it is, a huge blow in so many ways. I go back to something Dan said about a month ago on our airwaves when he was asked, which returning players have taken the biggest steps this year in his eyes, and he mentioned Sam Laporta right away. And the receiving numbers speak for themselves, but he was talking more about his growth as a run blocker and a pass blocker, and they're going to miss him in all of those ways, and probably most glaringly on third down and in the red zone. That was what John Morton mentioned yesterday when I kind of asked him where they would feel Sam's absence the most, and that's true. I mean, you look at the way that Jared Goff has spread the ball and delivered passes on third down. 20% of his third and fourth down throws and completions this year before Sam's injury had gone to Sam. And I believe the other 79% went to Amon-Ra St. Brown. So there's a huge hole to fill, and it's going to have to be by committee, but it still won't be the same effect of Sam Laporta.
Obviously, Brock Wright is the guy you would think to get the bulk load of that. However, something I floated out, what about Isaac TeSlaa being used as the guy who's running the routes that Sam Laporta would run? He's got the same size, well, height anyway.
Yeah, I think if there was ever a TeSlaa time, this has to be it. And, we've already seen them involve him more, at least running routes and playing as a blocker in the two games with Dan Campbell calling plays. He had sunk to just 3 offensive snaps in John Morton's final game calling plays. Campbell came out of that week saying they wanted to get him involved more, and they have. The ball hasn't come his way yet, but he has been a little bit more active, a little bit more noticeable in their passing game the past couple of weeks. And I think maybe the most notable thing to come out of last week, in their first game without Sam Laporta, the Lions deployed 12 personnel, so 1 running back and 2 tight ends, just once. And they had deployed it before that with Sam Laporta at one of the highest rates in the NFL all season. So Dan said today they don't want to get fully away from that. He still likes being able to use multiple packages, and it's worth noting that they've had the highest passer rating in the NFL when throwing out of 12 personnel this year. But yes, I do think, given all of that the stage is set for TeSlaa to emerge here. And, Scotty Montgomery, who we just spoke with about a half hour ago, Lions receivers coach and assistant head coach, was asked about TeSlaa maybe filling some of the void with Laporta down, and he made no bones about it. He was like, look, it's time for these young guys to play unlike rookies. They almost have now a full college season under the belt. So he said, we expect these guys, TeSlaa in particular, to play a more important role moving forward.
All right, so other guys, DJ Reed, Malcolm Rodriguez, Marcus Davenport, Josh Paschal. Who's in uniform Sunday?
Yeah, so we will. I think it's safe to say we'll see DJ Reed out there. They feel pretty confident about that. They're feeling slightly less confident, but I still think it's probable that we'll see Marcus Davenport take the field on Sunday for the first time since week 2, I guess it was. We will not see, in all likelihood, Kirby Joseph. He was not practicing today. I think he's still slated to return on Thanksgiving. Very unlikely we'll see Terrion. He was not at practice in the little 15-minute portion open to the media. He would, I believe, have to take part in a full contact practice or something that resembles that before he gets cleared from concussion protocol. So probably more likely that he gets delayed until Thursday as well. But DJ Reed's return is huge, guys. I go back to the way he was playing before he got hurt. He really was emerging as that number 1 lockdown corner that they paid him to be. He took Zay Flowers out of that game against the Ravens in week 3, and he was erasing Jerry Jeudy in week 4 before his hamstring went lame. And, when you look ahead at some of these teams the Lions have to face over the next month, the Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, the Rams with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, you're going to want a guy like DJ Reed and Kirby Joseph and Terrion back on the field.
The offensive line has been kind of maligned this year. We knew it was going to be an interesting look without Frank Ragnow. The game against the Eagles, the Eagles' defensive line kind of dominated that. They're banged up. Miles Frazier, we've seen, has been he's back at practice now and working with this team. Is he at all part of the solution to help solve this offensive line, or is he just part of guys that are going to play backup roles that will even suit up on Sunday?
I think he could be. I think a lot of it depends on how they feel about Coyote Iwasika's play over the next couple games. I don't think Frazier is quite yet ready to step in. I did catch up with him this week. He's been taking a bunch of reps at both guard spot and right tackle in practice. Dan Campbell said today they're still trying to figure out where they might need him the most, along with where he's most comfortable when they're ready to put him on the field. And those two things might not be the same, so they're still working through that. But, look, Yodi did not have a great performance, much like most of those offensive linemen against the Eagles, and I didn't think he was all that great the week before even against the Commanders. And if they don't start getting at least more stable play from him, then I think you would look to Miles Frazier to step in there, sometime early December. And if you look at his numbers in college, man, they were really, really impressive, especially in pass protection at LSU, where he allowed 1 sack and 2 quarterback hits over his final 25 games at guard. So the same way that Mahogany stepped in last year, late in the year, despite missing camp, despite not practicing until October, and then playing well, maybe Frazier can follow the same trajectory.
And what's the update on Mahogany?
Mahogany is still, at best, a late December return, at best.
All right, so holding out hope. We all go to Johnny Next Guy whenever things aren't going well.
I love that guy.
Yeah, everybody always loves Johnny Next Guy. Jackson Dart.
Johnny Next year.
How does it change things for with Jackson Dart? That news today.
Yeah, they don't seem to anticipate the offense for the Giants operating all that differently with Jameis Winston under center instead of Jackson Dart. They didn't get the sense that even if Dart had played, that he would have been running that much, just given the injury he was coming off of. And then given some of the reins the Giants are trying to put on him just to keep him healthy on the field. So it sounds like they've prepared this week for more of a passing offense, regardless of which quarterback played. So, they're ready for Jameis Winston, and this is certainly a game, given the state of the Giants' offensive line, where you would love to see Hutchinson start getting back in the sack column. And Aleem McNeil was playing some defensive end last week for really the first time in his career, the 310-pound defensive end opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And part of that, a lot of that, is due to all of the depth they have now on the interior, and Kelvin Shepherd trying to find ways to get Tyleik Williams and Roy Lopez on the field in addition to Aleem and DJ Reader. But Aleem said he liked it out there, man. He enjoyed having all that new space to operate. He had kind of longed to know what it was like watching Hutch and Davenport rush the passer with all that space. So, I don't think that's a long-term thing that probably subsides once Davenport and Pascal return, but kind of an interesting wrinkle here 10 games into the season.
You're kind of an ethereal kind of guy here, a little touchy-feely. What's the vibe you're getting from this team coming off the loss to Philadelphia, and what their mindset is getting ready for Sunday? Do you feel anything different, a different vibe? What's going on?
Vocab point, first of all. That was nice, ethereal. I do think that this team, these players, are keenly aware of the importance of the next 3 games. Those 3 games being at home, 2 of them being against pretty vulnerable NFC opponents, and all 3 being against NFC teams. Aiden, Mr. I don't look at the schedule, I don't know who we play next, Hutchinson, said himself this week, hey, looking at the schedule, we know we're at a point in the year where we got to win now. And he went so far as to say that the next 3 games they have to go 3-0. I think they will. I think 6-4 turns into 9-4, and the mood around this team will shift along the way. But yeah, this is a stretch that could certainly define the season. And I'll go so far as to say that I think if they come out of this even with one loss, it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. And I get the sense that a lot of the players here feel the same way.
We just were going over the numbers, the Goff Amon-Ra numbers, that a third of his incomplete passes thrown his direction came in one game last week, and they've already got more incomplete passes, 28 as on 100 and whatever it is targets, as opposed to they had 26 all of last year. And they keep saying nothing's wrong. It was just a bad game, right?
It was definitely just a bad game, and it was a game where Jared had minimal time to pass. The offensive line, especially up the middle, got caved in, so the rush was getting home really quickly. Quinyon Mitchell did a hell of a job on him, too. I mean, give credit to where it's due. He looked every bit like the first-round corner the Eagles drafted out of Toledo. And then, look, it hasn't been talked about all that much or all that publicly, but St. Brown is dealing with some sort of wrist issue here, and no, that doesn't impact the play where Jared Goff throws the ball behind him and they were clearly on different pages. But you do wonder, with that drop rate still low but at a career high, if he's feeling the effects of some of that here. But, dude, St. Brown and Goff, to me, is still the most reliable quarterback-receiver tandem in the NFL. I think they'll quickly shake off that 2 for 12 showing last week.
Shaking off, he says.
Yeah. All right, my man. When are you on TV next?
Sunday morning, Lions Game Day live with the crew, Sunday nights, and the rest of the season moving forward.
Love it. Appreciate it as always, Birchie.
See you there, buddy.
All right, sounds good. Peace.
There he is, the Birchie Kid. Joins us every Friday for the latest from Allen Park. We'll hear from Kelvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator, straight ahead, what he had to say yesterday about his team moving forward. And we got to pick some games at 1:38 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, Metro Detroit, looking for a great deal on a brand new Chevy? Well, you've got to check out what's happening right now at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. For a limited time, you can drive home in a brand new Chevy Blazer or Chevy Equinox for just $269 a month. That's right. 2 of Chevy's most popular SUVs loaded with style, comfort, and performance, all for only $269 a month. And if you've been dreaming about a truck that can handle anything Michigan throws your way, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has you covered with the Chevy Silverado 4x4 for just $189 a month. Tough, dependable, and ready to roll wherever the road takes you. Plus, the team at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield makes it easy. Friendly people, fast financing, and deals that really move. So don't wait. Head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield right off of Telegraph Road or visit sarahchevrolet.com today. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, they will make a deal. Together, let's drive!
just two. And you get my picks? I sent them to your phone. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Lions, Giants coming up on Sunday. Huge game. It's a huge game in a can't afford to lose it kind of way. Huge game in a must not lose. Huge game for the mental health. I think it's for the first time, I'm going to say a little bit for the mental health of the team as well. I think they need a feel-good moment. I'm sure they don't feel great about what happened Sunday night in Philadelphia. And I think they've always come back confident. They do a great job at bouncing back. I think it must suck to go into a game like that thinking, here's our day. We're going to make a statement. Best team in the NFC, and then have a somewhat listless offensive performance. The defense played well. I was looking at FanDuel today. The Lions' odds to win the Super Bowl is still the fourth best in the NFL.
Yeah, I saw that a couple days ago on ESPN. They showed that.
And it's a reflection of we don't feel great about what happened on Sunday, clearly, but the season's not lost. That's what we went through and did the point spreads. Every game the rest of the year, as it stands, before the show on CBS Sports, the Lions were favored in every single one of them. So, in the meantime, Kelvin Shepard, defensive coordinator. The fourth down thing, all the fourth downs that got so much attention this week. As a defensive coordinator, how do you feel about it putting your defense in a bad position when the offense doesn't come through on fourth down? Here's what he said. He's doing a great job.
Suck on their teeth?
Yeah, I'd never heard that one. Is that something?
Is it uncensored? Uncensored.
Is that a phrase?
Apparently it is.
When things are going bad, you suck on your teeth. I've never heard that. Anyway, so he's not bitter, as he says he loves it. Put out the fire. There's a fire to be put out. His group will put it out. Real good defensive effort last week. Not perfect. He did say something interesting that the majority of drives they've given up for touchdowns have included one explosive play. I think he said there were only 3 sort of long, sustained drives without an explosive against their defense this year. Now, that doesn't mean they don't happen. They happen. It's the National Football League, a lot of talented players on the offensive side of the ball, but there's only been, according to his calculations, 3 touchdowns that didn't come without an explosive play.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with how the defense has played for this team, and for Kelvin Shepard and for Dan Campbell. They've been very, very good. Encouraging to hear they're going to get some guys back, and maybe even by the Thanksgiving game, they could get even more guys back, really help things out to a team that's already good on defense but can get better.
Mm-hmm. So that was Kelvin Shepard. We also had him talking about Jordan Dart, but Dart's out.
Jackson
Dart. Dart's out with a concussion. Maybe I have a concussion too.
Are you?
Jackson Dart is out Sunday with a concussion. That was announced.
You want to go in the blue tent, Doug?
I think I might need to go.
Should we get one in the studio, a blue tent? If you just feel like, man, what am I doing? What am I saying? I'm saying all the wrong things. I'll be back. Just go in the blue tent.
It'd be depressing to see how often we'd be in that blue tent.
Just put yourself in a little timeout from occasion. I felt like I probably should have done that in the first hour of the show.
You know what? Every line of work could use a blue tent.
Yeah.
Right? I'm an actuary. I'm having a bad day. Blue tent.
Only certain people can go in the tent with you.
That's true.
You can't. Dr. Scatabo is not allowed to go in there.
No, he's not. It's like, where's Bob from accounting? He's in the blue tent right now.
Yeah.
Bob's
Well,
question.
Bob needs to be in the blue tent.
Yeah.
The Bob I know needs to be in the blue tent.
Bob might be out the rest of the day. All right, let's pick some games. Gator did not miss a game last week.
Nope. Perfect.
Nor did he pick a game last week as he was
Nope.
out. Stoney was in. Do you want to know how Stoney did?
Do I?
Stoney went 2-1 in the colleges. He hit his lock, which was Texas Tech minus 23.5 against UCF. 1-2 in the pros, 3-3 overall.
All right. Well, that jives with what I was the previous week. I was 3-3 for the week. I'm 31-32 on the season and 5-6 shooting the boot.
All right.
So close to getting over that hump.
Yep. I am 21-15 in the college game. 17-16 in the NFL
There
game.
you are.
38-31 overall, 7-5 in the locks.
Come on.
I will start with my Car House lock of the week. I like the young quarterback, the sophomore at NC State, and they are playing host to Florida State tonight. I'll take NC State at home plus 5.5 as the Car House lock of the week.
I'll start with my lock of the week. Georgia Tech taking on Pittsburgh. Georgia Tech is giving up 2.5 points in this game. Look, the Ramblin' Wreck has an inside track in getting into the college football playoff, but they got to beat Pittsburgh to do it, and I think they will do it. I like the quarterback. King is really good, so we'll see if they can continue to play well. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week, minus 2.5 against Pitt.
Two teams have put up a lot of points, and I have had questions about one of their defense. The total's 51.5 in Washington at UCLA. I will take the over 51.5 Washington UCLA.
Oklahoma is taking its show. They're keeping it at home against Missouri. Oklahoma is another team that wants to validate what they've done. They just beat Alabama. Can they beat Missouri? I say they can. It's minus 6.5. It's just inside that touchdown difference. I like the Sooners minus 6.5 against Mizzou.
My final game, I'm going to take USC on the road. Jordan Mailata and company getting 10.5 at Oregon. I think Oregon will win the game, but I think it's going to be a close one. I'll take the points.
Doug, I'm also looking on the West Coast, but I'm looking at Cal at Stanford. Being a former season ticket holder at Stanford, I can tell you that I like Cal at minus 3.5 points.
Care to explain briefly?
To get tickets to the Rose Bowl, Michigan State against Stanford, the only way I could do that was we found a loophole to go ahead and sign up for season tickets at Stanford. It got you an inside track to get tickets to that Rose Bowl game. It just cost you your $100 deposit.
Let's go to the NFL. Cincinnati, they're at home getting 6.5. Is it Joe Burrow's return to glory? Cincinnati plus 6.5 at home against New England. I like the Bengals.
Now, they haven't said if he's playing
They
yet,
haven't
right?
yet. I'm going to bet that he does.
Oh, boy. The Bears are at home against Pittsburgh. The ailing Aaron Rodgers, we still haven't heard officially yet if he's going to play. It seems like he might. I don't know if it matters. I think the Bears are a tough team, and they're playing at home. Ben Johnson's going to get all excited about this one. The Bears minus 2 against Pittsburgh.
Titans at home getting a boatload of points. A dozen, a baker's dozen, and a hook. I'll take the Tennessee Titans plus 13.5 against Seattle.
I look at that game as well, and I thought about that, and then I said, look at the total on this game. The total is set at 40.5 points. 40.5 points. I think Seattle could very well score 40 themselves, but if Tennessee wants to join in, go ahead. I like the over 40.5.
Final game. I'm really impressed with the new and improved Cowboys. And they're at home getting 3.5 against Philly. I think that game's coming right down to the wire. I'll take Dallas plus the 3.5.
Dak's number at home in conference is like crazy good, how good he has been. So it's interesting. I'm going to look at the other upstart team. How about these Jacksonville Jaguars? They're giving up 3 points at Arizona. Arizona is a mess, and I like Jacksonville to continue a little bit of a run here and give up those 3 points. Not a problem at Arizona.
Kang every week endorses a pick and hates on a pick. Which one do you like the most this week, Kang?
I like Jacksonville as well, Gator, minus 3. They actually might finally be decent this year. Been waiting for it forever. Arizona, it doesn't matter who's at quarterback. Brissett, Murray, their team as a whole just sucks. At home or away, I like Jacksonville minus 3.
Which pick do you hate the most?
All right, you know my theory on this. It don't make sense. 13.5 points, Tennessee. That's a lot of points, and they played pretty well last week. So you would think, obviously, they can cover this. I think Sam Darnold looked so bad last week. They're trying to get people back on that. I think Seattle takes care of business. Double-digit victory. 13.5 ain't nothing.
All right, there you go.
That is saucy.
Darnold's back.
That's saucy.
If well, that's it. There's no if about it. Those are our picks. We do it every Friday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Part of that is their white glove customer service. If you call them, they will call you back. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within minutes. You will get a call back from them. On top of that, they choose to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case. The formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Check them out online. It's the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I have a question for you and Kang.
Well, we've got answers without question.
Do you remember in the offseason when everybody was talking about the Lions and they need to add another edge rusher? And like once a week we get this call. And has anybody thought about them calling up J.J. Watt?
Yeah.
Right? I think we probably even took a... Has anybody thought about calling Aaron Donald? Aaron Darnold?
Aaron Donald?
Yeah, why did I say Darnold? Sam Darnold.
Blue tent.
Blue tent for Doug.
Doug's got one of blue tent. Seriously.
Anyway. Gronk.
Oh, is this something you just came up with? Your brilliant mind has just come up with this one, huh?
We got a couple texts earlier, actually.
Did
Doug.
we?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I mean, do I call him? Sure, why not? Give him a call. Yeah, I'm going to guess he's going to tell you no.
What? Gronk.
How old is he? Gronk's not that old.
No, and people have Brady when he came in here, and Brady's doing the game on Thanksgiving, right?
He's 36.
Brady praised Goff so much, and Goff is, he's more of a Brady type quarterback. Let me be clear what I'm saying about that is they're immobile, quick decision makers, and really good with a pre-snap, knowing what to do with the football. So same style of quarterback, Gronk.
Gronk hasn't played in 4 years, which is probably the biggest impediment. But if it were like 1 year or 2 years, maybe, but 4, a long time.
Gronk.
Even Gronk can't come back.
It's going to be fascinating because for people, Laporta's out, just so people who, and it might be out, sounds like he's done for the rest of the year. Had a procedure on his back. For people just flipping their radios on, and it sucks. My God, does it suck. But, it is what it is, and everybody's got this. Lions are no different. It'd be really, really cool if they were. If they were able to not have to deal with as many injuries as they did last year, but that's everybody. Just looking down at Twitter, Tom tweets us, there is no way they're favored by 1 at the Rams. On CBS Sports, if you go to their schedule, they have point spreads for all the games the rest of the way. Sunday, December 14th at 4:25, Lions, Rams plus 1.5. So I was a little surprised myself, but that's what it says on CBS Sports. For what it's worth, our guy favored in every game the rest of the way, and it starts Sunday against the New York Football Giants. So see the way it plays itself out. But feeling good about this one?
Yeah, I feel really good about this one. I feel very chesty about this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Lions are going to score plenty. I think they're going to approach 40. And I suspect they're going to give up maybe 17, somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go 38-17.
38-17. I think it's the kind of game that they do exactly what they do at home. I think Amon-Ra has a big game, a bounce-back game. It will be intriguing to see who becomes that great anytime touchdown scorer bet with Laporta and them trying to figure out what to do without. And you heard Birchie talk about their different personnel packages. Is it simply go back and just say it's going to be Brock Wright? Is it Tesla? Does he become a favored target for Jared Goff? I love Gibbs in the slot with Montgomery in the backfield. Tell me that doesn't sound like a tough offense to stop.
No, I like that too. But because I brought up Tesla a couple weeks ago, that's what I'm going to stick with.
All right.
I want Tesla to run routes that Sam Laporta was running.
And they've been using Jackson Meeks as a big a big receiver playing the tight end spot. Maybe he makes an impact. Typically,
we saw Skipper running routes, man.
That's true.
Also, when Birchie mentioned is the loss of Sam Laporta is huge, but the formations they would run because they had Laporta and Wright. They had their roles. They would run 2 tight end sets all the time. And against the Eagles, they did not do that. And I'm not saying that's the sole reason why the offense didn't look that good, but that's one thing you're taking away from this team is that 2 tight end set because Brock Wright is good as what he does. Now, you can move him over to Laporta's role, but he's not going to play that role very well as well. And the guy replacing Brock Wright is not going to play his role as well. So I think we're going to see just a lot less 2 tight end sets, to be honest with you. And that's where your boy Tesla, Gator, I think, and I agree with, I think he needs to eat a little bit here and get him on some routes on those, third down routes, those red zone routes. He's a big target, good catch radius, right?
Yeah, he's got a great vertical leap. He's fast. He's tall. He's also, well put together. Guy's 215 pounds. 6'4". Let's go.
All right, Gator, I'm going to give you a list of schools, college football.
Okay.
And I want you to tell me what they have in common.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
Western Kentucky.
Okay.
Mercer. Eastern Illinois. Charlotte. And Samford. What do they all have in common?
Wear the color red?
Nope.
They've all played same opponent?
Nope. Kang, do you have any guesses what all the schools have in common?
I was going to phone Gator, but he has nothing for me.
Wow.
Did you give up?
You're my phone a friend guy.
I tried.
I got nothing either.
They all play at SEC schools this weekend. This is the weekend where they bring in Patsy.
This is the bye week.
Samford plays 1-10. Samford goes to Texas A&M. 1-9 Charlotte is at Georgia. 3-8 Eastern Illinois is at Alabama. 9-1 Mercer is at Auburn. 8-2 Western Kentucky's at LSU.
So also on the bye week, I think, is Ole Miss.
They actually aren't playing a game. Yeah.
No, these effectively it's a bye week for these teams.
Yes.
But yes, Ole Miss is on the bye week, not playing because they're going to lose their head coach.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird time for them to have a bye week when everybody's trying to poach their head coach and he's got some extra time. There was a report from credible media members that there was the family was definitely flown into Gainesville. Is that right?
Well, you got there's the Florida talk, there's the LSU talk, and then there's the people that said that Ole Miss gave him the ultimatum that he has denied. There was no ultimatum, which you may be factually correct. It wasn't necessarily an ultimatum, but I have to believe that Ole Miss is like, let us know, man. We need to know.
The question becomes, does he get Steve Fishered or Bill Friederd? Bill Friederd, in which case Bill Friederd took the Arizona State job right before the NCAA tournament in 1989. Steve Fisher took over and Michigan won the Natty.
Yeah, because Michigan said, you're not going to coach this team in the tournament if you're leaving for another job. So I think that's what's really interesting here, because Ole Miss they're right on schedule to make the college football playoff.
Yep.
But if it's announced this weekend, if it leaks out that Lane Kiffin has accepted a job, what do you do? Because you want to do right by the players, and at the same time, it's like a big FU to the coach that's going to leave you.
People complain about the changes in college football, and I get it. There is absolutely 0 sense in a sport that starts its off season before a season is done. This is the dumbest, most nonsensical thing ever. College football has to have a hiring and firing window. You should not have coaches talking to other schools when their teams are still up for the postseason. And it's not because those schools are doing anything wrong. They're looking out for their best interest because signing day is December 3rd. So they're trying to put a coach in place. Signing day needs to be moved back, or like a coaching, hiring, and firing period. Why are we having an off season before the season is done?
Everybody knows Lane Kiffin always spends his bye week in Gainesville. So I don't know why you guys are tripping over this. This is just what he does every year.
True.
Yeah.
It's a family trip. It's Florida. We all go to Florida.
Valid point. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And there's a lot of stuff that that drives people crazy about the college game. And Gator, I'm looking at you. It's just about everything. But correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this the dumbest of things?
Oh, it's dumb.
Yeah.
It's beyond dumb.
All right. Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Of course, those guys are on deck. What's up?
Good weather for you guys to go out, 50 degrees. So enjoy.
Hey, that's nice.
You'll probably be hopping on a flight.
No, it's a drive this week.
Crab cakes and football.
Yeah, It's a drive for me.
Great combo.
Yep. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Laporta news. News coming out. Where does that put fans hearing that he's done for the year? I don't want to hear the whole he could be here for the Super Bowl. He's done for the year. And watching the game last night, I learned a couple of things about the league, and I think could be applicable to the Lions.
Okay, you're talking about the Thursday night game.
Thursday night game on Amazon.
Gotcha. All right. Hey, have a great show. Have a great weekend, everyone. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Every Friday, we leave you with the Gator Rant. Negotiate more time in front of the TV. Take care.
Yep, it's a Friday, brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Dan Campbell dropped some breaking news in his presser this afternoon about Sam Laporta. Campbell does expect Malcolm Rodriguez and DJ Reed to make a return. The Giants have officially ruled out QB Jackson Dart this week as well. That means Detroit.
Wait. Famous Jameis time.
Yep.
Gabba gabba goo.
While we're off the rails here already, that means Detroit will face Jameis Winston this week. The chances for Kirby Joseph to play are slim. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers is questionable to play this week against the Bears as well. Michigan State Hoops is back on the floor against Detroit Mercy today, looking to push their record to 5-0 as well. The NCAA announced that former Temple basketball leading scorer Hyseer Miller placed 42 bets over 2 seasons on his own team. The Pistons and Red Wings are both off, and the Pistons and Red Wings are both off until tomorrow. Yes. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Jeremy was a very good sport there. That was excellent. Also, Rico's going to be uncontrollable today with the news of Jameis Winston playing on Sunday, so buckle up. What's going on?
Crab legs for everybody.
I know. I know. Kill me.
I just want to know what motivational thing he's going to say pre-game. I just want to be in the huddle. I just want to hear what he has to say.
But like this weekend is the ultimate but game.
It is.
Like if anyone falls for this okey doke, you're an idiot. Okay? Like if you think by going out and bodying the corpse of the Giants that somehow you fixed anything or proven anything, you're an idiot.
No, this isn't in the world of college playing the directional school.
Correct.
Just don't get anybody hurt.
Or when you have Canton on your schedule.
You can't lose the game.
Whoa. Let's not do that. It's not my fault your kid plays for the UMass of high schools.
You just can't lose the game.
Going upwards from here.
David, I'm trying to help you here.
Hit the portal, bro.
I'm trying to help you here, David.
Sorry.
No, you just can't lose. Don't get anybody hurt.
That's it.
Anything other than that, you can't really say, oh, it's good. Oh, he threw for 4 touchdowns. It was against, the Giants. Oh, he rushed for, Amon-Ra is back. Look at that.
Right.
He had 178 receiving yards.
How's it any different than the Commanders game?
It's not.
So just don't fall for it, people. Enjoy it. It's like an ice cream sundae.
Right.
It ain't going to do anything for you, but hey, it was fun while it lasted.
Even if Campbell comes out in the sexy specs, doesn't matter. Offense is fixed now, man. Dan just needed to get a week back into the lab. No, it's not. That's the Giants.
Well, no, that's my whole point is I'll have fun with it. Like, I'm fine. You want to call my team a giant pooper scooper? Cool with that. But, spare me. Like, Monday, I ain't going to be here for the whole... See, you guys were saying that we didn't protect Goff versus Philly. It's because you didn't.
Don't let facts get in the way.
Do you want to get into, because we can go 2 different ways. Like, you're spicy about this Houston Texans game. The Laporta thing, I've been hinting at for a while that he was gone for the year. Why Dan Campbell and that organization can't just say, guy done, year, over. Mm-hmm. Hey, they all of the secrecy with the injury thing with the Lions is getting real old real quick. Mm-hmm. Sign Kirby Joseph. But look, what do you want to do? Sam Laporta and whether that impacts people, or do you want to talk about last night? Dealer's choice. Look, you've got a big game to go to tonight.
Last night, I saw 2 things, and the Lions could learn a lesson from both. One, the Texans. The Texans may not be the best team, but, Mike, the Texans have invested in their defense. They went out, they drafted well, they made a trade. They got 8 sacks. They humbled the Buffalo Bills, a team that people thought, hey, this could be one of the top teams in the AFC. Not last night. The Texans at home with 8 sacks, forcing 3 turnovers, and they pull off the upset victory. And I'm looking at the bookend tackles that they have in Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. And all I kept hearing was, all you need is one. No, you need defense. They brought the heat all game long. And you know how you stop one of the top quarterbacks in the league? Pressure. You got to have bodies. And then I think, and look here, and it's just like, but we got more receivers, and we got this, and we spent it on this. It's like, I'm so frustrated.
You were
because
jealous.
I was very jealous.
You were a jealous lover.
I'm looking at the Texans like, and they're young. Like they're going to be good for a while, and that defense, They put the money in on the defense.
Allow me. I'm not going to hearken, but allow me to expand on
Oh,
this.
but real quick, before
Yes.
we hearken, the other side of the coin, Buffalo, window.
He just took it. He just took the football from me.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Window closing. Window closing. You hear that beep, beep, beep sound? That's your window closing.
Let's
okay?
start there. Because, no, I think it's really interesting what you're taking out of that game, and I share a lot of it. See, here's the problem. It was on Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
How many people actually stopped what they were doing to log into Amazon Prime and watch Bills Texans? I don't think they're going to fully appreciate what a 4-man pass rush looked like, or how much better Will Anderson is than Aiden. Sorry, I'm not sorry. The point is, the Bills in real time, their best chances at the Super Bowl, 13 seconds to go in Kansas City, and the home game that Leslie Frazier ruined against the Bengals. And you're starting to see it, and you're going, that's not a Super Bowl team. Now we sit here today, you get the news about Laporta, news I suspected for a while now, and you look at this and you go, look, we're good. The Bills are good, but are the Bills a Super Bowl team? And ask yourself that as a Lions fan. Then flip the script. If I go to Buffalo and I go, are the Lions Super Bowl team? They're probably going to say the same damn thing.
Exactly.
So it's interesting to look at it. Now, I think the Lions have more fixes than the Bills because the Bills have no wide receivers. None.
You're correct. But what I'm saying is the window doesn't exist. No, the window
it exists.
absolutely exists. Buffalo's is closing to the fact that after this year, I don't know what they're going to do with that team. They're going to have to do some serious retooling on the fly if they want to keep this thing going. But windows closed. The Ravens window closing. So Lions, I'm telling you, your window, yeah. I would like to think that kind of like Buffalo in the 13 seconds against Kansas City Chiefs, maybe for the Lions, your peak.
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Maybe.
NFC title game.
And look, the Lions are set up to be able to retool just like the Bills can. But the moves the Bills made haven't worked, and the moves that you've made don't look like they're working.
To quote a man that I highly respect, flowchart.
Flowchart it. That's right.
That's
flowcharts, man. But no, I would like to hear from the people. Like, I know Doug and Scott, it was very emotional. Gator at one point saying Ave Maria. Like, we're not going to do a eulogy for Sam Laporta, but he's gone, and I do think it hurts you. I think it hurts you from a coverage standpoint, is that Sam Laporta demanded certain things that no one else on your roster is going to demand. It's going to allow teams to cheat a little bit more and put more attention on studs like J-Mo and Amon-Ra. But the other angle of it is the depth takes a huge hit. You've only got so many signature players. Like, look, when San Francisco loses George Kittle, which they did this year for 6 weeks, it hurts. You don't recover. You don't just figure it out. There are certain players, there is no next man up.
Right. You may sneak in a game or two, but not over a long period of time.
But no, your point to go to your point about the Texans. Yeah, I'd be lying. Okay, I'm not going to lie to my audience, right? It's Friday. I'm in a good mood. I'm not going to lie. Of course I watched the game and snickered. Oh, why do you need two? Who's got two?
I saw
and
that
I'm like,
I mean, it was like,
oh, man.
It was slow-mo. Why do you need two?
Credit card? You got it. It's Home Alone 2. The father. It was these waves coming. And again, Will Anderson, this is where I take issue with Pro Football Focus. You get all these whiz bang pow PFF points, and a lot of times it doesn't line up with the actual game. No, last night, I don't care what the hell PFF graded. Will Anderson was a comic book character. Mm-hmm. So, like, yes, I look at Danielle Hunter, I look at Anderson, I look at the way that defense is structured. Of course, I looked at it and went, damn, that could have been us. Right. Even with a Jalen Phillips edition. Yes, I'm not going to lie to the audience.
No, because here's the thing. With Will Anderson, I know everybody was wondering what was going to happen when Hutch signed his deal and how much money. Will Anderson is going to be the one that resets the market. Kind of what Micah Parsons just did.
Yeah.
That's going to be Will Anderson. Texans are going to do everything they can, go deep into that landman money.
He's going to
make
get 50
sure
a year.
He's there. He doesn't go anyplace else.
He's 50 a year. That'll be 5 at 250 with 200 guaranteed. Buckle up.
Yeah.
It ain't our problem. I mean, God bless. Go sign the guy. 248-539-9797. Where are you at? How devastated are you, or are you not devastated at all? Sam Laporta, he's done for the year. I mean, they can. You heard Dan Campbell talking himself in circles there. He's done. Yeah. And then last night, if you were one of 18 people that watched Amazon Prime, this is the problem with this talking point. Is there any part of you that looked at the Texans and goes, damn, I wish we would have done something like that? Because we have a good defense. That Houston defense is great. I think Lions are good. I'm not going to say they're great. There's a difference. I think the Lions get by with what they got. Could they be great with all the pieces back? It's possible, but the problem will always come back to you're ineffective rushing the passer with 4 down linemen. Houston's not. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people coming up next. 97.1. All right, David, couple of ticket texts. We've got a little duality to start the show today. Laporta, done for the year. Like you listen to Dan Campbell. I mean, guys, it's been a prevailing thought behind the scenes. Now, Dan Campbell didn't come out and say it as plain as day, which I wish he would have. It's just much easier. So let's make the assumption he done for the year. Your reaction to that, and then look, we are asking the question, and we're being honest. And I don't think it's negativity in any way, shape, or form. Lions are still a really good team. But watching Houston last night, where they got their stud, someone else on the other side of them, Danielle Hunter to their Will Anderson, and we got to sit here with a GM who basically burps in our face when we bring up edges. Yeah, I'm sorry. Nights like last night, you look at it and go, damn. Like, that is the missing piece to this. And by the way, for this defense that's played really, really, really good football, all things considered, you're 25th in red zone defense. Do you know how you get better in the red zone? You put the quarterback on his ass. David, what do you got?
I'll start off with these. 13 teams have better Super Bowl odds than the Texans. Get off their jock. Buffalo's window is open as long as they have Josh Allen.
Timeout. Can I just bring something up? Houston is playing without their starting quarterback for the better part of a month.
So imagine the Lions with no Goff.
Yeah, second of all, we're speaking specifically about one unit on one side of the ball. Look, this might not be the show for you. Go to Kids Bop. This just might not be for you.
Maybe we just been a little too cerebral this week.
No, it's tiresome because they're not even getting what we're talking about. And they get defensive, they get bitchy, they get catty, and it's just tiresome. You know what, guys? Do me a favor. Win something, and I'll allow you to speak this way. Right. Win something.
Buffalo's window, if you don't see that it's closing, they lost to the Dolphins this year, okay? They've just went on the road and lost to the Texans. They've got a lot of bad losses, so they're maybe built to beat the Chiefs.
Look, how about this? Ed Oliver's probably out for the year. They can't stop the run, and their offensive line is in tatters. They don't have wide receivers. Guys, you don't get to stay great every year. But if you want to cape up for them, do it. But if you don't understand what we're talking about, put the phone down, stop thumbing in idiocy, and listen. Or don't. I don't care. Truthfully, go listen to country music. It's probably better for you. I'm not going to do 4 hours of this where you people can't handle the slightest discussion about your team or talking about the rest of the league. If everything's so perfect, why did you lose Sunday night? If everything is so perfect, why are you woeful against anyone with a pulse in this league? If everything's so perfect, why does the running game not look the same? Why can't you protect your quarterback? How come in your 4 losses this year have you given up 79 pressures? If it's all so perfect. If it's so perfect, why did the OC get stripped of play calling? If it's so perfect, why did Jared Goff go 14 of 37? Now, I know the answer. Don't worry. You're going to be gripping your Christmas ornament with both hands after they bomb the Giants, and you're going to want to flex. The problem is we've seen the movie before. You did it to the Bengals. You did it to the Commanders. You'll do it to the G-Men. Empty calories. Like, it's okay to just go, damn, I wish we had a setup on the D-line like Houston does. Full stop. That's not a big deal. That's not an ad hominem attack. But if you think that's being on someone's jock or you want to use playoff odds, first of all, the AFC is a completely different conference. The playoff odds and the algorithm used to calculate them is completely unrelated to the NFC. Just seriously, you're grounded. Go to your room. You're done. You're done. Go do your homework.
What else you got, David?
The one I read for you during the break, Rico, that you love so much, it says, what have the Texans won?
Right.
And then I'll read these.
Why don't we check that Lions hotline?
Someone says, I was extremely jealous watching last night. That is Sam in a work truck.
Like, you can't just say I was jealous of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson without people getting in their feelings. You people are a bunch of Mariah Careys. No. You realize that? You are just mentally unstable divas. The difference is you've never won a Grammy.
Right. Looking at, what is it, Henry Tuoto?
Don't even try to say his name.
200.
All I know is I'm like, yeah, I remember him at Ohio State. I mean, that's like Alabama. Kid was good. And yeah.
Wow, guys, I actually had the same thought about the Lions and Buffalo's window closing last night. That D-line in Houston is a nightmare. I can't understand why Detroit's GMs are happy being half wet.
I don't know. Hey, look, it's philosophical at this point. They just don't buy into it the way other teams do. But the team that just beat you Sunday night does, and we saw what it looked like. And then you see how the Texans took down the Bills, and you go, they did that with Davis Mills. And they did it with a 4-man rush. I mean, look. Are you a better overall team than the Texans? Of course you are. Never was the topic.
Okay, but here's the thing. It's like how excited you got because, hey, you took down the Ravens. They took down the Bills with a backup QB. Think about that. So while you were patting yourself up, we destroyed Lamar. Okay, they took out Josh. Josh Allen woke up this morning saying,
Look, I don't think the Lions window is closed. No, but I also don't think it's this forever thing where I do get a little concerned where we're headed is, look, Laporta being gone, I do think changes the offense fundamentally. But then on the defensive side of the ball, when and what will you get from guys like Davenport and Pascal? What is the deal with Kirby, Joseph? What's the real deal here?
Good luck with that.
You know, again, he crawled into the 10 against Kansas City, came back into the game like Michael Flatley, and we haven't seen him since. So, like, no, you have to also factor in more injuries are coming. So, again, I think the Lions have a good shot. I think they have to make some serious improvements in season. I think they're capable. But it's okay to look at that game last night and go, damn. Because the equivalent would have been, could you have gone out and gotten, forget about all the offseason talk, it's the Jalen Phillips thing. That type of move, I think, could have been transformative for your defense. But whatever, haters and things. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
Thanks
Matt.
for having me on.
Yeah, bud. What's up?
I was just wondering what your opinion is on the fact, you and Rico, on the fact of the injuries. Is it overtraining? I know it's a violent game. These guys are bigger and faster than ever, but it just seems like these guys, are always, like the past couple of years, they've been really hit by the injury bug.
It's just football. I mean, Matt, it's every team. I mean, look at the team you're playing this weekend. Starting quarterbacks out, starting running backs out, top 2 wide receivers are out. You go to the defense. I mean, you can keep going here. Like, the Giants are missing how many starters? I can't even calculate the backups that are hurt. This is the NFL. Matt, what they really need to do, truthfully, they need to expand these rosters. It shouldn't be at 53 man. We really need to get to the point where these
65.
rosters are 60 to 65 deep, because you end up with the Chargers calling Bobby Hart, who's watching Judge Judy on Wednesday, at practice on Thursday, walk through Friday, and plays Sunday. So no, Matt, I don't think there's anything different, and I think what you said to start your call is the smartest thing of all. The players have gotten bigger, stronger, faster, and the field is the same size. 300-pounders are running the way running backs used to. There's a cost to that. And let's be real. The NFL now understands, or can't deny, the existence of brain injuries. And that's another thing. I mean, look, C.J. Stroud's been out for how long? You had the Tua thing. You have look, Jackson Dart. 10 years ago, Jackson Dart would play Sunday. Shout out Santa Ono, bet. He'd play. We know who's not playing Sunday? Jackson Dart, still in protocol. So whether it's the acknowledgement of serious brain trauma or, to your point, bigger, faster, stronger, no, man, it's just injuries. And a lot of times the injuries are the luck quotient. You get lucky or unlucky.
Yeah, and I mean, like last year, especially on the offense, that they got very lucky. They didn't really have a ton of guys who missed a lot of games.
No, they missed, I think it was 9 total starts. 3 of them were by Decker. You had assorted guys miss a single game, but it was 9 total starts on offense. That's unspeakably lucky. It is.
Yeah.
Now, Amon-Ra played hurt all year because he's awesome and he's tough. My point is, maybe you don't get that luck this year. Losing a Mahogany, losing Laporta, etc. They've got to hold the fort here, though. Any more injuries to this offense, to anyone remotely important, that I start to get worried. Because you do not have a Baker Mayfield. That's not a shot at Jared Goff. They're different people. But Baker can go without. He'll run around a little bit. He'll do his maniac routine
Yeah,
thing.
you basically take the collar off and say, Baker, do your thing.
Junkyard dog, right. Jared needs more structure. That's not a shot, it's reality. Let's go over to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, not bad. And, credit Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns for building that Houston Texans empire, Mike.
It's kind of true.
I mean, it's truth. And I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Houston's taken out Buffalo. I think they could take out Baltimore and Kansas City. Hell, Philly, Houston, that'd be a damn good Super Bowl, in my opinion.
Yeah, as long as Stroud comes back healthy, I don't think anyone's going to be excited to play Houston if and when they make the playoffs. They've saved their season without their starting quarterback. You got to respect that.
Right, but I can guarantee you, Brian, it'll be a Saturday wild card weekend game because they only play on Saturday for some reason.
True.
That's right. Apologies, I know this isn't Houston radio. Mike, the Giants are your team. You know the strength of the defense, and I understand they have injuries, but I do recall Jameis Winston throwing around a 500-yard game with the Browns, I think it was last year.
Yeah.
So,
but Brian, here's what I would say. All right, the strength of the team is the D-line, but the Giants give up 5.5 yards per carry. If the Lions just roll out and run the ball 50 times, you're going to win. Simple as that. Yeah. Dexter Lawrence is playing the worst football of his career. And our linebacker level is, right now, Brian, you and Rico could put on neck rolls and start for us. So it just, Brian, we are a very bad football team. Something would have to go terribly wrong for the Lions to not win this game.
I hear you, but I'll still go 24-19 Giants. Oh, and Mike, for Thanksgiving, we took your advice. We're foregoing the turkey-infested herpes carcass of that bird, and we're going to go with Italian stuffed shells, homemade.
That's it.
My sister-in-law's brother, yep. And
that's
a little homemade mac and cheese dish, Mike. And if you could recommend anything else that we could...
Brian, I'll tell you this. It's an elevated platform. I support your decision. Americans need to revolt on turkey. We don't need it.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so good, why do you only eat it once a year?
You must not have heard the morning show.
What?
It's John demanded turkey is the mainstay. He has to have his turkey. And, I was like,
someday he'll get his opinionated on sports as he is useless issues. It'll really be a blessed day. 97.1. All right, listen. After a hot summer, you know what's about to happen. 7 feet of snow. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Right now, Rico, you okay over there? $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. It's Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, a couple of fun talkers just to start the show. Some of the ticket texters are bent out of shape, but they live their life permanently bent. It's just how they are. Oh, you said something that isn't dreamy. Cool. You're the one texting a radio show. Figure it out. The whole point is Laporta being out, yeah, it's a big deal. How they're going to fix it, I don't know that they do. The other angle is you watched two teams last night in Houston and Buffalo. Buffalo feels like the AFC version of you, where things are teetering a little bit. And with Houston, no, I don't think Houston's a Super Bowl team. Then again, their quarterback's dead. But watching a team heavily invest in two elite edge rushes, and you go, damn, that's what it can look like. It's the same thing that Philly basically did with their interior. And obviously, they had to replace a 10-sack player in Josh Sweat. Well, they have with Jalen Phillips. And you go, that's what that looks like. Now, I know, I'm sure on Ticket Text, someone's burping out a hot take about sack totals. Sacks and pressures are not the same thing. Sacks and true pressure rate against a four-man rush are not the same thing. So pipe down. When Brian Branch gets a sack, it's cool, but you can't rely on that. When your linebacker level gets sacks, also cool, fun, productive. Can't rely on it. There comes a time you need to rush 4 and drop 7. And that's how you win a Super Bowl. That's how it gets done. Let's go to people.
Yeah.
Go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on? How you doing?
Yo, what's going on, Big Mike? Rico.
Hey.
Yeah, I was one of the 5 people that watched last night, bro.
Thank you for making me know I wasn't alone. Thank you.
Yeah, but I was watching it, and I was like, am I the only one seeing this? Like, I hope is Brad Holmes watching this? Because I knew right then and there watching that game, because I watched the entire game because I was in awe of the defense. And it wasn't that they could stop the run and it was just nailing the run, because James Cook had some nice runs. But every time James Cook had a nice run, it's like they got more angry and just wanted to hit him harder. Every time Josh Allen got a good run or made a good play or got in the red zone, it's like they got angry. And they just said no, and they put an end to it. We don't have that capability because all we have is Hutch.
Well, up
So
front,
last night I said, oh, go ahead.
No, Jay. I mean, look, Aleem on paper is a really good football player, but I need to see a little bit more. You know, he flashed in that first game back. More. Need to see more. I mean, Tyleek Williams has basically disappeared, your first-round draft pick. They started a guy no one had ever heard of on Sunday night. You need some pieces. Right. And obviously Davenport's out. Pascal's out. But again, the Lions in the red zone have been underwhelming. That has to get fixed if they're going to make a meaningful run.
Yeah, that's totally correct. And on the flip side of that, I couldn't even be as jealous as I wanted to be, because my heart sank, because I knew we could not win a Super Bowl because we were going to come up against a defense like that along our run. And it is no way that we can hold up against a defense like that.
Well,
and
so
I know
far,
how golf performs against defenses like defensive line like that.
Yeah, so far you haven't. I mean, and that's just factual. But, Jay, look, I think Dan Campbell, if he's not the best coach in the league, he's one of. He's certainly the best coach who doesn't have a Super Bowl. And he's got to fix it. Who you are today doesn't mean it's going to be who you are the second weekend in January when it's all chips in the middle of the table. But in your 4 losses, and go look at the teams you've played, there's a common thread. Whether it's Minnesota, Kansas City, Green Bay, or Philly, it's defenses. It's pass rushes. You've given up, call it 80 pressures. That's 20 a game.
No, you can't. You do have an opportunity to change who you are, Mike, but you had a chance to make an instant impact at the trade deadline. You let the Eagles make that impact. And you suffered for it last weekend when you played them. You could have added Jalen Phillips to this team, and I think that you would have probably won that game Sunday night, and I think that you would probably be the best team in the NFC. I don't feel that way right now. So when I say window is closing, I'm not saying that window is closed, but I do feel like we're closer to the end than we are to the beginning, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. I mean, look, I've got faith they can still get this done. I'm not sold on Philly long term. Something is just, I don't know. You see A.J. Brown's latest comments?
No.
Basically chuck Saquon Barkley under a bus. It's a bizarre scene there.
I think he's just trying to get out of town. So,
you know what? I'm going to say it. I might look stupid. I don't care. I like Dallas this weekend.
You've been saying that.
I do.
I look for him to just I think pretty soon AJ may just get Allen Iverson You know what? You can stay home, son.
Oh, I thought he was going to be living at MGM. No. My bad.
You and Keon Coleman can go do whatever you want.
All right. Whoa. How to screw up your career in 3 easy steps. Keon, figure it out. Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
All right. How you guys doing?
Good, Kevin. What's up?
So, with the current GM and everything homegrown, and I don't want to spend the money to get a great player to make a difference. And you got Campbell, great coach, the grit thing going for him where he's always trying it. What do we – I mean, I think the window started closing in the second half of the San Francisco NFC Championship game 2 years ago. We're not fooling anybody anymore. We're not spending money to get better where we need to get better.
Well, all right, hold on.
Hold
on. Now, you're going a little far here now. I want to reel you back in. Come back to shore with me. Hold on. Get on dry land with me. They're spending plenty of money. Now, if what you're saying is, look, prioritize signing your own guys a little less, prioritize signing them early a little less, and you wish they put a little bit more into the pass rush, cool. But, Kev, listen, if you woke up 2 months from now, would you be shocked if the Lions are sitting in the divisional round or in the NFC title game? I wouldn't. I'd be careful writing them off, Kev. I know it's teetering, but let's not write them off. If you want to write them off, if they bleep in the turkey on Thanksgiving, carte blanche. Do whatever you want.
But for 2 years, we've been getting to this position where we don't make the move.
I know. But the problem is, okay, I agree with you in the offseason. Agree totally, Kevin. Last year, they went 15-2 with the injuries. They faltered in the playoffs. But you know whose fault it wasn't? I don't think I could blame it on pass rush thing. You turned the ball over 5 times in a playoff game. What move could they have made that would have fixed that?
No. That one wasn't on the defense. Not at all.
Now, they gave up a lot of points, but guess what? That's okay. You're not, it's not the year 2000. It's going to be really hard to just shut people down. Yes, Philly looks like they're capable of that. Green Bay at times has been capable. Like in Green Bay's 3 losses, I think the defense gave up a maximum of 16 points. Mm-hmm. It's different. People have to be careful about writing this team off. I still believe they can get this done. I think it's teetering. I think there are concerns. I'm not going to write them off. I won't do it. Unless they lose. If they lose Thanksgiving Day, I'm done.
I'm not writing them off, Mike. I just think that they've chosen to go the harder path this season.
Now, that I agree with. I do. And it started in the offseason.
And I know
they were downright defiant with their offseason moves. Right. And I think, look, trading the 3 third-round picks for Tesla, it's going to be something that's going to continue to be an issue until it's not. I think people have a right to critique it. We want to see the guy because what did you pay for? What's the point? And in the offensive line, that problem really started 2 years ago when Frank was thinking about retiring. Mm-hmm. And they didn't address it. They didn't do what the Eagles did. They didn't go get a Cam Jurgens. They waited. Mm-hmm. And then they tried to address it. Okay, this year, Frank retires in June. Ratledge didn't take to center, and you're here. Mm-hmm. They can fix that. One off season, they can fix the O-line and get it back. I don't know if it'll ever be what it was 2 years ago or last year. No. But it'll be better than this. I believe in my heart it will be. Defensively, they're good. I just think they lack that last gear. And that is, we're going to pin our ears back with 4 down linemen and come engage.
See, here's the thing about defensively, Mike. I don't know if they see it the way we see it, where you are missing a last gear, where they're stuck in gear for number 4, not realizing there's a 5th gear. Guys, shift the car to 5.
It's Rico's driving school. 248-539-9797. All I know is thank God they hit on Kelvin Shepherd. Because if they missed on that hire, we're having a completely different deal. He's been fantastic. He's doing the best he can with what he's got. It feels very similar to Aaron Glenn.
Yep. At the end, he was just like, okay, I don't know who you are, but see that quarterback? Go get him.
Right.
You, 32, go get him.
Aaron, you're yelling at a unlaced shoe. Right, that's my starting strong safety. That's all I have. It's November. It's football season. Tailgates, hunting trips, whatever it is. The Red Tag sales event is happening now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Level up the tailgate with a 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. Perfect for hauling gear to the game or the woods. You can lease one at $189 a month, 0 down. Gym employees and immediate family members. You need something more compact? No problem. 26 Equinox LT, starting at $279 a month, $999 down. Team at Moran, they make it simple, fast, easy. Find your next ride at MoranExpress.com. So simple. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right, it's time. Mike always wins. Prop Bet Casino.
8 out of 9.
Woo! You know, for somebody who swears up and down, I don't really do prop bets.
I don't.
That's a cookies thing. That's a you thing.
Woo!
Congratulations to David.
No.
And Mike. They
Yes, we're back.
They tied. So,
hey, Kenny, how'd that Red Wing game go?
What's the first prop?
Me being right about the Red Wings yesterday. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were right about that too. I was watching him like, he called that one too. All right,
let's just get to it.
All right, let's go out to Kinnick Stadium.
Okay, let's not.
MSU, Iowa quarterback Gronowski to throw for a touchdown and have an anytime touchdown. Yes or no? He's done this like about 9 times this season.
Which means he'll do it again.
You're saying yes.
It's hard to bet against it. It's Iowa. It's consistent. They run the same offense every week. Yeah, yes, I'll go with it.
Yeah, I'm with you. If there were a team that mixed things up a little bit more, I would be on the opposite side.
Dude, it's Tecmo Bowl. They got the same 4 plays.
Yeah. I'll go on the other side of this. It's Michigan State, and their defense sucks. So, yes, I'm going to go. He does this.
A lot of pride. A lot of pride in East Lansing.
So you're saying yes, too?
I'm saying yes.
Kenny said yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're all saying yes.
A lot of pride.
Okay. Michigan State turnovers. Over under 1.5.
Go under. I think they can suck without turning it over.
Well, I think part of the suck is the turnover, so I will say over.
But here's the problem. In order to turn it over, the quarterback would have to actually throw the ball. Poor Alessio drops back, and he's dead before he even picks his head up.
Right, but a fumble.
Oh, that's true.
He gets hit, fumbles the ball.
I'll stay under. Do I have to watch this game Saturday? Do I have a permission slip to do something else?
Did I not give you the out early this year?
I know, but I'm a masochist.
I gave him the out. I was like, Mike, I'll take notes. Here you go.
Yeah.
Take a nap. Go play with the pups.
Take a nap. That's what the offensive line will be doing this weekend. Yeah. They will be taking a nap.
That's who MSU starts at left tackle. Pete, take a nap.
But I'm going to go under on the turnovers. Under.
He's a JUCO transfer. Bobby, take a nap.
I'm going to go under as well. Nick Marsh receiving yards.
Under.
Yeah.
I'm done with him.
Over, under.
Just go.
Okay. You're going
son.
I would like to hear the number if you
go
don't
to
mind.
the beach. Go play for Florida. Go enjoy your life. Get out of here.
38.5 yards.
I will also say under.
Under. There's no point.
Where are we as a society?
We have no pass protection. Iowa put you in jail as far as a defense. And I got to be honest, Nick doesn't get separation, and he doesn't look like he's all that thrilled. And I don't even know if he's healthy. So it's just under.
Does he understand that when you go for the ball, you go with 2 hands and not one?
Are you going under?
I'm going under.
Does he understand how to get to Lubbock, Texas? Because that's where he's going to be playing next year.
I'm going to go over only because what he does, he catches it and runs backwards like a video game.
Yes, he does.
And it's like, Nick, wrong way. Like he's trying to break everyone. I'm going to say
when you see him at the first down marker, here's Jonathan Smith's reaction. 2nd and 1.
MSU total points against Iowa or Jeremy Fears total assist tonight against UAD.
MSU total points. They'll get double figures, and Fears won't play long enough to get double figures.
Okay.
U of D stinks.
I'm going to go on my flow chart of MSU stinks, so I'm going to go Fears.
Yeah, but I think Mike's right. He's not going to play a lot in the second half, so I'm going to go MSU total points.
Plus, Rico's there tonight. I mean, there's a certain gravitas with Rico there. MSU will get up by 30 early and put it away.
And all 15 of those baskets will be assists by
Okay,
Fears.
you're going with Fears.
I'm going with Fears. All right. Let's go out to the home of crab cakes and football.
That's what we do.
More passing yards, Malik Washington or Bryce Underwood.
Who cares? I mean, what an awful game again. Can you wake me when Michigan plays somebody? Malik Washington.
Next week.
I don't know. Yeah, great. It's been 6 weeks since they played a real game. Sure. You know what? No, I change it. F Maryland. Give me Bryce. Give me Bryce.
The Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, I'm going with the Undertaker. Give me Bryce.
That's right.
I'm going Underwood.
You know, he once threw a ball over a mountain range.
You know what? I'm going with the other freshman. Give me Malik. Andrew Marsh, the good Marsh. Over under 65.5 receiving yards.
Over. He's been a revelation. He's been really. Go over. Maryland stinks.
What was the number?
65.5.
65.5.
I'll go under.
I'm going to go over for this one. He'll be the only one.
I'm going to go over as well. Jordan Marshall, longest run, over under 58.5 yards.
Under. Good running back, but I'm not doing that Justice Haynes stuff.
Okay.
I know. I'm just saying I'm not going there.
Yeah, once you start getting close to 60, I start to hesitate. So I'll take the
I like
under.
how Rico puts the prop out there like it's Tony Dorsett.
Right.
Over under 91.5.
See, I don't even know if he's going to play that much or play at all.
Wow, it's just going to be that big of a blowout.
Flow chart.
I'll go
Maryland
under.
stinks.
Under.
I'm going to go over. I think he takes one. He just houses it 75 yards.
Okay.
Maryland, first half total points over under 7.5.
Khakis? Over? Question mark? I'll go over. I mean, gee whiz, 7.5. Ugh.
Yeah, that's pretty low. It's going to be a gross game. I'll take the over, though.
The whole Big Ten is gross.
Yes, correct.
I hate this number. Absolutely hate this number. I'll go under. I'll be wrong, though.
I'm going to go over.
Yes.
Let's head to down to Ford Field. Amon-Ra, total receiving yards, over under 77.5.
Over. Big Amon-Ra bounce back game. And wait till you see the blindfolded man playing corner for the Giants known as Deontay Banks. It is a scene. It's a sight to behold. Over.
I worry that Amon-Ra is not 100%. So I'm going to take the under.
Amon-Ra over. JMO over. Tesla over.
So you're going over, Kenny?
I said under.
Under, okay.
See, I'm also with Kenny, and I feel strange saying this. Until I see it again with him, I think something's going on, so I'm going to go under.
Ye of little faith. Amon-Ra's a stud.
I'm going to go over because normally after the game, after a loss, he just has to break out games. So, and it's the Giants.
And it's Deontay Banks.
More passing yards, Jared Goff or
Jared Goff. It'll be Jared Goff. Yes, the Lions are going to pound the rock, but there should be ample play action opportunities. Plus, the Lions are a bully. They like beating up kids in wheelchairs. So this is one of those wheelchair games. They're going to pound on the Giants. And if they can rub it in, they will, which means Goff. Hey, maybe J-Mo does another air hump celebration on the goalpost, whatever you like. Okay. Give me Goff.
They like they like the play action. They like the yards after catch. I'll take Goff.
Winston, why not?
I'm going Jameis with you,
Let's
David.
do it.
I'm going famous Jameis. 350 yards
stop
and a
it.
motivational speech at the end of the game.
Stop it.
Goff interceptions. Will he have one? Over
No.
under 0.5.
No, Giants haven't intercepted a pass all year.
Okay.
No.
I will trust Mike's opinion on his own team, and they're not very good anyway. So give me no.
I'm going to go. Yeah, no, he doesn't do it. No.
Okay. We
Goff's
all
going to
say
be
no.
electric Sunday.
More receiving yards. Actually, no. More catches. More catches. Brock Wright or Isaac Tesla.
Tesla. It'll be a blowout. Brad will want to show off the toy and justify the pick. Tesla. Late touchdown.
It'll be Brock Wright. They don't like to work in their rookies too heavily into the offense year one.
Why do you have to be such a deflator,
I'm
Kenneth?
sorry.
It will be Brock because he only has to get one. Tesla won't get one.
Oh, no.
I'm kind of with David. All right. Gibbs' longest run over under 19 and a half yards.
Over. How about this? I'll take both running backs to have one over 19 yards.
Oh.
I'm not going to go that far, but I'll take the over.
Gobble, gobble, goo.
In fact, Craig Reynolds will also say no.
Whoa.
Over.
I'm going to go under. And finally, top 25 upsets in college. It was chaos last week. 19 games, 2 games against ranked opponents playing each other. Over under 2.5.
Over. Chaos reigns supreme.
Nope, up-down theory. The last week it was over. It'll be under this week.
I love the up-down theory.
So good, right?
It's my it's hilarious.
Over.
Over, under, over. I'm going to go over as well. That is your prop bet casino 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions coach Dan Campbell announced today that tight end Sam Laporta had a procedure. He said it's slim that he'll be back this year. He did say that it went well, which bodes well going forward long term. As far as other injuries this week, Jackson Dart has been ruled out for this game as well. Steelers coach Mike Tomlin says that quarterback Aaron Rodgers is questionable to play this week. He was a partial participant in practice today. ESPN included the following in an article pertaining to what they're hearing about all 30 NBA teams. Quote, there was virtually no talk of Jalen Duren in Detroit getting a deal done heading into the league's rookie extension deadline October 20th, with sources saying at the time that the two sides were pretty far apart in price. Duren has responded with the best month of his career, with not only career highs in points and rebounds per game, but also a significant defensive improvement. Continue to say that has the league insiders putting him firmly in the running for most improved player and projecting a nice payday when he becomes a restricted free agent in July, end quote. Tigers pitcher Troy Melton. I don't know, why not? Tigers pitcher Troy Melton has been named the Tigers Rookie of the Year by Detroit Sports Media. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
People, I have to tell you, this is very exciting, not only because it's 3 o'clock and we have TJ, but Rico, are you seeing what is before you? This TJ is blossoming before our eyes. This man is turning into a sex symbol. Fresh kicks, fashion denim, a new haircut. He just left an important lunch meeting, and he has still made time for us. And he was in a phone call mid-update.
He was. Are you saying that because I'm not wearing a hat for the first time?
No, it's you got a new haircut. We see it's high and tight on the sides.
Am I the only person that gets my haircut?
No, but it looks really nice.
Rico told me he gets his haircut every Friday.
Yeah, but his looks the same all the time. Yours looks very nice. It's new. It's fresh.
Mike, I don't know how to respond to that because that might be the nicest thing you've ever said.
It's a compliment. You look very nice today. I just tell you.
You're throwing me off. You're buttering me up for something.
No.
Yeah, you are.
No,
yeah,
I'm going to ask
TJ.
Yes,
we
call that the rake.
There's no rake.
There's a rake.
There's no rake.
I'm not taking the carrot. I'm going to wait to see what the stick
There's no
like,
stick
right?
either. I want to ask the critical question to bat leadoff before we get into serious matters because I think TJ can shed some light on something. Now, look, you played for a lot of good teams, but not all of them. Not all of them were good.
One of them.
Okay, I want you to go to the worst point in your career.
Are you going to bash Eastern Michigan again? Is that what we're doing? Okay.
I'm asking on an NFL level. You're being very insecure right now.
Are we just talking about professional?
Just the NFL.
Okay.
I want to understand, because I'm trying to explain to people how bad the Giants are. And, it goes beyond the numbers. But when you're in a locker room, whether it's your friends who you've talked to around the league who put themselves in some terrible situations, it doesn't matter the money you're making. You can't win. You know the team's trash. Your best players are hurt. What the hell is the mindset in that locker room? Because you can't half-ass it or you'll get killed out there. But, what is coming to town with the Giants? Explain what's in that locker room mentally. Because it's hopeless.
Gosh, that's a good question. And I can only speculate because I don't want to bring up the Green Bay years, but that was 8 years, made the playoffs every year. My first year in Detroit, 9-7, we were right on the cusp.
Yep, you were good.
So you never had that really month of December where you're just like, ugh. We did the next year, but unfortunately I was on IR, so I kind of separated myself and knew I was going to retire, had bad injuries. But I can only speculate to where you have a personal pride of, still proving yourself to your teammates, still proving yourself to the coaching staff, still proving yourself. I'm assuming the Giants probably have 20, 25 guys that are pending free agents.
Good.
That you have to find motivation elsewhere. Look, when it's week 12 now? Still 7 games to go, and I'm already seeing stuff pop up on social media about, the Giants could be eliminated with the playoffs if this and this and this happen. It's like, if you're doing that with 7 games left, you're eliminated.
It's over.
I'm done. I hate to tell it, you're out of the playoffs. There's no chance, right? Because you're going to have to go on a miracle run, and the Giants certainly odds are against them.
So
They're
go
not
to the
going
other
to do
side,
that.
then.
So I think Mike, it's more of a professional approach to it where, if I'm a Brian Burns or a Dexter Lawrence or, a rookie of Abdul Carter that's like, you sometimes you have to feel that pain so that when you do get over that hump and you feel the successes, it feels even better, right?
You can appreciate it.
Yeah, you do. I think you do. As opposed to coming into a team where I was guilty of it. First year, go to the playoffs. Second year, we win a Super Bowl, and it's like, dude, I'm a second-year player. Like, oh, this is easy. We're going to do this every year, right? And then you realize, oh my gosh, it's hard to get back when you have to climb out of the dumps. Like the Giants are probably going to have to do record-wise. I think you take a lot of personal
So flip
pride.
the script. You're on a
in
good
what you're doing.
team. You're playing a flea-ridden dog. How the hell have the Lions turned the trick of always seemingly staying focused? They dump truck these teams.
Yeah.
They never have a Green Bay Browns game. They never have a Buffalo Miami game. How do you stay focused when you look at the film and you look at this Giants team? Everyone's running around. They may as well be wearing clown wigs. How do you stay focused?
Well, because that's not the truth. I mean, the Giants, and Mike, you're not going to like to hear this, but
I want to hear it.
Sitting
Butter
at
me up.
2-9?
Yeah, it's great.
You look at those games and you're like, can I easily pick 5, maybe 6 wins out of that?
In the past tense,
Yes.
you could have. But that's not the team taking the field now.
But that's how you have to convince yourself that you don't ever go into a game unless their starting quarterback's injured, they're missing 3 receivers, they're missing their entire offensive line, they're missing 7 of their 11 defensive starters. No, it's not that not to that point. But unless you're facing something like that, that's like, hey guys, like we just don't have to screw this up. Let them screw it up and we'll be fine. I don't look at the Giants as that type of team. Now, I haven't been that interested in going back and watching because, yes, I do feel like this week is going to be a vintage bounce back. Hey, coming off a loss, team's going to be pissed. Do we put up 45 points? Probable, I feel like that's how it's going to go. But if you're in that meeting room and I'm trying to put my headspace back there, you look at it and I'm looking across. If I'm Taylor Decker and I'm like, Kayvon Thibodeau, and I know he's been hurt, but Abdul Carter, I know his stats aren't there, but kid's got a lot of talent. Brian Burns, what does he have? 13 sacks. Like Dexter Lawrence, I know you've been, you haven't been happy with him, but when you watch their base defense and you watch how they defend the run when they have that 5-2 look, like it is hard to find creases in that defense. And I think that you just have to remind yourself that, you know what, like we're going against big league dudes that get paid big league money, man. And they've got some high profile players, especially on that defense, that can, if you take it easy and you go out there and just say, hey, as long as I just, kind of coast through this thing, they can punch you in the mouth.
I can't wait till
they've
he
had
sees
games, Mike, and they've had games that they have found historical ways to lose games. But they're in it. They're in it. Like they find a way. Like I was going back over the last, I think, four game charts and just looking by drive, and they start pretty well for the most part. Like if they can get out 7-0 and their defense can come out and force you into third and longs and unleash that pass rush a little bit, like you can find yourself.
Look, if they had Jackson Dart, if they had
Jameis.
They got
Jameis is going to Jameis. Like we kind of know that.
weirdo.
And even last week, like he played well against Green Bay for the most part. And I don't know if that interception was necessarily on him. It looked like the receiver kind of gave up on the route. But then even the last play where it's like, dude, you can't hold the ball for 12 seconds. Like the pass rush is going to find a way to beat you, but Jameis is going to find a way to Jameis. And look, I look at this game and why I haven't had much interest in it because
Green Bay's on deck.
No, it's not. I'm not saying I haven't thought about Green Bay, but I think this team and Dan Campbell and the players have earned the respect to say, you know what, we trust them to bounce back.
We'll handle their
we
business.
trust, and you know what, is that going to take away from that loss that you had last week in Philly? No, because that was a very, and I don't want to change subjects, but everything I said last Friday outside of the pick was correct. I felt like that was a very gettable team. That was a team that your defense could stack up against and limit them points-wise and force them to punt, force them to kick field goals. You did that. I didn't expect the offense to have such a down game, especially coming off of what we saw was such a high against Washington. But this just feels like that Dan Campbell and Jared Goff type of game where, you know what, we're ticked off, man. Like we got to go kind of start churning again and getting our names back up there. And if they blow out the Giants, are we going to give them a ton of credit? Like, no, that's what you're supposed to do if you're a contender. But if they do that, like you look at it and say that's what you're supposed to do.
All right, we're going to get with TJ here, and I want to ask about Laporta. I want to ask a little bit about Philly because I know, Rico, I think you agree with me. I'm Phillied out. I can't take anymore. But I also want to know. No, it's just you can only do so much. It's one game. You put it in the rearview mirror. We move on.
No, I'm with
but I want to know how you prepare for 2 games in that 96-hour window. Is that you're getting ready for the Giants, but you got to have one eye on the next team. We'll get to that next, okay? 248-539-9797. If you want to call in, if you want to compliment TJ on his haircut, it's all available to you. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting all the time, and they have the absolute lowest prices. Buy it where the pros do. It's as good as it gets. Call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, just stop on by. Take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. So TJ Lang is with us with a brand new haircut that's electric.
I think honestly, I think it's just been so long since I
looks great.
Have not worn a hat to where.
That's
fine. Listen, I'm getting a little thinner up top.
You look
like
good.
my corners,
You're fine.
I'm
TJ.
I'm 350 to center
He
field.
just
The
can't
foul
take a
poles are
compliment.
about
It's really
420.
amazing.
It's not. It's kind of Mike. Your compliments always come with
No,
a
you know-
little
no, no.
backhand.
You know what,
so,
you know what this sounds like? Hey, Mike, I really like that. And this is what you do. I give you a compliment,
and I'm
and,
just
you're
telling
just
you.
like, hey, what is that supposed to mean, huh?
Al, do you want?
Yeah. What are you gonna? What's coming after that?
Get
Yeah,
there.
what's-
All right. Do you
exactly.
want to
There we go.
talk Sam Laporta or do you want to talk about the split preparation?
Well, what's your question on Laporta?
How bad
I'm
does it hurt
concerned
him?
about it.
How bad does it hurt this
I
offense?
think,
And what would you do to try to quote fix it?
Well, there's no replacing him, and as much as I can appreciate Brock Wright, and as much as Dan Campbell, like I think Dan Campbell sees a lot of himself in a player, like when he was a player in Brock Wright. I think like just that kind of unheralded position where you just got to go dirty things and block and, hey, we'll give you we'll give you a bone here every once in a while and throw you a couple passes and design you something. I think that Dan Campbell sees a lot of himself in Brock Wright, and I think that's why I appreciate him so much. And I like Brock Wright. I think Brock Wright's been doing a phenomenal job the last couple of years being a role player on this team and blocking. And hey, when your time comes and when we design that one play for you, you got to make sure you come down with it, and he's done that. Does he have the same athletic attributes that Sam Laporta does? No, he's not as quick. He's not as fluid in space. He's not as good as, kind of weaving in and out and breaking tackles and getting that yak. But do you need something like that to be a dominant offense? Not necessarily. If the guys on the outside are going to play well, and as long as your running backs, like we saw Jahmyr Gibbs have a really good day receiving last week against Philly. But yes, I do think that it takes a little bit of the focus off of that position from the opponent's defensive perspective. Like you used to have to think, hey, if we're Philly and hey, how are we going to stop Amon-Ra? How are we going to defend Gibbs? How are we going to defend Laporta? If you can take one of those out, that makes a big deal. And last week, I don't know, I wouldn't go as far to say as a wake-up call, but could I say that it probably they were missing him? Like, yeah, I think that's fair. I think we even speculated about on the broadcast where, especially when you get down into those red zones or some of the third downs and fourth downs that you really struggled at, he's
downs.
been such a reliable target that, you know what, even if he's covered, even if the linebacker or safety is like right up on his chin, he's going to find a way to come down with that football. You take that aspect out of it, yeah, you have to find ways to adjust. Now, does that mean other guys have to pick up responsibilities? Yes, it does. And going back to last week, and Mike, we talked on the phone a little bit. Like, yes, the offensive line did not have a great game, but I didn't walk out of that game saying, man, we just got manhandled up front, and we just couldn't handle Jalen Carter. We couldn't handle Jalen Phillips. We couldn't handle Nolan. Like, I didn't feel that way. I honestly felt like that was one of the worst games, accuracy-wise, that I saw Jared Goff play. I mean, there were times where he's missing low, he's missing left, and not just a typical game where you look at it and you say, it's like 2 or 3 passes if we could have had back. You're going up to like 8, 9, 10 passes that are like, where is that ball? And some of them are coming on crucial downs where right before the fake punt, you had Amon-Ra on that third down where he's wide open on that little dig route and Jared sails it like 2 yards left.
Okay,
and then later in the
TJ,
game on the fourth down, he's run the out route and same thing, Jared's missing left. And then people start speculating, well, what about the glove? And it's like, well, he's worn the glove before and he's had success wearing the glove. But listen, is that if you're going to bring that up, Mike, and say, hey, do you think the glove affected him? I'm not going to call you an idiot for saying that.
No.
Because like when you're missing low, you're missing left. Does it grip a half a tick longer than it normally does? Like
I just thought it was his feet.
No. But
I thought it was his footwork.
I thought he was kind of rushed up because he did get hit a couple times early in that game where you could tell he just never was able to, instead of setting the feet and looking left, looking right, delivering, it was kind of like look left, patter. Like, I know I'm going to get hit. I got to do something with it. And it was just throwing off balance. And that's Jared even mentioned this week that's kind of an anomaly. How many tip passes did they have at the line of scrimmage, too, that could have turned into some big chunk plays when you watch it on the All-22? I didn't, but if I'll be honest with you, Enrico, I think that was one of the worst performances I've seen from Jared in the past probably 2 or 3 seasons.
14-37.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this question, because is it Goff or is it more the receivers dropping passes? Because they've dropped a lot of passes in these past 2 games. I mean,
there were a couple
that
passes
just looked
last
catchable,
week.
like-
yeah, I didn't feel that way last week where it's like you have to make that play. On the flip side, I think there were two. I think there were two kind of like 10 to 15-yard dig routes over the middle of the field, one to Amon-Ra, one to J-Mo. I think J-Mo's was on the fourth down. I actually think they were back-to-back plays, and they were low. They were like kind of at the high ankle shin area that were like, you know what? I'd feel bad calling that a drop, but
you're a superstar receiver.
At the same point, that you nailed it. At the same point, I'm paying you $30 million. I'm paying you $27 million. I expect you to catch the tough ones, right? Like I expect you to catch the ones that are in your radius somewhere. Now, that's why I don't put the whole blame on anybody. It's kind of shared. Like, Jared, could you let him a little bit? Yeah. Did you feel the pressure coming that affected the throw? Probably. But, yeah, I think that it's kind of split right down the middle that you expect. You've seen that throw 1,000 times from Jared Goff. That kind of leads him to the inside. He gets it, might break a tackle and score a touchdown. Both of those were kind of at the shoelaces. You got to go down. I get it. If that's Isaac Tesla, you say come on, just put it on his body. He's a big body. You look at J-Mo and you look at Amon-Ra, you're like, we're paying you guys a ton of money. We kind of expect you to make those plays. It doesn't have to be. We're paying you that money to catch the balls that aren't perfect throws, right? And I shy just short of blaming one person, but it was off. It was off when Jared needed to make a big throw. It was a little off when his receivers needed to make a big catch. You couldn't come up with it. And the run game obviously didn't help when you're putting yourselves in, second and third and long, and you have to drop back and, throw those intermediate routes 15, 20 yards down the field. The protection's got to hold up. Like, it just didn't. So you didn't play the type of game that your identity is built for.
Let me ask you about the split prep. How do you do it? What is the breakdown when look, the Lions have a unique situation. They know they play on Thanksgiving every year. This is standard procedure. Yeah. It's not like a team that's not used to it. How much do you put into the Giants game, and how much are you kind of looking over here and getting ready for Thursday?
So coming up with Green Bay, the good part is that's the second time you played them. Yeah. So you spend a lot of time in training camp on division opponents. Like, you'll spend one day and, hey, we're putting in all the inside zone plays and we're putting in, the third down protections, whatever it might be. And then you might go to the next day and it's like, hey, this is Green Bay prep. Like, this is all it's going to be a couple weeks till we see him. Then we're not going to see him for another 2 months. But we're like, when the coaches go in after this game Monday morning, they're going to be like, hey, you remember some of those plays we ran back in training camp in August that we had designed specifically for this Green Bay defense? We need you to revert back and dig into that memory bank, and that's what it was for, right? So that's part of being professional, is like, oh yeah, like that was a long time ago, but yep, like these terms, words, whatever, identifications, I can recall that pretty quickly. As a player, though, you can't allow yourself to go there, and it's really not that hard, because kind of as I said as the open mic, where you look at this Giants team, and like I said, barring missing 20 out of your 22 starters and playing backups and rookies and guys you just signed last week, you do go into games sometimes thinking like, okay, like, guys, we just got to show up, man. Yeah, you don't feel that, but I don't think that this Giants team fits into that category of, hey, we just got to show up. I don't, Mike, and they've proven it. Like, they play close games. So as a player, like, it's boring, but you have to assume that, hey, you show up, you got to do everything that you're supposed to do. You have to follow your daily routines, right? Wednesday's this, Thursday's this, Friday's this. Yep, Saturday, I got to get ready for the game. And then, what it is? It is a tough bounce back going into a Thursday game.
That's what I always hate to see. It's so unfair to players. It's not right.
I think coaches hate it. Players clearly hate it.
Your body's not ready.
You can't, especially if you have, and I'm not calling the Lions an older team, but you have some veterans on that team where it's
tough for a Taylor Decker.
8, 9, 10 years into the league, my body wouldn't feel good. Good meaning like I could function in practice until like a Thursday morning. And all of a sudden, I just started feeling good. And you got to go play a game that afternoon. Not even a night game. That's a 1:00 game now. They switch it from 12:30. But it is incredibly difficult. It's unfair, I think, to all the players, to all the coaches, to have to turn around and risk so much coming out, especially this late in the season. If you want to do it for the first, September, October, okay, I get it. Nobody loves it, though. I hate Thursday night football. look at the game last night. I mean, was that a good football game?
Well, it was good if you like Will Anderson.
Yeah, if you like
I enjoyed
defense and
seeing
sacks.
I enjoyed Josh
right,
Allen
but-
getting destroyed.
yeah, but
the way he gets glazed.
Do you want? Would you rather see both teams
On a Sunday?
on
Yes.
a full,
Yeah,
100%.
full
that would've been
week
a
of
great
health
4
and
o'clock
recovery and
Yeah.
exactly.
No, it's
So-
not fair to the players, and I don't think it's fair to
it's
fans.
tough. And
but-
that's I know I'm not going long, but that's in the back of your mind when you're thinking about that Thursday game coming up. And then you're thinking about most of the times you get a Thursday game, you're like, hey, at least we got the weekend off. Nah, no, you don't, because you play the next Thursday again at home against Dallas. So it's going to be, it's kind of one of those things like, hey, guys, it's going to be tough. It's going to be grueling. We're a couple weeks away from having that Friday, Saturday, Sunday mini bye that people call it. And you just got to find a way to dig deep, man, and figure it out.
The Dallas game looks interesting.
The good news is
Dallas is interesting.
The mini bye is leading up into the Rams.
Let's take a pause here. We got a couple of calls. They want to talk to TJ about his brand new haircut, find out where he got it, what they can do to look like TJ, and then we're going to get ticket texts. We'll get the picks. We got a lot to do. TJ, you look spiffy.
Thank you.
You got
My
a
new
little
haircut.
You got a little dinner date
Jaeger
tonight?
bombs.
You have a dinner.
You remember that
I
video?
do. Dude, that's like 20 years ago. That's amazing. Okay, Black Friday's almost here. But guess what? You don't have to wait around. Paulson's audio video. Oh, I'm sorry, Rico. My bad. Farmington Hills.
Tell them about Paulson's.
I was
Mike.
mesmerized by TJ's new lettuce.
You know what? I got a Paulson's TV in my basement.
That's
Go ahead.
right. Upgrade your TV to watch Brian Branch and Jameis Winston. It's very exciting. You don't need to deal with the general populace. Just go to Paulson's. They got the experts. They got the best pricing. And they got the best product. What do you want to do? You want to go camp out for a TV like you're 21 again? Stop it. Go to Paulson's. Best in class. Your technology partner for over 30 years. 248-553-4100 or go to paulsonsav.com.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Lions coach Dan Campbell said today that tight end Sam Laporta is unlikely to return this season after having a procedure. He said it's looking good for Malcolm Rodriguez and DJ Reed to suit up again this week, though. The Giants will officially be without QB Jackson Dart as he remains in concussion protocol. For the Steelers, QB Aaron Rodgers questionable as they play the NFC North leading Bears. Detroit Sports Media has named Trey Melton the Tigers Rookie of the Year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, we're going to knock down some phone calls, get some ticket texts, got the picks. TJ will not be able to stay.
Jaeger bombs.
For who said it. TJ has important executive meetings to go to after this.
All my boys got the same haircut.
Okay, you need to chill. We're going to go to Paul, 97.1. Paul, what's going on, buddy?
Thank you for taking my call. I listen to you every day, and I'm an old man. I've watched all the great ones, and I think that Goff has got to implement into his plan. Not to say he can't do it, because I have confidence in him, is he comes up to the line of scrimmage, he gives a long count, and the next time he gives a short count. It's up to him. He's also got to roll out to the right. I've watched Aaron Rodgers. I've watched Brady. They have pick plays, certain plays that they know they can count on 4 or 5 yards, and it's unstoppable. Same with going out to the right side, and you roll to that right side, you throw to that side where you got the sideline. It's impossible to stop. I didn't see any of that. He's a quarterback. He dictates what he does. And in that game, the defense for Philadelphia was dictating to him. And he's got to put that in his game plan. That's all I'm saying.
TJ?
Roll out to the right? Is that what I heard on that?
Yeah, I said I roll out to the right. Sure. Hey, look, so he does one for 4 or 5 yards or 2 or 3 yards. He's spreading the defense out. Hey, he's taking a punishment in the pocket, so why not run for a couple of yards? That's all I'm saying. You're offsetting the defensive line. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Paul, let's not act like we have Lamar Jackson back at quarterback. I mean, Jared Goff is who he is. And there was a time maybe 2-3 years ago where everybody started getting into that quarterback. It's got to be mobile, got to be running, got to get out of the pocket, into that kind of frenzy. When you watch teams this year, I mean, who's the best team in the NFC right now?
Rams.
Okay, is Matthew Stafford a guy that rolls out of the pocket and runs and scrambles? Like, you know what I mean? And I think Jared Goff is
newsflash.
Right up in
Hurts
there with
isn't
it.
running.
He's not, unless it's a design play call on the push or that some of the third downs that we saw with some of the quarterback draws. But
I do wonder if they're saving him for the playoffs. I wonder if they've got Jalen Hurts on a pitch count.
Maybe, because you're right. Like,
I don't know. Sorry.
There's been very little design quarterback runs when you look at Philly's offense. But look, I think when it comes to Jared running, there was one play last week. I think it was the fourth down where Jahmyr Gibbs got stuffed in the first half. And me calling the games in the booth, I'm looking at the defense, and I literally said, sneak it, sneak it, sneak it. There was nobody lined up.
I said this the other
in
day.
In the left A gap.
Oh, thank God I got validated.
There was I said it Monday morning too, where it's like
TJ.
you have a check in your game plan where even if it's not in the play call that you get,
everybody
in the headset,
has a word.
You have a word to be going up there and being like, oh my gosh, there's Jared Goff could have walked for 3 yards behind.
Jalen Carter was pointing around like, is anyone helping me?
Carter's looking backwards, and I'm thinking to myself, Goff, even if it's just walking up to the center and tapping him twice, like on the butt, let's go.
No, you have to say a word. There's always a word.
Can't him in the center just go, and you guys are like, oh, wow.
Well,
no, you just yell apple.
No, you get the line and you get the play call in the huddle, right? Maybe sometimes you have 2 play calls. Hey, if we get this defense, I can alert. You hear quarterbacks all the time on these microphones, alert, or they say can. So in the huddle, you get the first play, and then they say can, and then they give you the second play. So if they say can, you have to be able to revert in your mind, okay, we're going to the second play. Or there's times where you can get to the line of scrimmage without the play even being called in the huddle, and you just get a code word, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Hey, said Hut, we're all running Mayday, which could be anything. But you have to be able to be able to do that. And I thought that Jared really missed an opportunity there on that fourth down where he could have just picked up the first, kept the drive going. Another part, and I took kind of some slack on social media this week where I said,
oh, okay.
I said, you know what? Like, I wouldn't mind, and I'm not asking this offense to completely evolve and just start throwing go balls and, throw 10, 15, fade routes every single game. Do you know how many, serious question, do you know how many defensive pass interferences that the Lions offense have caused this year?
That's such an open question.
No, zero.
Zero?
Literally zero.
Zero
defensive pass. I'm not kidding you. You can look it up. Zero defensive pass interferences have been called on opposing defenses. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that the pass game is awful because you're not drawing those, but you know where you get called on
Chunk
those
yardage,
when you
deep,
get one
deep
when you
shots.
get one-on-ones and you're facing a zero pressure and you got guys running go routes in the outside and you throw those balls up. You know what? I don't care if you complete any of them, but if half of them, if the defender is getting a little frisky and getting physical and grabbing your guy and tugging you down, you know what? Do I care if it's a 43-yard catch or a 43-yard penalty?
No. Rico. New
haircut, honestly, when I looked it up, it honestly shocked me because I'm watching Philly, and how many deep balls were they throwing just down the sideline? And hey, we're getting one-on-one coverage, we're getting pressed.
At the end of the game,
we're going to throw it up.
they
And
got to pass
there's a
interference.
there's a way to put it in the area where you're not getting called, or you're not going to put the ball at risk to get intercepted. But there's also a way to kind of take that play as like, yeah, we know we're beating this guy. He's got no opportunity, but no other judgment, but then just to grab the guy and torque him. And
just wait.
do I care if it's a penalty or completion? No, I don't. It shocked me when I found out
That's
that I looked through the game log. They're opposing defenses have zero defensive pass interference.
Wait till you see Deontay
I think
Banks.
you're making it too hard on yourself.
Wait till you see it.
Yeah, but I think that part of me tells you you're making it too hard on yourself. This isn't a negative, and they've done a great job of scheming guys open and finding holes in zone coverage and, calling the right man beaters where, hey, you get a little pick here, a little rub there, and, boom, you come on the inside or boom, go out, go, run a little wheel route, whatever it is. I just think that there's an opportunity in this offense, and I'm not saying 10 times a game, but if you could take 2 shots where you get man-to-man coverage,
by the way, just to be clear,
if one of those results in a 40-yard pass interference on the defense, do I care if it's a catch or a penalty?
And just to be clear,
it's
guy
a big play.
who played in the league at high level, offers nuanced opinion, gets ripped on social media. Can I show you my surprise face?
No, I'm not saying it. But people were like, they do a good job of scheming guys open, so they should stop doing that. It's like, no, that's not the point of it. But look, when you're drawing 0 through 10 games.
Social media is the ass pimple of society.
If we were
my God.
Mike, if we were through 5 games, and I know we're going to break. If we were through 5 games, and I told you that opposing defenses haven't been flagged one single time for DPI.
Wouldn't have believed you.
We're through 10.
I still don't believe you.
We're through 10.
I believe you, but it's unbelievable.
We're through 10. You got to find ways to get those shots down the field to get those big chunk plays.
Just leave social media. You'll be a happier camper.
I'm a junkie. Can't do it.
Picks next.
I love bashing on Rico.
Okay, then. Kenny, hell of a job with the picks. We'll see if you can double up. We'll do it next. 97.1.
All right, guys. You know what? This weekend is going to be a lot of games, and I can head down to the basement. Thanks to Matrix Basement. Look, they hooked me up. You guys have heard me talk about this for the last couple of months. It is complete, and I absolutely adore it. Guess what? They can do the same thing for you. And the beauty of it is Matrix Basements can step in there and start building your new basement right now. You don't have to make a payment for 24 months. No interest, no payments for 24 months. That's 2 years. Plain and simple. You want the basement now? Get the basement now. You've been teetering on whether you want to do it? No. Get it done right now. Go to matrixbasements.com. Go on their website. Get a free consultation. They'll come up with the design. You will absolutely love your new basement the same as I do, except you won't have to pay for 2 years. 24 months, no interest, no payment. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement with Matrix Basements sooner.
All right, let's do it. It is time for the picks. Kenny caught with an incendiary
Wow.
8-2 week
Just-
last week.
Just
Whoa.
literally unbelievable.
Let's get to it. Oh, God, what is
Unbelievable,
this?
Kenny. Thank
TCU
you.
at number 23, Houston. Houston laying a 1.5. Rico.
Houston coming off of a bye week. TCU got destroyed, but Houston's only favored by 1.5. I know you would say something's wrong here, Mike, but you know what? Coach Fritz, believe in you. Willie Fitz, let's go.
Kenny Cott.
Yeah, I'm feeling a similar way about that line. Dead giveaway, but I'm going to take Houston to lay the 1.5.
Over to David.
No, you can't take Houston here. Houston struggles against the pass, and I believe in Josh Hoover. Go Horns. Frogs. Whatever.
Close enough. Look, coming off a 2-8 week, I don't have much context to offer about any of these games. I'm just going to go with my gut. I'm taking Houston minus 1.5.
TCU. Spread makes no sense. Neither did their performance at BYU. Hoover will throw it 50 times. I don't know. The game, that's a dog of a game. Pittsburgh. Traveling to number 16. We're at Bobby Dodd Stadium, people. Number 16, Georgia Tech laying 2.5. You know what to do, Rico.
We are. And you know what? It also tells me that Pittsburgh is going to be playing the role of spoiler in the ACC. Give me the Fighting Narduzzi's.
Yes. Over to Kenny.
Ooh, I love disagreeing with Rico. Minus 2.5. Under the key number of 3. Give me Georgia Tech.
David?
Family in Atlanta going to this game, well, they'll be disappointed because Pittsburgh stops the run. Let's go, Pitt.
Whoa. TJ.
No, I'm taking the Yellow Jackets. They still run that triple option offense?
No, that's been about a decade.
They throw the ball?
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
Well, that solidifies my belief in Georgia Tech then. Let's go.
Pitt outright. Keep the points. Pitt's winning this football game. Let's go.
Ooh, I'm on an island.
He throws the ball you can catch.
I'm on an island.
USC traveling to number 7, Oregon, 10.5. What on earth? Rico Beard.
Well, here's the thing. USC, when they play ranked teams, Mike, they keep the game probably normally within a touchdown, which means fight on. Give me the Trojans.
Kenny?
When I think Big Ten, I think pageantry. I think USC. I think Oregon. Give me the points. USC.
David.
Yeah, because of your reasoning, Rico, I was shocked to see 10.5 for Oregon because I have to lean USC here. They'll keep it close.
Mr. TJ Lang.
I'm with Rico. I think we're going full Trojan fans this week. Call us Magnum fans, whatever you might be. But yeah, we're going with the Trojans.
We're all going to walk into this together. The fact that this is, yeah, I'm going to join you because I'm sorry. Oregon is good. They shouldn't be given 10.5. If you said 6.5, I go, all right, maybe. I'm going to go with you. I'll go USC.
Jump on train, baby.
Michigan State at Iowa. We're ignoring TJ. Iowa laying 16.5.
You know, Michigan State let me down last week. They almost scored the meaningless garbage touchdown until Alessio got pummeled and fumbled. But I think that they will get the meaningless backdoor points. Give me the Spartans.
Kenneth?
I'm still recovering from what TJ just said.
I'm ignoring it. I'm just moving forward.
Give me MSU
in a professional manner. Over to David.
I definitely want to talk USC again, but I'll go Michigan State here.
Still moving on. Iowa. That's all I got.
I'll take the Hawkeyes.
Michigan laying 14.5. They travel to Maryland to take on Rico's Terps.
So, we got to go with the David. There you go. Michigan's been struggling in their last couple of games. We'll probably find a way to win, but 14.5, way too many points.
Kenny?
David, hit that drop again, please, if you don't mind, sir. That's exactly right. Give me the points.
Over to David.
No, go blue all day. They're not looking ahead. Let's go Michigan.
Looking ahead to who?
I don't even know if looking ahead, if a team like this can look ahead.
Noted Wolverine
Can't even
supporter.
get your head out of your
TJ
ass
Lang.
against Northwestern. No, I'm taking Maryland. I don't trust Michigan to beat Our Lady of the Lakes up the street by more than 2 touchdowns. But no, I'm taking the Terps.
Let's check in on Joel Klatt anytime Bryce Underwood takes a snap.
Oh, you know what? I've been meaning to ask you your thoughts on Gus Johnson, Mike.
Total con artist, piece of human garbage, fake, phony, contrived, low intellect, does not watch games, loser, bum. Anything else?
Continue.
Touchdown. Shut up. Meanwhile, Klatt's got both hands on his Christmas tree. Oh, Bryce for 2 yards.
All right, who you got, Mike?
Okay, Michigan. Maryland is egregiously bad. NFL, please. Panthers travel to Rico Zombie Niners. Niners laying 7. Do it for the faithful.
Oh, yeah. For the faithful, give me the Niners.
That's right. Over to Kenny.
Nope, not taking the Zombie Niners. I'm taking the Panthers here in the points.
David?
I would love to, Kenny, but I just can't. I got to go to 49ers. Here's the Panthers. Come on now.
TJ.
Man, Panthers. Ooh, boy. Canales, could he be in the running for Coach of the Year if they continue to win some games? My goodness, the job that he's done. But now I think Niners with the loaded NFC, they know they're going to have to put out a hell of a performance at home, Monday Night Football. I think they win this thing comfortably.
This feels like a trap. This feels like USC Oregon. Like, oh, look, I got you $1. I get the Panthers plus a touchdown.
USC Oregon.
No, I'm not. No, we do not.
Okay.
Give me the Niners.
Hey, what USC?
Steelers at Bears. We are moving on. Bears are laying 2.5. Rico Beard, your selection.
You know what? I don't know who's going to be the quarterback for the Steelers, but you know what? Maybe the Bears have some magic going on. Give me Chicago.
Kenneth?
Yeah, Chicago will win in a UFC Magnum type of a way, so I'll take the Bears.
Yes. Unbelievable.
Yes!
We go over to David Hall.
I don't know if my quarterback's playing, but it may not matter. Bears.
I don't know who's playing quarterback either, but do I dare to say doesn't really matter for that Steelers offense? I think their defense is good enough to stop the run, kind of get after Caleb Williams a little bit.
Ben Johnson's working miracles.
I'm going on a rope here. Look, coming off a 2-8 week, I'm on tilt, Rico. I'm taking the Steelers.
All right.
Bears. Let's go Colts at
USC.
the Chiefs. And mind you, it's the Chiefs laying 3.5 with the scriptwriters in the stadium this weekend. Rico Beard.
You know what? No. If the Chiefs win, it'll be by less than a field goal. Give me the Colts and the points.
All right. Kenny Cott.
Well,
by the
Rico-
way, shout out. Did any of you realize Kenny, if he had a gray beard, is Patrick Waugh? Did you see this last night watching the Wings? Kenny is going to be Patrick Waugh in 20 years.
I think my beard's a little bit better than Patrick Waugh's, but I
you
would take
look
the
the
Colts.
same, dude.
Nah.
Waugh actually looks a little bit younger.
Okay.
All right.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
David?
It's like 50.
David, we'll just call him Kenny Roy.
That's it a little bit.
Go side by side and see what happens. Go
Say
ahead.
a lot, Kenny. Chill out, dude.
Whoa.
David?
Get all
Former
sensitive back
USC Trojan Michael Pittman Jr.
There we go.
and the
Yes.
Colts are in this
Yes.
game. I am going Chiefs, though.
Yes.
Over to TJ.
I love the Trojan connections, David. Nice one in there. There's no way at a 5-5 Chiefs the NFL is going to allow them to lose.
Scriptwriters, baby.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. There's going to be something weird in this game, and I'm taking Kansas City.
See, I think they win, but not by 3.5.
Chief, Trojan, fighters, comparisons.
Bro, you just got done making 10 minutes of penis jokes. I don't think we need comparisons.
Me?
I'm
Yeah.
trying, how do you?
Who, me?
Never you.
Me?
No. Scriptwriters, Chiefs. Eagles at the Cowboys. Eagles laying 3.5. Rico, you know what to do.
I know, Mike, you've been saying this all week, and this is why I'm going to go against you.
No!
I'm going with the Eagles in a get-right game because everybody scores against the Cowboys. Give me the Eagles.
Over to Kenny.
I will also be a crumb bum. Give me the Eagles as well.
No. David, tell me you believe.
Eagles.
No.
Fly,
TJ.
Eagles, fly.
Man.
Yeah, come on. I know you
I
believe.
know. I'm normally a cowgirl fan, but I'm a cowboy fan this week. They got some.
Wow.
Listen, they've had a lot of. They
USC.
told me to say. Listen, They've
what's
gone
the
through.
USC mascot?
Listen, they've had some tragedy over the last week and a half. They've responded. I think there's just something special about Dallas right now that they can find a way to come together. And on a serious note, I am taking the Cowboys.
Yes!
I don't think they win, but they're going to cover that 3.5.
Cowboys. I hate Nick Sirianni. Go Cowboys. All right. Giants.
As much as Gus Johnson?
I hate Gus Johnson more.
No, okay,
Lions
all right.
laying
Fair.
12.5 with the news that Jackson Dart won't be playing. Lions minus 12.5 against the G.
The who?
Famous Jameis at the helm.
It's going to be a disaster, dude. Just go.
You know what? It'll be a disco.
Double digits.
It'll be a disco.
Well, you got to go more than double digits, though.
Over to Patrick Waugh.
Give me the Lions.
Yeah, we're going to be feeding him that gabba gabba ghoul. Give me the Lions.
Okay. Pretty sure you had a relationship just like that. Let's go over today.
We are almost at Thanksgiving. Yes, Jameis is playing, but I gotta go again with the Trojans, and I'm on Raw and the Lions. Let's go.
Over to Fashion TJ.
I feel like this game could be 23.5, and I'd still take the Lions. I've seen this story written too many times where they bounce back, they find a way to take advantage of weak teams, and it's got like a 45-17 type game written all over it.
This looks like on TV when everybody picks that one game.
Yeah, and I'm kind of nervous about it too, but
I'm sorry, Big G. I took the Lions.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry, Big G.
I am sorry for Big G. He doesn't deserve this.
Lions.
What would hold on? What would the line have to be for you to take the G-men?
24.5.
Okay, so we're about the same page.
Yeah,
It's
just
23.5. Okay.
Eli. All right, those are the picks. TJ really likes USC.
See you next week.
97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Lions released their final designations before the game versus the Giants this week. The following players are out: Terrion Arnold, Marcus Davenport, Miles Frazier, Kirby Joseph, and Josh Paschal. These are listed as questionable: Taylor Decker, Khalil Dorsey, Graham Glasgow, Tate Ratledge, DJ Reed, Penei Sewell, Isaac Tesla, and Sione Vaki. Notables playing include Brian Branch and Malcolm Rodriguez. Dan Campbell dropped some breaking news in his presser this afternoon about Sam Laporta. The Giants have officially ruled out QB Jackson Dart this week as well. That means Detroit will face Jameis Winston. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers questionable to play against the Bears. Michigan State is back on the floor against Detroit Mercy today, looking to push their record to 5-0. The NCAA announced that former Temple basketball leading scorer Hyseer Miller placed 42 bets over 2 seasons on his own team. The Pistons and Red Wings are also off until tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we do have the Lions injury report. Obviously, Laporta being done for the year is big news, and we'll take calls on it. We've also talked a little bit about last night's game, and it was kind of an interesting matchup between a team that's teetering, which is Buffalo. They're kind of the AFC equivalent of you, against this ridiculous pass rush that just destroyed Buffalo. Kind of felt like the Philly game for you. And it was this team, even though your GM says that no one has 2 great pass rushers, Houston does. And it was just like, wow. Or as we like to say with the drop, whoa. But David, the injury report, we can knock down some calls. We'll get to set it at 4:15, okay?
So I will start with the guys that have no designation and will play. Brian Branch, Malcolm Rodriguez, Brock Wright. Have a lot of outs here. Terrion Arnold, Marcus Davenport, Miles Frazier, Kirby Joseph.
Whoa. Hold on. Can you say that second name again?
Second name, yeah. Marcus Davenport.
Oh, my God. He's hurt? No. You're kidding.
I'm more worried about Terrion Arnold.
Whoa. No, I'm just saying that once again.
Yeah. Well, then let me give you this one, too, because he's also still hurt. Josh Paschal.
Whoa.
But Kirby Joseph still being out.
Look, that situation is one
I can't wait to the end to the off season when we finally find out what happened.
Well, you can't get anyone to really talk about it. And I'm not trying to read too much or too little into it. I know the last time we saw him, it didn't make sense. He couldn't walk. He goes into the tent. He comes out flying like an angel. Then we don't see him since. And you start to ask questions about, okay, did something happen? I don't think that's accusatory. It's a fair question. But he's been out. You know what? Kirby Joseph is our version right now of Bucky Irving for the Bucs. The last 4 weeks, Bucky Irving questionable, limited, not practicing, limited. He's going to play. He doesn't play. He's going to play. He doesn't play. Bucky Irving again this weekend. Doesn't play. It's just this ongoing thing. And you hope that 1 week he's magically back because, look, you're not forcing turnovers. What's Kirby Joseph's calling card? No, not leading the league in interceptions. There's a little bit of luck that goes into that. But Kirby is a creator. He's a disruptor. He's around the football. Well, you're not winning the turnover battle since he got hurt. So I can absolutely credit the man with that skill set.
Actually, a great point.
Well, once in a while, let's see if social media agrees. Poor TJ. When is he going to learn?
When is Casa going to learn?
He's incorrigible.
Every time he's like, I know you keep telling me to leave it alone, and you're right. Like, you're turning into Rieger.
So there's a long list here of questionable. Now, as I'm reading the list, this could just be management this week for players because they have 2 games in 4 days. Taylor Decker, questionable. He was limited. Practice all week. Could just be that. Khalil Dorsey, Graham Glasgow, Tate Ratledge, DJ Reed, Penei Sewell, Isaac Tesla, and Sione Vaki.
Look, here's the thing, and I want to be careful with what I say because I hate when, cookies will do the disco thing and all that. I'm very careful about, you're going to destroy this team. It's the NFL. But I do have an eye on Green Bay, and what you can't afford is if you play somebody who's questionable this week.
Correct.
And you only get 3 days to recover, you ain't going to have him for Green Bay. That's a fine line because you do need to take care of business in respect to what TJ's saying. The Giants still get paid to play football.
But I got to think you can still take your chances. A C game from the Lions to still beat the Giants.
A C game, I think you win by a field goal. A B game, you covered a number.
Because here's the thing.
An A game, you drop a bomb on this team and you're doing dry hump celebrations left and right.
Right. You just need the W. You don't need the cover. You don't need the Vegas stuff. But you have, as you said, you can't go out there and play somebody.
Like Graham Glasgow.
You can't treat this like it's a playoff
especially
game.
an offensive lineman. Like playing it
Taylor
simple.
Decker.
This is one where, you know what, maybe if you can, you give Taylor the day off. I need you more against Parsons and the Packers than I do for this.
And look, I want to be careful. I'm not saying this is a Tuesday night in February for the Cleveland Cavaliers and you sit everybody. I'm saying this is the tough part. It's why oh God, people are going to be so angry. I've never liked the Thanksgiving Day game. It's unnatural. I think it's unfair to the team. Now, my whole life, they were never good enough for that game to really matter. But this is where it hurts you. The fact that you're playing on Thursday, you have this conversation instead of we're approaching it one game at a time and you're good to go. TJ just left saying the quiet part out loud. Your body's not even remotely right until Thursday.
Here's the bad part about it, Mike. You don't even get the 10 days off because you play the following Thursday.
Correctamundo.
So the only good news is you get 10 days before you play the Rams.
Correct. Which is a major benefit.
It is. But you got to get to the Rams.
I just wonder, it's going to be fascinating to see who plays. And then when you're watching, for the people that aren't half in the bag while they're watching, like when guys quietly come out of the game and whether they come back in, like it's going to have to be all hands on deck Thanksgiving. You got to keep, but you can't bubble wrap, guys. That's the problem.
No, but and the other part about that is there's no competitive advantage for the Cowboys because they're playing Thursday too. So they're both going to be playing the following Thursday. So
Cowboy game looks more interesting now, doesn't it? I don't want to get carried away with it, but Quinnen Williams was energized by that deal. Him and Kenny Clark together is pretty formidable.
They look a little different.
And their offense is their offense. Javonte Williams, physical. He's playing the best he's played since his rookie year. And we know Dak's going to drop back and sling it 40 times.
They play the Raiders.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's pesky. It's the kind of game that if Arnold and Reed don't play, that is where I don't need the Legion of whom. I need our starters.
Right, because
Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are unforgiving.
Yeah, Pickens, wow. He looks like a totally different receiver. But no, you're right.
Get him out of that hellhole in Pittsburgh.
It's amazing what happens when you make a trade with somebody from a bad team and they go to a good team.
But that's why I asked TJ about it. Like I'm telling you right now, I could totally see a scenario if the Giants have a new GM. They trade Dexter Lawrence and he turns back into Zeus. Dexter Lawrence has been so bad this year. I can't even put it into words. It's unbelievable.
Too many New York slices.
I don't know, man. He hadn't been the same since he hurt his elbow last year. He does look, he's always been a big man. But I mean, now it's like, he's like starring on My 600-Pound Life. It's a problem.
It's probably, and I'm not saying this is what's going on with him, but this isn't Madden. Like, these are humans, and they have to deal with the organization and things inside the locker room.
The losing has infected him.
It gets to you, man.
It's not a good scene.
Well, especially when you know our season's over.
I'll tell you this. If Dexter Lawrence dominates your interior trio, you know you have problems because he's dominated no one. He's the king of, he's a space eater, but he's not pressuring the quarterback. He's not pushing the pocket. If Dexter Lawrence looks like the all-pro, that's about your O-line, not about him. He has not put that on tape.
Gotcha.
He had a good game against the Pack, but it's not like it was vintage.
But no, it's something when you're already having vacations discussions in the locker room. Where are you going for vacay?
It's a blessing.
Because we're done.
Rico, take him to church, please.
All right. You call yourself an NBA fan. Well, make sure your setup is ready for prime time. If you are a big Hoops fan, turns out you need to really get Xfinity like I have. Imagine the NBA all in one place made easy for you. You can find all your favorite games with the speed and ease of a seasoned pro with live scores, stats, and odds thanks to the Xfinity fan feed. Look, if you got a friend who's watching the game like a rookie, now is the time to introduce them to Xfinity. They've got the most live sports and insane picture quality. No one does it better. So next game day, make sure your friend is not a big fail. Be the best at watching basketball with Xfinity, proud partner of the NBA. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. X1 box required.
Hi there. Listen, you've heard the ads, lawyers bragging about verdicts, results, tough talk, but do they ever really talk about you as a person? Like, do they get to know you? Do they actually answer your phone call? That's the difference with David Femininio. I mean, yeah, it's cool to have awards and stuff, but if you can't get the guy on the damn phone, what the hell's the point? David, you call, he answers. 855-65-CRASH, or you go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. Oh, yeah, we have breaking news. Rico has come to my side of things. Kenny is Patrick Waugh. Patrick Waugh is Kenny.
We're really doing this?
Look at David. That's Kenny in 10 years. That's him watching the Wings last night. I looked at it and I go, oh, my God, he's related to Kenny.
There you go, Kenny.
Kenny, that's you.
No.
That's stately.
No, not even a little bit.
That's Kenny.
Not even a little bit.
It's a lot of bit.
I'm very distinguished.
David, can you be on my side with this one, please?
No, because it's not. Listen, we're going to get to the phones. We'll do Who Said It at 4:30. Kenny, I'm telling you, I watched last night. I was mesmerized. Not by anything the Wings did.
All right, there's one of these that I could see.
That's why I'm trying to say no, Kenny, but I keep looking at more
Kenny,
pictures.
I want you to think in about 15 years from now, and you're in your log cabin and you're brewing your moonshine. Think about that's you.
Yeah, there's a couple. There is a couple.
Uh-huh.
That really is Kenny.
Could you imagine if, like, somewhere deep in Kenny's French-Canadian heritage that he's related to Patrick
I'm
Waugh?
not French Canadian.
Well, you look like a lumberjack. I took a shot.
Kenny Qua.
Kate. All right. David, some ticket text. We'll get to the callers. We'll do Who Said It at 4:30. And yes, Kenny in 15 years, Patrick Waugh. It's doppelganger level.
Well, people are looking at pictures. They have sent in text saying, yes, this is correct. He does look like Patrick Waugh.
Yes.
Someone says we need to get Patrick Waugh in the studio so we can do a side-by-side.
No, we've got to do like a 23andMe or a what do you do it where the people like find out what they I bet you, what if we got Maury Povich in here?
Oh,
like you are the uncle. Like what if Patrick Waugh was like Uncle Patrick? I'm just, there's something there. Kenny, it's stunning how much your future is Patrick Waugh. Stunning. Also stunning, did Pelika play?
So I looked at some of his, I'm not going to get too into the weeds with it. I looked at some of his advanced metrics. He was the worst player on the ice for the Wings.
Kenny, I've watched 7 of the games. 7. I was told we had, I'm being facetious when I say this, a combination of Nick Lidstrom, Al McInnes, and Al Iafrate coming over. I don't even know he's on the team. When you watch, then you watch Schaefer and you're like, oh, well, okay.
This is everything that I said, every symptom of this team that I said would happen. Rookie's going to rookie, and when it happens, it's going to look bad.
And look, I know last night things got off the rails. The defense in total was bad. I can't blame John Gibson for all of that. You got lit up by the Islanders' fourth line. The point is, like, for all the time, it's a lesson. Pelika may end up being an incredible player, okay? But the idea that he was coming over here and he was going to somehow be a paradigm shifter. I look, they're playing good hockey collectively. Last night was a dumpster fire. But, like, dude, I watch and I'm like, I asked Kenny this last night. I go, okay, hey, here, throw me in a garbage can. Am I wrong? He doesn't jump off the screen to me when I'm watching. And even Kenny didn't fight me.
No.
Long season. He's got plenty of time. But it's one of those things where I'm like, I want the Wings to have someone that I am excited to watch play.
That becomes must-watch TV.
And we haven't had that player in a decade. The minute Datsuk left, that's the last time we had a guy where you would pay to go watch them play. That's not an insult to Dylan Larkin or Lucas Raymond. It's not.
No
offense to Mo Sider. He's not an electric factory. Like, there's just, that is the missing piece for the casuals. You got to have somebody who you want to see play.
Well, no, yeah, see, you're right about that because I just mentioned Datsuk to Kenny. When he was a rookie, he got insulated. He had all these Hall of Famers in front of him.
Different day and age, for sure.
The fan base is spoiled to where they expect it to be. It wasn't even that for Datsuk when he first got here.
No, I'm just saying all the kids that you bring up, I mean, for all I had to hear about Marco Kasper, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, Danielson's been here 10 minutes. I can't throw shade at the kid, but like, okay, I want someone to break the mold and be what we lust after from these other teams. And again, be careful in the East. Oh my God, we're in first place. Okay, hold on. By next week, you could be 3 points out of the playoffs in total. Everyone's bunched up by 2 points.
No, you know what you just described? Every Lions fan who wants to get rid of Goff. You want that quarterback that everybody says, wow, look at that guy.
Oh, here we go. The Detroit Tigers have come to terms with the face of the franchise, Matt Vierling, to avoid arbitration. Ugh. I'm not going to go crazy. They paid him a whopping $3.2 million. It's just, I don't want to look at Matt Vierling. That's really what it boils down to.
Done with it, though.
Well, thank God. We're not going to lose him, David.
Yeah, I don't think there was exactly a robust market for that. Okay. Well, there you go. If you like Matt Vierling, God bless. He's back. Sorry. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to CJ.
All-star.
CJ, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great, guys. How are you?
Excellent. Hey. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the Sam Laporta situation. So obviously, huge blow to this offense and, the game plans against opposing defenses and how we used to use him super athletic guy in the field, almost as good as a wide receiver, and critical on the money downs. And we know Brock Wright isn't going to be that type of guy. But the guy that could step in for his role, I think, and I hope they use him like this, is the guy we drafted in the 3rd round, Isaac TeSlaa. Hopefully he finally gets the targets he deserves. He can be just as good as Laporta out there. Give him the opportunity to shine. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think different. I get what you're saying, CJ, but to me, if you put TeSlaa out there, it's going to be a passing play where Laporta was good at blocking. He could play on the line, and he could help that running game. So I get where you're going offensively when it comes to passing, but Laporta played well on both passing and running.
True. Last game against the Eagles, I saw Brock, out there line up wide in trips when I was like, why is he out there and not a receiver? He's just not going to be the same guy that Laporta could be running those trip routes. But
right.
I think TeSlaa could be if he's out there playing this week.
CJ, it's the only card. It's the only card you have to play. I mean, when you really think about it, what other option do you have? And I do think part of the missing link, CJ, when we've talked about this team is now, as we sit here today, 27th in the league in 3rd down conversion rate. You don't have a Tim Patrick. You don't have a Josh Reynolds. Those guys are gone, and they did have highly productive seasons on 3rd down. So you take those away. You now take Laporta away. And you're right. I mean, the TeSlaa thing, you don't want to force it. Like to Rico's point when we had the JMO conversation, is I want JMO to be more involved. You don't want to alter what you're doing to where you're doing unnatural stuff. But CJ, I'm with you. It's week 12. You're up against it. You gave up a lot to get this kid. He's got a big profile athletically, a big frame. Yeah. If not him, who?
Right. I just hope that, if they're going to put Brock out there, maybe put TeSlaa out there instead sometimes. Just give him a few more opportunities. That's all I'm asking for, really.
And you did see a little bit, and again, I don't want to go crazy with it. You did see a little bit more spread formation. You saw a couple of 5-wide sets, empty backfield sets, rather, whatever you want to consider that. I don't know what the answer is. I don't. I'm not able to tell you, but I'm not mad at anyone who calls up and goes, look, if not now, when for TeSlaa? Because they are searching. If you're 27th on 3rd down conversion rate, if you're not performing against any defense with a pulse, yeah, you're searching. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Joseph, what's the good word, pal?
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how Vegas has them losing or winning every game with all the guys that got injured right now. I mean, they got, their secondary is really beat up. Brock Wrong is, he's the only tight end besides Sam Laporta, but he's going to be out. So I don't know how, they're going to be struggling real bad, especially they need to share time with Brock Wrong and the other guy.
I mean, Joe, here's the way you could look at it, right? Most weeks you're going to take the field with more talent than the other team, even in the state you're in being injured, right? The season breaks down into 2 pods. You got your games like this week where you're 12.5-point favorite. It's going to be the same thing when you play teams like the Steelers, when you play some of the dregs of the league. You've got a couple of showdown games. That's where what you're talking about plays a real role. Green Bay, the Rams game. You want to throw the Cowboy game out there? It could be a little tricky. I'm good with it. But, Joe, that's what it'll boil down to, because they're still going to win games because they're like an NBA team. You just got better talent than almost anybody, but it only shows itself when you have weaknesses in, the conference finals. Like a team like Houston's going to look sweet all year, and then they're going to show up and OKC's there, and it's like bye-bye in 5. So, no, I look, they might struggle in some games, and it might not look pretty. Just win. Mm-hmm. But in these big games, yeah, that's where the injuries can really catch up to you. I still can't believe they lost to J.J. McCarthy. Can we just have a moment of silence for a second?
Ironically enough, I was saying you don't want to be the Vikings of last year, but yes.
Oh, J.J. is so bad.
At home.
I don't want to. Just please.
Well, see, but you convinced me that the Giants won't be able to create short fields because I think that's how the Vikings beat them is they had short fields.
They have Brian Flores. We have Shane Bowen.
Okay, TJ.
Shane Bowen might be the dumbest defensive coordinator in the league. He's a disgrace to anyone with the first name Shane.
Gotcha.
And I don't even like that name.
Or last name Bowen?
I don't know any Bowen. Bruce Bowen. Bruce Bowen should be embarrassed. 248-539-9797. Want to get to who said it next? All right, good enough. 97.1. Oh, hi there. All right, I'm back. Listen, it's football season. Score big, Moran Buick GMC right now. The 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab, $199 a month. Or you can drive home in the 25 in Vista. Lease is starting at $279 a month. Both deals, $999 down. Inventory rolls in daily, MoranExpress.com. So whether you're loading up for the game, heading up north for hunting, or whatever you do out there in nature with Kenny, they have got you covered. Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions released their final designations before the game versus the Giants this week. Some of the names out include Terrion Arnold, Marcus Davenport, Kirby Joseph, and Josh Paschal. 8 others are questionable, including plenty of offensive linemen Taylor Decker, Penny Sewell, Graham Glasgow, and Tate Ratledge. Dan Campbell said it looks good for safety DJ Reed to make his return this week. He's questionable as well. On the other hand, he says he'll likely lose tight end Sam Laporta for the year after that procedure. According to MLB writer John Heyman, Tigers utility player Matt Vierling has avoided arbitration with a $3.2 million deal. The Pistons have recalled both Tobias Harris and Jaden Ivey back to the NBA roster. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, let's do the business, David. It's time for Who Said It.
All right. Yes, let's go to Who Said It.
All right.
Let's see.
Here comes
Eligibility.
a hyper difficult version of this.
No, not at all. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. All right, let's go. Number 1. How many times have they lost back-to-back games? Are they cleaning it up? Then something else comes up and they clean that up. But if they're not cleaning it up, they'll be on losing streaks.
I know the person who loves the back-to-back Campbell stat is Cookies. He adores it. He never stops talking about it. Can you read that one more time?
Sure can. How many times have they lost back-to-back games? Are they cleaning it up? Then something else comes up and they clean that up. But if they're not cleaning it up, they'd be on losing streaks.
You tell me. All I can offer you is Cookies loves to talk about that stat.
Yeah, but that doesn't sound like the way he would phrase that.
No, I think that to me, I would say John, as Cookies was talking about it, and John kind of picked it up from there and carried it to the end zone. I'm going to go Jansen.
That's what my read on that was originally too, Rico.
You're going Jansen. I'm going Cookies. Let's keep it moving. I don't have a strong opinion here. David? Oh, I hate this game. Okay, just flush it and move on. Let's try it again. Next pitch. We're on to Cincinnati.
The Ragnow thing is totally on Holmes. The player should have been in place.
I haven't said it that way. I've said it other ways, but I haven't said it that way.
Rico, could that have been you?
I don't think so.
That sounds even forceful by Rico standard. Like, I don't think Rico would have said it that way.
One more time, David, please.
The Ragnow thing is totally on Holmes. The player should have been in place.
I'll go Cookies again.
I'm going to go Gov.
Oh, he took time out from finding if the millage was going through.
Yes.
I'm going to do something unprecedented. I'm going to say David did himself.
Wait.
He uses phrases like been in place. I think that's something he might have said.
That's an option?
Yeah. David.
It's 6 to 6. Does he work between 6 and 6?
It depends on the day and the effort. That's never happened, though, has it?
Never.
First time for everything.
Cookies, you're going who?
Tecumseh Tom.
Tom, you're going David. In a first ever Who Said It act of espionage. David.
Wow.
I'm
sorry, David.
Wow.
I'm sorry about that.
The head columnist for the Roscommon Picayune, Tom Milliken.
There was some anger in there. I'm like, who would be angry? But it wasn't us.
Well, you're right, is because I'm in a good mood. I don't want to be mean. I'll just say that people who are willing to critique the Lions are scarce on this station. So you're right. It does narrow it down.
Thank you, Tom. Shout out. I'll buy your newspaper.
Shout out you having the audacity to criticize God.
Number 3, everybody loves the infectious energy that J-Mo plays with. Stop doing dumb things or you're going to be considered a dumb person.
Cookies. I'm just going to say Cookies every time. Like, all of these sound like Cookies. That sounds like Cookies.
That does sound like that. That might have been the most cookie sounding one yet.
Plus, he loves the word infectious. I do a pod with this guy. I know his tells. It's like a poker player.
Gator. I'm going Gator on this.
Why? Elaborate.
Infectious.
Words.
Gator also would use the word infectious. Hopefully not.
Also
there.
infectious.
Hopefully not with them.
Oh, boy. Kenny?
I just don't think Gator's in the business of implying somebody is stupid. So I think it was, I agree with you. I think it's cookies.
No, I think this is Gator being angry, but not angry.
All right. Okay. All right. David?
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. It's just that old slot machine. Just staying there until it pays
That's
off.
it. This machine's about to hit. That's an Evan Jenkins classic.
Oh,
Buffalo! Oh, my God. People, if you've never seen Evan on 15 weed gummies playing the slots in Vegas, you don't know what ecstasy looks like. David, go ahead.
I think he should have recognized early on that defense is going to be good here. Whether it's a problem, weather is a problem, we need to play the field position game.
Wait, one more time, please.
Yeah, in English, please.
I think he should have recognized early on that defense is going to be good here. Weather is a problem, we need to play the field position game.
I talked about the field position game.
You did. I did too. And he hasn't used this show yet.
You want to flip a coin?
No, I want Kenny's opinion. We got to talk through this. This might be this show because we both talked about them becoming a defensive team, wishing he would have in real time recognized the game script and altered. It's possible it could be either of us. Kenny?
I hear this more in Rico's voice, and I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah, I was waiting for the insult.
No, there's no. See, I'm not like you, Mike. I don't just say things to insult people all the time.
Kenny, it's all love. I don't know what your problem is.
You were complimenting TJ. I was expecting a rake right
There was
there.
none. He had a really nice haircut. I was proud of him.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And he
guess
actually
Rico.
wore pants with buttons today. It was a big day for him.
Wow.
And wouldn't that be the rake?
Yeah, he waited until he left, but there it is.
I said it to him in the hallway. Don't worry about it. All right, so you want to go Rico? I'll trust you on this.
All right.
All right. RL Beard.
Oof.
This is where not listening catches up with me. All right, next.
They lost. They lost Dennis Schroeder, and that's a big loss. And someone's got to replace those minutes and that scoring and that energy off the bench. And if it's not Sasser, then why not Jenkins?
Who the hell is
Okay,
breaking down?
We're going to go
Pistons
ahead and
fans?
cross this show off.
Yeah, because we like ratings and revenue. Who the hell's doing a deep dive on the Pistons? This
He already did a Gator. He already did a Doug. That
Kang.
leads me to believe
Kang.
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 You
Yeah.
can collect it. He'll talk about it. It's just that easy. That's what we're just going to.
Wait, Stoney wasn't in this week, right?
He was here taping pods with Evan. Did he do a show, though?
No, I think he's just taping pods.
You think it's Kang?
Kang.
I'm going to trust you.
Okay.
Who said it? Yeah! Yeah!
All right.
I'm here for you.
That's a layup. Good job, guys.
I'm
A
here
layup.
for
Oh,
you.
I see what you did there.
You just won yourself a free melting moments, mister.
Oh,
That's a hell of a job by you. Hell of a job. Breaking down Dennis Schroeder's absence on November 20th, 21st? Dear God.
Karis LeVert's next.
Because he lost Schroeder, Jenkins is the answer. Okay.
All right. Well, listen, tremendous job. We got a couple right. I feel good about it. Prop bets, a little more Lions conversation, get people to their weekend. 97.1. FanDuel Friday NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30. FanDuel's dropping limited time specials, whether it's boosts, bonuses, surprises, log in. They'll have something there for you. And again, NBA every Friday. Nobody has more betting markets than FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can grab your reward before the clock expires. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mike always wins. Prop Bet Casino.
8 out of 9.
Woo! You know, for somebody who swears up and down, I don't really do prop bets.
I don't.
That's a cookies thing. That's a you thing.
Woo!
Congratulations to David.
No.
And Mike.
Yes, we're back.
They tied. So,
hey, Kenny, how'd that Red Wing game go?
What's the first prop?
Me being right about the Red Wings yesterday. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were right about that too. I was watching and like, he called that one too. All right,
Let's just get to it.
All right, let's go out to Kinnick Stadium.
Okay, let's not.
MSU, Iowa quarterback Gronowski to throw for a touchdown and have an anytime touchdown. Yes or no? He's done this like about 9 times this season.
Which means he'll do it again.
You're saying yes.
It's hard to bet against it. It's Iowa. It's consistent. They run the same offense every week. Yeah, yes, I'll go with it.
Yeah, I'm with you. If there were a team that mixed things up a little bit more, I would be on the opposite side.
Dude, it's Tecmo Bowl. They got the same 4 plays.
Yeah. I'll go on the other side of this. It's Michigan State, and their defense sucks. So, yes, I'm going to go. He does this.
A lot of pride. A lot of pride in East Lansing.
So you're saying yes, too?
I'm saying yes.
Kenny said yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, we're all saying yes.
A lot of pride.
Okay. Michigan State turnovers. Over under 1.5.
Go under. I think they can suck without turning it over.
Well, I think part of the suck is the turnover, so I will say over.
But here's the problem. In order to turn it over, the quarterback would have to actually throw the ball. Poor Alessio drops back, and he's dead before he even picks his head up.
Right, but a fumble.
Oh, that's true.
He gets hit, fumbles the ball.
I'll stay under. Do I have to watch this game Saturday? Do I have a permission slip to do something else?
Did I not give you the out early this year?
I know, but I'm a masochist.
I gave him the out. I was like, Mike, I'll take notes. Here you go.
Yeah.
Take a nap. Go play with the pups.
Take a nap. That's what the offensive line will be doing this weekend. They will be taking a nap.
That's who MSU starts at left tackle. Pete, take a nap.
But I'm going to go under on the turnovers. Under.
He's a JUCO transfer. Bobby, take a nap.
I'm going to go under as well. Nick March receiving yards.
Under.
Yeah.
I'm done with him.
Over, under.
Just go.
Okay. You're going
son.
I would like to hear the number if you
Go
don't
to the
mind.
beach. Go play for Florida. Go enjoy your life. Get out of here.
38.5 yards.
I will also say under.
Under. There's no point.
Where are we as a society?
We have no pass protection. Iowa puts you in jail as far as a defense. And I got to be honest, Nick doesn't get separation, and he doesn't look like he's all that thrilled. And I don't even know if he's healthy. So it's just under.
Does he understand that when you go for the ball, you go with 2 hands and not one?
Are you going under?
I'm going under.
Does he understand how to get to Lubbock, Texas? Because that's where he's going to be playing next year.
I'm going to go over only because what he does, he catches it and runs backwards like a video game.
Yes, he does.
And it's like, Nick, wrong way. Like he's trying to break everyone. I'm going to say
When you see him at the first down marker, here's Jonathan Smith's reaction. 2nd and 1.
MSU total points against Iowa or Jeremy Fears total assist tonight against UAD.
MSU total points. They'll get double figures, and Fears won't play long enough to get double figures.
Okay.
U of D stinks.
I'm going to go on my flow chart of MSU stinks, so I'm going to go Fears.
Yeah, but I think Mike's right. He's not going to play a lot in the second half, so I'm going to go MSU total points.
Plus, Rico's there tonight. I mean, there's a certain gravitas with Rico there. MSU will get up by 30 early and put it away.
And all 15 of those baskets will be assists by
Okay,
Fears.
you're going with Fears.
I'm going with Fears. All right. Let's go out to the home of crab cakes and football.
That's what we do.
More passing yards, Malik Washington or Bryce Underwood.
Who cares? I mean, what an awful game again. Can you wake me when Michigan plays somebody? Malik Washington.
Next
I don't know. Yeah, great. It's been 6 weeks since they played a real game. Sure. You know what? No, I change it. F Maryland. Give me Bryce. Give me Bryce.
The Alpha and Omega.
Yeah, I'm going with the Undertaker. Give me Bryce.
That's right.
I'm going Underwood.
You know he once threw a ball over a mountain range.
You know what? I'm going with the other freshman. Give me Malik. Andrew Marsh, the good Marsh. Over under 65.5 receiving yards.
Over. He's been a revelation. He's been really. Go over. Maryland stinks.
What was the number?
65.5.
65.5.
I'll go under.
I'm going to go over for this one. He'll be the only one.
I'm going to go over as well. Jordan Marshall, longest run, over under 58.5 yards.
Under. Good running back, but I'm not doing that Justice Haynes stuff.
Okay.
I know. I'm just saying I'm not going there.
Yeah, once you start getting close to 60, I start to hesitate. So I'll take the
I like
under.
how Rico puts the prop out there like it's Tony Dorsett.
Right.
Over under 91.5.
See, I don't even know if he's going to play that much or play at all.
Wow, it's just going to be that big of a blowout.
Flowchart.
I'll go
Maryland
under.
stinks.
Under.
I'm going to go over. I think he takes one. He just houses it 75 yards.
Okay.
Maryland, first half total points over under 7.5.
Khakis? Over? Question mark? I'll go over. I mean, gee whiz, 7.5. Ugh.
Yeah, that's pretty low. It's going to be a gross game. I'll take the over, though.
The whole Big Ten is gross.
Yes, correct.
I hate this number. Absolutely hate this number. I'll go under. I'll be wrong, though.
I'm going to go over.
Yes.
Let's head to down to Ford Field. Amon-Ra, total receiving yards, over under 77.5.
Over. Big Amon-Ra bounce back game. And wait till you see the blindfolded man playing corner for the Giants known as Deontay Banks. It is a scene. It's a sight to behold. Over.
I worry that Amon-Ra is not 100%. So I'm going to take the under.
Amon-Ra over. JMO over. Tesla over.
So you're going over, Kenny?
I said under.
Under, okay.
See, I'm also with Kenny, and I feel strange saying this. Until I see it again with him, I think something's going on, so I'm going to go under.
Ye of little faith. Amon-Ra's a stud.
I'm going to go over because normally after the game, after a loss, he just has to break out games. So, and it's the Giants.
And it's Deontay Banks.
More passing yards, Jared Goff or?
Jared Goff. It'll be Jared Goff. Yes, the Lions are going to pound the rock, but there should be ample play action opportunities. Plus, the Lions are a bully. They like beating up kids in wheelchairs. So this is one of those wheelchair games. They're going to pound on the Giants. And if they can rub it in, they will, which means Goff. Hey, maybe J-Mo does another air hump celebration on the goalpost, whatever you like. Okay. Give me Goff.
They like the play action. They like the yards after catch. I'll take Goff.
Winston, why not?
I'm going Jameis with you,
Let's
David.
do it.
I'm going famous Jameis. 350 yards
stop
and a
it.
motivational speech at the end of the game.
Stop it.
Goff interceptions. Will he have one? Over
No.
under 0.5.
No, Giants haven't intercepted a pass all year.
Okay.
No.
I will trust Mike's opinion on his own team, and they're not very good anyway. So give me no.
I'm going to go. Yeah, no, he doesn't do it. No.
Okay. We
Goff's
all
going to
say
be
no.
electric Sunday.
More receiving yards. Actually, no. More catches. More catches. Brock Wright or Isaac Tesla.
Tesla. It'll be a blowout. Brad will want to show off the toy and justify the pick. Tesla. Late touchdown.
It'll be Brock Wright. They don't like to work in their rookies too heavily into the offense year one.
Why do you have to be such a deflator,
I'm
Kenneth?
sorry.
It will be Brock because he only has to get one. Tesla won't get one.
Oh,
so.
no.
I'm kind of with David. All right. Gibbs' longest run over under 19 and a half yards.
Over. How about this? I'll take both running backs to have one over 19 yards.
Oh.
I'm not going to go that far, but I'll take the over.
Gobble, gobble, goo.
Gobble, gobble.
In fact, Craig Reynolds will also say no.
Whoa.
Over.
I'm going to go under. And finally, top 25 upsets in college. It was chaos last week. 19 games, 2 games against ranked opponents playing each other. Over, under, 2.5.
Over. Chaos reigns supreme.
Nope, up-down theory. The last week it was over. It'll be under this week.
I love the up-down theory.
So good, right?
It's hilarious.
Over.
Over, under, over. I'm going to go over as well. That is your prop bet casino 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Lions have ruled out Tyrion Arnold, Marcus Davenport, Kirby Joseph, and Josh Paschal for this week's game. DJ Reed is questionable to return to the field from injury. Dan Campbell announced that tight end Sam Laporta had a procedure which likely rules him out for the rest of the year. According to the New York Post, MLB writer John Heyman, the Tigers avoided arbitration with Matt Vierling thanks to a $3.2 million deal. Bo Brisky is back thanks to a $1.2 million contract, and Andy Ibanez has been non-tendered. He becomes a free agent. Pitcher Troy Melton was named the Tigers' Rookie of the Year today as well. The Pistons have recalled both Tobias Harris and Jaden Ivey back to the NBA roster. J.B. Bickerstaff spoke today about the challenge of working guys back in after their replacements have played well. The NCAA is taking back their rule change to allow college athletes to bet on pro sports. 2/3 of the member schools voted that way. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you guys with us. Get back into the Lions, and I know it's a weird game. You're favored by 12.5. You're facing a backup QB, a backup running back, a backup receiver. You're facing you're facing a really bad football team. And look, TJ, respectfully earlier, he was right. Earlier in the year, the Giants had played some competitive football. They blew 4 fourth-quarter leads on the road. Yes. But this team now, I don't know. I mean, they played the Pack last week. Packers dropped 9 passes. That's like an incalculable amount of mistakes. Mm-hmm. And the Packers came back, won the game by 7. It wasn't pretty, but they got it done. I just have enough respect for Dan Campbell and this football team that after they lose, coming home, Jameis Winston. Now, look, there's not a lot to talk about the individual game unless it's something you want to bring up. But there's nothing the Lions are going to do in this game that's going to change anyone's opinion of their body of work. This is like playing the Commanders or the Bengals.
Yeah, this is a yeah-but game.
I agree, like Cookie said.
On Monday, they won, but
it's the Giants. It's about the Packers and showdown games. The question I wanted to ask people, it's where we started the show. Sam Laporta's done for the year, and your reaction to it. Not like shock or sadness. No, how bad is this? Lions fans, you have a habit of not really flinching, and you kind of take after your team, that when they lose people, you have a next man up approach. And while it has worked defensively, I think you are seeing the pitfalls of that offensively. Mm-hmm. You have not replaced Frank Ragnow or Kevin Zeitler, and you're not going to replace Sam Laporta. I think you got a taste of that in Philly. I don't know what they can do to replace it. I don't know, is it more Tesla? Does it change formationally what they want to do, right? Like you're just not going to start putting a bunch of dead body tight ends out there. It's not the same as Laporta. So I'd like to know your level of concern, because outside of Jared Goff getting hurt, Sam Laporta, if he's not the second most important guy to tie up the middle of the field, to draw coverage, to demand help from a member of the secondary, because you can't cover Laporta with a linebacker.
Safety valve.
Right. He's on money downs, red zone, all of it. You've now lost that, and he's gone for the year. What's your level of concern with that? And if it's not high, all I ask is a reason why. Because I think we all know, unless you sleepwalk through this game, you're going to beat Giants. So it really comes down to the long view, the Green Bay game on Thanksgiving, and the news today, and we've hinted at it on this show. Laporta's not coming back. And, I mean, Dan Campbell used 1,000 words to tell you he's not coming back. I don't know what the holdup is with the Lions and injuries to just say what it is. Just say it. Dude's done for the year. He had back surgery. Out.
What was it, gamesmanship? But are you really gaming the Giants?
We're the least of your worries. 248-539-9797. So, again, I don't want to put a number value to it. But, yeah, I think it's in concert with the offensive line issues, in concert with the offense. You've already taken the plays away from John Morton. You had Campbell against the Commanders, outstanding. You had Campbell against the Eagles, not outstanding. Okay. Giants will likely look great. The long view, I'm not going to say you can't win the Super Bowl, but your chances took a big turn here, because if I stack this, I always love this, Rico's perspective. If you sat here today and you said, all right, the Kansas City Chiefs, Travis Kelce's out for the season, you'd say their playoff odds just took a huge hit, right?
Yeah.
All right. Why is it different for you? If you're Buffalo and you say Dalton Kincaid is out for the season, by the way, he missed last night and you felt it in the passing game.
Yeah, you
You'd
did.
say to Bills, that's a huge loss.
Yep.
It can't be huge for other teams and not be huge for you.
You mean Brock Wright just can't step right in there and get it done? No, I understand what you're saying. But yes, here it's no big deal. We'll be fine. But you're right. If it was another team, you'd say, oh, well, they lost this guy. Well, say goodbye to your Super Bowl chances.
That's how I feel. So look, I think they can still get it done. Clearly, this won't be easy. But I want to see the evolution of the team over the next 7 weeks, 7 games. The Giants thing is kind of just get through this. We gave you the injury report earlier. It's robust. I can't sit. This ain't the NBA. I can't sit here and tell you got to sit everybody. You have to play the game the other team's getting paid too. But it is about Green Bay. Look, I know what you've said. I just can't get it through my mind that the Green Bay team I've watched over the last, say, 5 weeks is going to come in here and win. I can't get there. Doesn't mean I'm right. But I believe the Lions will win that game, and it'll calm the waters. Because if they don't,
I know we're jumping the gun a little bit, Mike, but it's the fact that it's the same reason how the Vikings were able to beat you. Green Bay can get short fields. And if you can get that offense in a shorter field, they'll kick field goals, they'll score a touchdown or two, and do just enough. Because now I think Campbell will go into the gambling mode where he's going for it and not getting it. Because the Green Bay defense, even in their losses, they're really good. It's just the offense that's sputtering. That defense, they're playing lights out.
David, what do you got?
Laporta being done means it's time for Tesla to live up to that draft day trade. Be a good blocker and potentially a safety blanket. That is from Tom. Josh in the car says, not good with an already struggling offensive line and Laporta, who blocked so well, gone for the year now. Don't get me started on him also being the third down, fourth down option. I'm worried. Josh in the car.
Okay.
If we let Captain Crab Legs eat a W on us this season, it's over.
Guys.
That being said, we should win double-digit disco.
Yeah,
Okay.
I tend to agree with that.
Look, I want the Lions to win, but you know it'd be gold if Jameis won this game.
No
he
one.
will say or do something
Dude,
so
it would be
ridiculous.
It would be so depressing. No, I can't. I can't handle him.
I told my team we had to go out there. We had to do this, and we're eating W's.
If you told me the Giants were coming in with Jackson Dart and Scatterbo and Malik Neighbors and some of the pieces, you could pathway it. They were spicy when they had their players, but we don't have any of those guys. The Lions would have to play the worst game they've ever played under Dan Campbell to even have this be a one-possession game.
So then you ask yourself, Mike, and I'm going to ask you, can the Giants defense step up and do what the Vikings did?
No, because we have the dumbest defensive coordinator in the league.
because the Vikings with JJ.
No. Shane Bowen's not smart enough to do that. Don't worry. We'll have
Even though he saw what the Vikings
Well, here's
and
the
what
other
Philly
thing.
did.
No, but the Vikings don't let you run the football. The Giants give up 5.5 yards a carry.
Okay, there's that.
I'm always going to go back to that.
No,
if
there's
the
that.
Lions just line up and run the ball, you win. End.
Now, will they feel the need to actually go out there to give Goff a good game?
Now, see, that's where if you decide you're going to get cute, a couple of bad bounces, it is the NFL.
Show you that, hey, he doesn't need hamburger gloves to go out there and get this thing done. And we're going to get Amon-Ra happy. We're
Sure.
going to get J-Mo happy. And you start going full 7-on-7.
No, I hear you loud and clear. No, I trust Dan Campbell and I trust this football team, and they're going to come home, get right, win the game. It's all about that Green Bay game. This would be the most stunning result in the league all year. More stunning than the Panthers beating the Packers. More stunning than the Dolphins beating the Bills. This would be the single gobsmack moment of the year if somehow this decrepit Giants team.
Nah,
Rico,
but the Panthers going into Green Bay and beating the Packers.
Okay.
That
this
was
would
one
be
where, like,
worse. This is a backup QB. No weapons.
Okay.
Like if I asked a Lions fan to name anyone who will carry the ball or catch the ball for the Giants, they couldn't name a player. That's what the Giants are down to.
Theo.
Oh, for God's sake. I said catch the ball, not have it careen off his head. Theo Johnson. David, go ahead, buddy.
If you told me last year who would be the top two players I wouldn't want to be without, it would have been Ragnow and Laporta.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a huge loss. Derek in Rochester.
And it's
Hills.
also a huge loss in the blocking game, too, man. I mean, when you have Laporta on the field, there's duality. He's very much like George Kittle. Kittle's an outstanding receiver, but what the average fan doesn't recognize is he's one of the top 3-4 blocking tight ends in the league. Why is it important? There's no tell. There's no tell about run or pass.
That's it.
But when you put
and that's
a
what I
Brock
say.
Wright or a Pete Zylstra or whoever else you're throwing out there, you know what you're getting.
Right, and that's what I said. If you take Wright out and you put Tesla in there, okay.
Exactly. Well, there you go.
This is a pass.
Look, and it's also hard to remake who you are in the middle of a season. They still have to be who they are, but there is something. We took a couple calls earlier. I'm not mad at anybody bringing up Tesla. Not that he's going to be a tight end, but you need quality on the field. You can't have empty husks. And you gave up so much to get this guy. Put the pressure on the defense. I would love to see more of him. I don't know. Because here's the problem. We don't have a lot of data on Dan Campbell, the play caller. I am more confident they'll get it right with Dan Campbell than John Morton, certainly. But the Commanders are not a data point. That's a bottom 3 defense. The Eagles, good defense. Okay, it's what you do against the good teams, Rico.
I don't want people to get seduced by what they see Sunday. See, Campbell just needed a little more time in the lab. He's fixed it. Thanksgiving Day will show me if he's fixed it. This game, don't get anybody injured. Win the game. Get ready for a short week. And also, you know what? The Lions have to decide a lot of the questionable guys, how much do they play? Do they play at all? Because this is a winnable game that you should be able to win without some of those players out there. You may not cover, but you just want the W, and you want to be prepared for Green Bay because you got Green Bay, followed by Dallas, followed by the Rams. A little upgrade in talent than the Giants.
David, go ahead, and then we'll get to I got one other thing I want to bring up today. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one here that I love. Can we start calling Kenny Ken Wah?
I would like to. He is a dead ringer for Patrick
It's
Watt.
not like that close.
If you had a gray beard, it is. And we could make that happen.
Maybe.
I'm telling you, dude, dead ringer. Watching that game last night, I was way more entertained by you being the coach of the Islanders than anything the Wings did. All right, Black Friday's almost here. The best deals, the best people, the best product. It's Paulson's Audio Video, Farmington Hills. You can skip the line because the deals are all month long. You don't have to wait for Friday. At Paulson's, you get real people who help you find the perfect setup. And then they've got the team to install it, a dedicated service department. You don't need to fight the crowds, guys. Get smart. Get with Paulson's. 30 years of credibility. It's Paulson's Audio Video, your technology partner, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. Or go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. Okay, just one last piece before we get to the picks, and I want Rico's opinion on this. I'm not going to turn this into a million reasons why I hate college football, but like when you wonder who's actually running this sport, they've moved up signing day so close that it makes firing your coach punitive. But now here's the new thing. These announcements that your coach is coming back midstream. But we've reached a new, I would say, low. This Lane Kiffin thing is turning into complete and utter chaos. So you have headlines in the New York papers that Lane Kiffin's daughter was seen at LSU donor fundraising meeting. You've had the family touring Gainesville and Baton Rouge. You now have a statement released just now by the Ole Miss athletic director that there will be an announcement about Lane Kiffin's future after the Egg Bowl against Mississippi State. You've had the reports of an ultimatum or not, Lane Kiffin leaving or not. My issue, please, and don't think I'm being Pollyanna about this, Rico. Never before have we asked more of fans to pay for these players, to pay for this sport. But then you get your team to number 6 in America. Ole Miss is a cinch to make the playoff. They could lose a game. They're still in because they're not going to make the conference championship game. And your reward for taxing the fans at an unprecedented level is you have nothing in place to keep your coach. You got nothing in place to keep from wild reporting. And the best your AD can do. See, am I wrong? And I want you to tell me I am because I feel like a bleep hole. How did Ole Miss just not give him an ultimatum? You either come out and say you're going to be the coach in 2026 or you are fired on the very ground you stand right now. These kids are number 6 in America.
Because I think that I kind of think they did quietly. If they did it publicly, it would be an utter debacle because now you're going to have kids saying, I don't know if I want to stick around. Maybe I just opt out of the rest of the season as
Once
well.
again, I'm not going to go into the whole this is why I hate this sport. I'm staying away from it.
No. You know what? You're allowed because the sport can't get college football is really can't get right from the movie Life. They just can't get out their own way. They just can't do the right thing. Appoint somebody just as a commissioner over all of it who could just put us, hey, we're not doing this, okay? We're not going to just up and leave a team. Just a rule like, hey, coaches, you can't do this. If you're gonna take a job, you don't take the job until after the championship game.
Even now,
we're going to miss out on portal and all that. Don't care. That's a you
there's
problem.
The conversation, though, is why would signing day be December 4th when your season doesn't end until the week before? Like we are
because
now
for early enrollees, so they can get there in January.
Well, can I help you with something? I want to help you with something.
If,
I think that should be done away with. I think the early enrollee thing has turned into such a con, such a grift. Those kids should be in high school. It's gotten ridiculous that not only do kids go to multiple high schools now or just leave their home state to go to a football factory, but it's not good enough. Now you're going to leave the football factory 6 months early to go start your college process where you may not even stay committed to the school you show up at. I'm sorry.
Get the bowl practices and you get the spring practices and you hit the ground running. Look, man, I understand. I get it. But my thing is, if you're taking a new job, I don't really care that you missed out on the recruiting cycle because you could have stayed at your old job and you would have had all the recruits that you wanted. Because you took the new job, that's fine. I don't have to help you out with this. You made a choice as an adult. I'm going to leave a nice situation to start over. You know what starting over is? It's about starting over. It's about you got to start from zero. You don't get any extra benefits. I'm not going to bend over backwards for you. That's what needs to happen. If you take that away, I think you'll have a lot of coaches reconsider, all right, you know what? Maybe I don't want to do this. Maybe I'll just stay where I am. But right now, when all the rules benefit coaches who want to leave now because you have to leave now, okay.
I feel like, we always, and this is the other side. I'll be clear. We ask a lot of these players and we do want an ounce of loyalty. It's the same thing for coaches. Lane Kiffin, how big is your ego? You got the number 6 team in America. You have never gotten this far in a year. You have never gotten to this position. You are about to embark on a playoff, and you have a shot to win the whole damn thing. And this guy's more concerned with real estate?
Yeah, he's staying ahead of the firing. You know, Lane knows I'm going to eventually get fired. I'm going to stay ahead of Ole Miss firing me. I'm going to take a new job someplace else, get 3 more years, and I'm going to move before they get rid of me. This is
whatever happened to wanting a statue? Whatever happened to a legacy? How about the fact you raised your family there? How about they embraced you when nobody else did? You had to go to Florida Atlantic. You'd crushed your reputation.
Mm-hmm.
You won. You did it. Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm not mad if you want a different.
Ain't big enough.
Okay, but then you know what? Here's the deal. This is where the sport has to fix this. Postseason in the NFL, can you interview people that are currently playing? No. And if you do, it's by phone only, right? The NFL, the coaching cycle is what it is. Why is the college game any different? Why this coach?
Because Mike, college can't agree on anything.
I know.
And that's the problem.
I know.
It's going to keep going.
Right.
You're going to win this argument. You know what college football is going to become? Boxing.
I don't want to win it. I guess I find it unfathomable that somebody is number 6 in America. They are going to the playoff. And I'm reading reports about his family touring, meeting with representatives of other schools. It's banana land.
They're going to keep going. This sport will turn into boxing where you're going to talk about the good old days, because I remember going to fight parties and all of that. Now, couldn't tell you anything about boxing because I don't care.
But the problem I have with this is the other side of it, which is the AD. The fact that the AD sits out here and releases a statement and says that
at least he
won't
something.
Leave or won't make an announcement until after the Egg Bowl. I'm sorry, you should be throwing him under a bus and protecting your kids and saying, look, committee, I understand what you see out here. Our coach is leaving. Our kids deserve it. And that shouldn't be the argument after the Egg Bowl. Start it now. You're letting your coach do this and you're like, okay, all right, make the announcement next week. No, you're gone tomorrow. Go to your next school. We'll start our process. Our kids deserve to go to the playoffs.
I mean, but David, you look at the college football playoff committee, who just had the last president have to resign. The one before him was Ward Manuel. It's not like anything happened under his watch at Michigan. So, yeah, things and stuff.
No, I know. And like I said, I'm not going down that path of the whole anti-college football thing. But it just
frustrates me, Mike, because
it's all pimps and hoes. Does anyone have any?
I'm Tyra Banks right now.
These hoes ain't loyal. This is ridiculous.
No.
The coaches ain't loyal. ADs ain't loyal. The players aren't loyal. What the hell's the point of any of this?
I'm Tyra Banks because I really was rooting for you. I really was. And you just it's like each time you find a way to just take the bar a little bit lower and disappoint me. And I got to sit there saying, I bought stock in you. I thought you were going to. I thought this was going to be a good idea. Okay, expansion. No, let's take it to 24. What?
Maybe you don't even want a great coach. What's the point? Maybe Michigan's figured it out. Just hire someone wholly mediocre. They ain't going nowhere.
Mike, you don't want a great coach, and you really don't want a great player. Because if you got a great player, you know what you have? Is this guy going to stick around, or is he going to leave? Is he going to hit the portal?
Bizarro. Sorry, David, I didn't mean to hijack the show, but the report just came out during the commercial break, and I was just I was gobsmacked at what the hell I was reading.
I don't think people are going to go the route of LSU where the governor steps in.
Oh, God.
But I also think that they shouldn't go the route of what's happened at Michigan State with Jay Batt, where just no one says anything. At least they're saying, we'll tell you what's going to happen after the Egg Bowl. We're going to wait for the regular season to be over.
What if he takes the Florida job? What is he going to do? Bail on the playoff?
Okay, remember like a bunch of can we say that's a few weeks ago? And then one of the can we say that Ole Miss will be playing with an interim coach in the college football playoff?
What a disgrace. And no, Kenny, I know what you're going to say, and I get it. I know no one's heart is going to bleed for largely, billionaires or super rich people funding it. But at a certain level, we've asked more of these people to keep these programs afloat than anyone. Again, no tiny violin, but there has to be a modicum of respect for the ask and then delivering upon the contract. Hey, I funded the team. We're going to make the playoff. Wait, the coach left and 3 players are bailing on the playoff? What the hell are we doing?
And we got mad because Schoolboy didn't want to go in the 7th.
Rico, take him to 6. 97-1.